Just getting a garnish for my drink. Luxardo Cherry. Hello, Luke and Megaleech. Hello, hello. Let me send the link to AD, who may or may not join us tonight. He did text me. The reason he didn't join us last night is he had a seizure, which means he may or may not be able to join us tonight. But I have sent him the link, so we shall see. And good evening, Raiders and Robot Man Greg. Going to stir my drink a bit. Just a boozy little number I just made. Actually just threw some stuff together. I just wanted it to look like the drink I made last night, and for fun I put different stuff in. So I have no idea what this is going to taste like. So cheers, y'all. I'm looking sophisticated in my bartender gear and my cherry and my drink. All right, that's good. Oh man, that's got a bunch of stuff going on. Like it. Got whiskey. Some Punta Mez, which is what people like to call a full-bodied vermouth, almost an Amaro, and a couple sorts of rum. It's party night. That's right. Yes, Raiders, it kicked off near ADS's today. The Northcote Mall. Hilarious stuff. And greetings and cell mutations to you, nobody. Good to see you. Good to see everyone. My hands are sticky. I'm just going to wash my hands from my maraschino cherry jar. They're a bit sticky. And it's going to distract me the whole time if I don't just quickly wash them. So that's done. And I'm back. Hello, Celtic King. So, yes, yeah, ridiculousness in Northcote today. Oh yeah, Nettie, the fuckwits, for whatever reason, were in Northcote today. And they were like hiding out in Northcote Mall. And then there were all these running jokes that they were trapped and confused. They couldn't get out because the two Coles confused them. Those who've never been to Northcote Mall, and I've never seen this in another mall, and it's not a big mall, but there are two different Coles supermarkets, one at each end of the mall. So the joke is, you pass a Coles and you keep going, and you pass another Coles and you go, well, wait, I've doubled back somehow. So you turn around because you don't want to go to the Coles again, and you run into a Coles again. So you get stuck in this cycle of trapped between two Coles. It's weird. It's again, I can't think of another mall that has that. Two Coles supermarkets, particularly not one this small. It's not a big one. Oh, well, see, I've hung out there with AZ. AZ lives in Northcote. So, yeah, it's all very, very, very weird. Do you know, on the day that a couple of hundred of these fuckwits think, yeah, we're changing the world, 100,000 people got vaccinated. Raiders, you don't know about the two Coles in the Northcote Mall? There are two Coles supermarkets in the Northcote Mall. One at each end. It's very strange. It is very strange. But yeah, all these fuckwits go, yeah, we're changing things. Like, yeah, well, you sad little shit stains running around being complete fucking pricks. 100,000 people are getting vaccinated in a day, you fucking pieces of shit. hate them so much. Oh, nice. Look, got your first shot on Wednesday. Excellent work. Yes, it's a thing we should all be doing, unless you're in a very tiny minority. Oh no, Raiders. The Kmart was separate. The Kmart's now closed. The Kmart closed a couple of years ago, but the Kmart was a third thing. The second Coles was not built in the corpse of the Kmart. The two Coles and Kmart existed at the same time. So it's just a strange, inexplicable thing. It's just weird. It's just weird. Probably not the weirdest thing about Northcote, but it's weird. It's very weird. Now, why is the door making noise? Is there a bit of a breeze, or is it one of the friggin' cats? Celtic. As much as an angry cuddle might be reassuring and therapeutic, it does not protect you against viruses, so you do need to get your vaccine. I'm just going to fuck around with the camera again because it just does its own fucking thing. And I hate it the way it does that. So first, let's change the white balance because it always makes me look even more pallid than I actually am. And I'll put a little bit more color in my cheeks, just a little. And I'll fuck with the focus again. I like to put myself way out of focus and then bring myself in. There. Okay, I think that's better. Yes, look, even just the 86 tram gets weird. Yeah. Yes, Nettie, the fuckwits are definitely making themselves unpopular. The whole piss on the war memorial. What needs wider circulation is health workers having to go to and leave work not in their uniforms because they're under threat of violence from these lunatics. All the extreme fuckery these pieces of shit are guilty of needs to be known. It's just fucked up. Celtic, you're halfbacks. Got second in mid-November. It's the way to go, brother. It's the way to go. The rate is Vic Poland trolls infiltrated protesters' Telegram channels. That's hilarious. Oh, the trolls in their Telegram channels are brilliant. And that's the thing. I read a couple of good analyses of what's going on. Not definitive. It was people's views. It was one guy who was sort of in amongst them, and he was actually known by some of the scary fuckers to be a lefty, and so was threatened multiple times. But yeah, I mean, there are definitely construction workers and tradies in that crowd. Significant majority of them are not. They're just opportunists and fuckwits, which is not to say the tradies aren't fuckwits, because I think literally every person involved in these things is a fuckwit. They're either a far-right piece of shit who's exploiting gullible, self-absorbed, conspiracy-prone fuckwits, or they're just the gullible, self-absorbed, conspiracy-prone fuckwits who are being manipulated by Nazis. Either way, every single person is a fucking piece of shit. Yes, they're so disorganized and they fuck around so much. It's really easy to go into their Telegram channels and sow discord and make them distrust each other and say, yeah, that guy's a cop. The fact that they sort of don't have any cohesion will hopefully ultimately make them fall apart. So, yeah. Yeah, Raiders, exactly. Yeah, the cops are just following a couple of minutes behind them. They're sending Telegram messages, let's do that. And the cops just go, oh, look, that's where they said they're going. And it's just like, they've got no sort of operational security. It's just ridiculous. Yeah, it's fucked. They're just fucked. And it's great. The cops actually managed to go too far, even for me. Like when these shitheads are like running cop lines and being cunts and being told to fuck off, and they don't fuck off, and then they get pepper sprayed and beanbag rounds. It's like, what did you fucking think was going to happen? And also because these dickheads are so contemptible, I don't give a shit about them. So I actually don't give a fuck. You know, that the cops march up on them and so because they can just fuck off. There's no legitimacy to what they're doing. But the cops managed to go too far, even for me. There was a couple I saw. The most disturbing one was the one in Flinders Street Station I was talking about the other night with, this guy who's talking at some cops. And he's probably a complete asshole, this guy. But he's not being threatening. He's not raising his voice. He doesn't particularly seem to be in his face. And this cop literally sneaks up behind him and just grabs him and throws him so hard. You actually hear the noise of this guy's face smashing into the concrete. And it's like, dude, no, that's fucked. If you want to arrest him. Just go like, you're under arrest and I'm thrown back, and, you know, cops being cops, you can get away with roughing him up if he resists arrest. But this guy wasn't resisting a goddamn thing. This copper just sneaked up behind him and grabbed him and threw him so his face hit the concrete in a really, really horrible way. And yeah, Nettie, as you say, the cops violently assault left-wing protesters who A, have a legitimate cause, and B, aren't being violent. So these fuckwits, they're so fucking violent. Luke, in the USAB real rounds, I don't know that the cops have used real rounds in the US, but what they have definitely done is fire concussion grenades into people's faces and chests at point blank range, which is very high risk. They've taken out a lot of people's eyes. What the US cops do is blatantly illegal, and they're never held responsible for it. Hey, Justin, how's it going? So yeah. That would be another one, Justin. Have dart guns that instead of tranquilizers have vaccines, and just tell them, this is loaded with a vaccine. Patow, patow. Vaccinate the motherfuckers. And yes, so we're just going to get, I mean, we've got surging cases anyway, but we're just going to get another surge of cases in 2 fucking weeks. These fucking pieces of shit. It's like such high risk that these fuckwits are going to derail, you know, the roadmap out of lockdown. So fucking pissed off. So pissed off at them. They're such pieces of shit. But yeah, given how much I hate these fucking pieces of shit, I'm amazed the cops managed to go too far for me. I mean, I have a pretty low opinion of cops, and like, yeah, so when the cops are arresting the violent ones, and the cops arrest them violently, or yeah, again, they fire beanbag rounds or pepper spray in their face and shit. I'm just like, yeah, well, suck shit, go home, you fucking cunt. But the cops actually managed to go too far for me, and that's goddamn. Oh yeah, Raiders. Bunnings Karen was there to do. Why wasn't she arrested? Well, the fact is, if that's like, she's got bail conditions, doesn't she? So would we be right in saying she would have breached her bail conditions by being there? But yeah, the cops aren't shy at all about, oh, we know you're an instigator. Oh, there you were. That's breaking the law. We're just going to come around and get you, you fucking idiot. So it astonishes me how stupid these people are. Oh, Raiders, does Bunnings Karen not have a fucking arrest? Okay, I thought she'd been arrested and put on bail. Oh, yeah, I knew she was not Monica Smith, but I just thought Bunnings Karen had to. But again, she would have been, what are we? Oh, maybe she, I don't know where she lives. Maybe she wasn't more than 10 kilometers from her home. I don't know. But again, it's just the fact she's known. So she's out there not wearing a mask. She's breaching public health orders, and the cops can pick her up whenever they want. Guilty King, you want me to say cunt over and over again in an ASMR fashion? Upload that to YouTube. That's something that could well get my channel suspended, deleted. Ready, she was also out front at the CFM. Ah, yes. I remember people pointing out she was at the CFMEU. Yeah. Yeah, Justin, I've seen pictures. There was a fake funeral home ad. I didn't think a real funeral home would do it. For those who don't know what Justin's talking about, there are pictures floating around social media of a truck with billboards on it that says in big letters, "Don't get vaccinated." And then it's brought to you by Joe Smith Funeral Homes. So, Justin, when you say it's, because I didn't look into it, when you say it's fake, are you saying the truck with the billboards doesn't exist? That's just Photoshop? Or someone put those billboards on a truck, invented a fake funeral home, and put the billboards on the truck for a laugh? Either's good. Either is good. But I did see the pictures, yeah. There's another one that was reputed to be real, an ad in a New York subway station. Sort of, you're on the platform rails and ads are on the wall opposite there. And one of them said, "Come a little closer." And it was, from a funeral home. So, like step off the platform and die. So, yes. The world's so weird. It gets extremely hard. I mean, extremely hard to know what's real and what isn't. I might just okay. I'm starting to suspect we won't see AIDSy. I think he's very under the weather. But I'm just sending him a prompt, reminding him. He asked for a link, and I sent him a link. Yes, Nettie, pranks have taken over the world. Definitely. Justin, you say it was done for a laugh, but what was done for a laugh? Did someone make fake billboards on a truck for a laugh, or did someone Photoshop fake billboards onto a truck so the truck doesn't exist? That was my question. Nobody, can we put the anti-vaxxers in one place, let them get COVID while keeping locked away from the rest of society? I would support that plan. Just put them in a big fenced-off thing. So what's he say? Okay, so he thinks he's going to try and get here in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Yes, Celtic King, this is under the weather even by AIDSy standards, as in he had a seizure and wasn't really conscious. So, yeah. So, yes, this is AIDSy, not well. Luke, won't they all get COVID once we open up? The trouble is they will spread COVID when we open up and might get us locked down again. And again, the vaccine is not a guarantee against COVID. Depending on a whole bunch of variables, it's somewhere between 70 and 90% protection from contracting the virus. And then if you do contract it, it's extremely good protection against serious illness. Like, it's extremely unlikely you'll end up in hospital. And it's a tiny chance you'll die. Like, unvaccinated people, about a 2 in 100 chance of dying if they contract COVID. And that's the whole thing. That's not taking into account any variables, like if someone already has respiratory illness or or a weakened immune system or whatnot. Just across the board, it's about between a 1% and 2% chance of dying if you contract the virus if you're unvaccinated. It's way lower if you are vaccinated. But also, it's much higher chance of you getting serious illness if you're unvaccinated, much higher chance of you getting hospitalized. So I think a vaccine's about 100 times protection as opposed to not being vaccinated. I mean, I've been talking to someone like, whenever I see fucking old people not wearing masks, part of me wants to go, put a fucking mask on. And the other part just wants to go, you're the one who's going to fucking die, right? There were all these old blokes when I went down the supermarket. There's like 5 or 6 of them hanging out, talking in the street. And I really wanted to say something that I'm just ignoring them. But I just want to say, you're going to fucking die, right? Because these guys are all in their 70s or older, right? And I'm going like, okay, I'm just betting the way you're behaving, you're not fucking vaccinated either. I could have been wrong about that. But again, a much older person who's not vaccinated in the next 2 years will almost definitely contract COVID because it's going to be circulating for years. So if you are unvaccinated, you will almost definitely contract COVID in the next 2 years. At best, 50-50. That's your best odds, 50-50 chance that you will contract COVID. Now, when you're older, and then particularly if you have health issues, particularly respiratory issues, cardiac issues, all these things, then once you contract it, there's a 50-50 chance you're ending up in hospital. And then once you're in hospital and you're in this at-risk cohort, there's a 50-50 chance you're going to die. So it's basically older people going, I don't want to get vaccinated. Go, well, there's like a 1 in 4 chance you'll be dead from COVID in 2 years, okay? You not getting vaccinated sounds dumb as fuck because there's a, 1 in 1,000 chance of complications, a 1 in a million chance of dying. But you got about a 1 in 4 chance of dying from COVID in the next 2 years. Jim, you're saying Spanish flu was around to 1957. I was under the impression variants of the 1918 flu are still around now. That's still part of our annual flu vaccination. Maybe they want to die. Yeah, well, maybe. Justin, people who are vaccinated do get hospitalized, and it's when you're in a higher risk group, you're more likely to be hospitalized. But there are random things we can't account for. Like there was an Olympian who was fully vaccinated because you had to be fully vaccinated to compete in the Olympics, and an Australian Olympian. She's ended up in hospital with COVID, and she goes, so this is my fault. I've been training, so I was run down. I was just really weak and run down. So when I contracted it, it's like my body wasn't able to fight it off and ended up in hospital. It's when I say there's, if you're say you're particularly if you're under 50 and vaccinated and you don't have any complicating health conditions, the chances of you dying from COVID, if you contract it, it's probably, I don't know, 1 in 10,000, if that. And the fact is, there's only a tiny chance that you'll contract COVID anyway. But there's just a very small chance you die from it. But the 1,000,000 to 1 shots happen, unfortunately. So that's like say, we know statistically the chance of someone dying from complications from a vaccine is about 1 in a million. But there's more than 1 million people in the world. And so we have had people die. And that's how we know the odds are about 1 in a million, because we look at how many people have taken the vaccine, how many people have died. It's about 1 in a million. So, yeah. Heading off, Celtic. See you, bud. You like the big bit of ice? Nettie, it's half melted. But that's my biggest ice cube from my biggest ice cube tray. Yeah, courtesy of the Bitters Lab. They had this ginormous 4-cube thing. I love it. I just like big ice. Ice, not ass. Kirsten Hellion, hello to you. I don't know, buddy. The strange thing is people who'd normally be high risk have been fine after vaccination, or people who have no issue got a bit sick. It's, yeah, there is a random element to life. Trying to make sense of it, trying to control it, trying to stop the bad things from happening. We just can't do it. We can't stop bad things from happening. So we do our best. I mean, we are you literally more likely, if you're vaccinated, you're more likely to be killed, like being hit by a bus crossing the road, than you are to die from COVID. But the simple fact is, people die in traffic accidents every day. Zoom. Ha! Nice. Kirsten, convince husband you need an ice machine. The only question is, what ice machine? Abigail, you've had to have a COVID test. I'm glad you're alive. To what degree do you have to isolate? Like, if you get a negative, are you fine? Or do you still have to isolate for like 14 days, even if you get a negative? But yes, Kirsten, good point. I am very happy that, Abigail, with the blur of having a COVID test, you can party with us still, in the virtual sense, which is nice. Yeah, Kirsten, see, with ice machines, it's like, ooh, do you get a pebble ice machine? Do you get because there are some that will do clear-ish ice that I've seen. It's they've finally stopped. The scammers have finally stopped advertising ice machines to me on Facebook. I assume they've finally been shut down because they were such obvious scams. They were like selling ice machines that go for $200 or $300 and saying they have them for $50. And then you look up their website, and the website was just literally, the domain was set up last week, and it's just like, this is so obviously a scam. Facebook is such a fucking evil company. Abigail, in ISO for a negative result. No, confident you're getting a negative result, Abigail. So hopefully that's tomorrow. They've been very fast with getting the results to people with tests. I love that, Luke. Ain't no party unless it's an angry party. So, Kirsten, you want one that makes small square ice so you can use the ice cube space in the freezer for big ice cubes? Yes. Ooh, Abigail, I would love to send cola and chocolate to your place. How do we do that? Is there a delivery service that does that on a Friday night? Okay, any excuse to put one of the maraschino cherries in my drink, just so I can eat the maraschino cherry afterwards. For reals, if I knew a way to send you cola and chocolate, Abigail, I'd do it. I don't know if there's any service that does that. Nettie, would Dan's do it? We could send some emergency whiskey. I actually don't think Dan's is delivering this late on a Friday night. But I don't know if one of the various delivery things actually does convenience stuff like that. Right, as you're saying, Uber Eats will deliver from supermarkets. Oh, Sarah, hello. Good evening. How are you? Nice to see you. So you can tell from the way I dressed, I want to make another video tonight. I was waiting to see if Aidsy was going to show up. Justin, your dad had a third COVID shot. Goodness me. That's going to say something negative like that. Sounds greedy. Oh, I'm glad you're well, Sarah. Nice to hear. So, yeah, we're grooving on a Friday night. I've had one strong drink, which I can definitely feel the effects of. I should probably drink some water now, actually. I'm really tempted to just make another alcoholic beverage, which wouldn't be the best idea, quite honestly. Nettie, do you want to do Angry Bunch now? I'm up for Angry Bunch now, really. Abigail, I know you're only half joking. If we can do it, I'll send it to you. I can just imagine the stress of being in ISO after having a test. Yes, Sarah, wasn't the earthquake a bit of a shock? The earthquake was weird as hell. Um, so yeah, I have a new benchmark for the strongest earth tremor I've been in. And for a place that isn't particularly seismically active, that was quite an adventure. Oh no, Sarah dropped a drink. Oh no. So neither you and Sarah have already started drinking. Nice. 13 cabs do packages. Yeah. Megaleech, you didn't feel it in Tassie? Yeah, apparently the epicenter was about 100 kilometers away from Melbourne. It was fucking trippy though. Sitting just over there doing my work and get the first vibrations, and it was a little while before I realized it was actually a tremor and not possums in the roof or people outside. And then it just kept going, and then I could see like I was watching my bottles because they're all shaking and rattling, and then like I could see the wall wobbling, and it was really, really off-putting. Sarah did cocktails. Nice. Ah, Nettie, dressing up sequins. That sounds excellent. Justin, don't even joke, man. An asteroid is absolutely on the cards. I don't do that. I don't have like Uber Eats as an app because I fucking hate the company. No, I don't hate the delivery drivers. I hate what the company does to the delivery drivers. Yeah, musically about it. We can't stop talking about the earthquake. Luke, you reckon even people in Adelaide felt it? I heard people in Sydney were claiming they felt it, but it was weird. Like, and it kept getting stronger, and it just reached a point where I'm sitting there going, "This is actually by far the strongest earth tremor I've ever been in. How much stronger is it going to get? Because at the moment, it's freaky." And then it stopped. Yeah, but just that moment of realizing, wow, this is getting serious now. Shit is really shaking. And then it stopped. Justin, I did not hear that Queensland might have to sack 1 in 10 cops who won't get vaccinated. I hate how stupid the world is at the moment. The fact that rank fucking stupidity has such a foot. I mean, the fact that a complete and utter fuckwit, just an absolute piece of garbage, was president of the United States for 4 years. And this is not someone whose policies I disagreed with. This was someone who was just a stupid, conspiracy spouting, lying, hate mongering piece of shit. Yeah, Megaleech. I have no problem with cops getting sacked. Have you imagined jumping under your bed naked, getting trapped there under a collapsed house or something? That sounds like a porno. Abigail, we're all up for using Uber Eats to get you some cola and chocolate. I think I had Uber Eats installed and I deleted it. Jesus Christ, I've got 32 apps that want to update. Well, we won't do that now. Where's search? Uber Eats. DoorDash paid to appear above Uber Eats. Interesting. Okay, what the fuck is wrong with my phone? What the fuck is this? No, cancel. Get. Okay, well, you do that double click to install thing and it wasn't working. I just thinking I got problems. Abigail, waiting for the other Simpsons predictions. President Schwarzenegger, or was that Demolition Man that predicted that? I don't know. I do not know what that one was. Actually, the other Simpsons president prediction that would be okay is Chaz Bono. I think Chaz Bono seems like a reasonable person. He could be president. Like Angry Bunch solidarity. I'm liking it. Oh, yeah. So I'm sure. What were there any other good things? Justin, President Schwarzenegger sounds fine. Yeah, I mean, Schwarzenegger's just an old school Republican as opposed to being a complete fuckwit. Like he's upsetting all the fuckwits, all the Trumpos, because he's just pointing out, why are you anti-vaccine? You're idiots. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? You're idiots. So oh, Abigail sorted. Nice. Black Metal Heart, you reckon Terry Crews, President Camacho? Well, just President Terry Crews would be okay. I mean, he's hardly perfect, but he's pretty good. Saf, what about the Haitian force flybacks? You mean, what about Joe Biden having policies that are as gross and racist as Trump policies? Big fucking surprise. The political class cannot be trusted. Big fucking surprise. Greg, you want chocolate too? Well, you're right there in the city. You probably got a 7-Eleven really close to you or something, are you? Yeah. Yes, Safa. It's good that I still get the public holiday today, even if I don't follow the football. Justin, you reckon Schwarzenegger's policies are more in line with Democrats? I think more Democrat policies are in line with old school Republicans, really. Oh, nice. Cracky, nearby 7-Eleven's horrible. Okay, whatever. That's not good. Nobody, don't need chocolate, got whiskey. Me too. I'm trying to be good. I'm drinking water after having a drink that has whiskey and several rums. Safa, you've got the NRL finals on. Luke's going for Bulldogs tomorrow. Safa, Mark Hamill would be a decent president, actually. I could get behind Mark Hamill as US president. Bleeding heart lefty, he sounds like. I don't know what's my hair doing. It's very weird looking at myself in the camera, but that's the thing. So yeah, Mark Hamill actually seems like a vaguely decent person. So he shouldn't go into politics because politics is not a domain for decent people. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You just get people who go after power are usually the people who should not have power. Basically, just about Kevin Rudd as US president. I think Kevin Rudd's prick behavior would probably serve him well in US politics. Oh, nice, Kirsten, whiskey and Mac. That is always good. That is a fucking great combo. Oh yeah, Black Metal Heart. Biden's racist as fuck. Like he's an old white guy. Of course he's got some weird ingrained racist stuff. Him saying something, and I assume it was somewhere in the past he said it, rather than last week. But yeah, no, he's an old white guy. Of course he's got some racist shit. Yes, no, but that's why you keep your pop filter on. Yeah, I can get that. Safa, a question. Are there any decent people who are right-wing? Okay. Kinda depends what you mean by right-wing. Do you mean like members of conservative political parties? And it also probably depends what you mean by a decent person, in all seriousness. I think there are non-evil people who genuinely, I think they wrongly believe it, but I think they genuinely believe it, that the conservative political policies about no welfare, keep government out, and, people look after themselves, that I think they genuinely believe those are the right policies that will actually do right for the most, or give the best opportunity to the most number of people. I think they're wrong, but I think there are people who are in conservative political parties and vote for conservative political parties who are not evil and are not prejudiced and genuinely believe those policies help the greatest number of people. I think probably the last 30 years, 40 years, since the 80s, I think there's been a swing and it's like since Reagan, essentially, and Thatcher in England, there's been a swing in conservative politics that's just mean. It's like, if the system crushed you, you deserve to be crushed. Strategy as the Progressive Party, I like septuagenarian fossil. Yeah, Biden's a terrible candidate. He's a terrible, terrible person to be president, but he has the benefit of not being Trump. Oh, Kirsten, I also have some blood oranges. What I'm thinking of doing, I might do it tomorrow, or start doing it tomorrow, because this whole process takes more than a day. Make an oleosaccharum. I'm going to peel my blood oranges and some lemons, make an oleosaccharum by covering them in sugar, and then I'm going to make my milk clarified sort of sugar syrup cordial. So I do that by after the sugar turns into a syrup, because it's leached all the oils out of the peel, then add a bit of the juice to it, and then milk clarify that, and just get this absolutely friggin' incredible sort of syrup cordial stuff's great. Safa, Sanders 2024. No, Sanders is way too old. Sanders should have been pushing someone much younger, putting all his support behind someone else. Yes, basically. So, Justin, a lot of people said discriminatory things about LGBT people in the past. Wouldn't say those things. So, yeah, and I actually do genuinely believe we need to recognize when people have grown and learned from their mistakes. I think it's also a useful skill to be able to tell when they're talking shit and they're just giving lip service to something and they've still got their old bigotries. But yes. But I mean, yeah, again, like with Queer Rights, if you grew up with all media telling you that there was something wrong with the gays, something wrong with the queers, it's mildly defensible to go, okay, yes, I used to be really homophobic. I acknowledge that was a pure product of pure ignorance. I don't offer a defense for being homophobic. It was the times, it was what was fed to me. It's what I processed. My words, actions, beliefs were homophobic. I've learned those words, actions, beliefs are totally wrong. I was wrong. I learned better. Sorry for being an asshole all that time. That's an apology when you acknowledge you were wrong. You don't believe that anymore because you've learned better. And you can't excuse being a shithead in your past. And I say this as someone who grew up super racist and super homophobic. Country town, New South Wales. The chances of you not being a white person and not being racist and homophobic, really slim. But I learned. I learned that all those beliefs were shitty and stupid and narrow-minded, and grew as a person. But I absolutely acknowledge I grew up really racist and really homophobic. Never like in the clan, never like, throwing things at Aboriginal people and stuff, but absolutely indulged in just racist behavior, racist taunts, racist thoughts day in, day out. Absolutely. And yes, the lack of basic critical thinking is really troubling. Justin, think about how racist people were 200-300 years ago. I don't know that they were more racist 200-300 years ago than they were 100 years ago, or fucking 50 years ago, for that matter. I'll leave that to historians and cultural anthropologists. Nice, Safa. You grew up in the bush and wasn't racist. You're also, 30 years younger than me? That's my other excuse. Blatant homophobia and racism were mainstream when I grew up. It wasn't frowned upon. It was mainstream. Is there less racism in the cities compared to the olden days? Yeah, probably. Abigail, a lot of things you're ashamed of when you were young. Like to think a good person. I think the ability to learn, grow, and change is what shows you were a good person who'd been led down some bad paths. All right, I'm glad that you feel like you learn in the streams. I think it's good that we have discussions and open discussions. Yes, Abigail, at least you didn't dress up as Hitler. I think if I found out anyone on the stream dressed up as Hitler for their Year 12 muck-up day, I'd have to ban them. I would have to ban them because I don't know that I could ever forgive that. It was me. I was the one who did that. For anyone who forgot that I told that story, that is a real thing. That is a real thing I did. And I did not get into trouble for it. Everyone in my whole year, I was leading the school assembly dressed as Hitler. My whole year thought it was hilarious. And none of the teachers did anything to stop it or say, you can't do that. One person, a guy at the local radio station, said you really might upset Jewish people with that. I went, it's just a joke. Are there Jewish people? I didn't think there were, which made me suspect in retrospect he was Jewish and he was trying to get through him. I said, I don't know any Jewish people. Are there Jewish people in Dubbo? It's just a joke. Safa, your best friend did that. You weren't amused, Year 12. There's no excuse for doing it now. Yeah, Justin, I'm still trying to work out how to ban myself because I probably deserve it. Abigail, the worst thing you did on Year 12 muck-up day, run around with a super soaker, spray water in the classrooms. Yeah, that's a typical Year 12 muck-up day thing. But I'll keep you posted on if I work out how to ban myself, Justin. This is where I highlight. I like to cut teenagers some slack because teenagers are fucking morons. It's a question of how malicious they're being. Like if people are saying to them, you're being a piece of shit, and they just lean into it and be worse pieces of shit, they'll hopefully learn one day. Rottweiler, dude, good evening. Suffer 11 years ago. Yeah, not much excuse for it these days. But it was much more common in my generation and people older than me to dress up in Nazi gear and think it was funny. I love that, Kirsten. You cleaned up the mess made by the year 12s because you were such a kiss ass. That's excellent. Absolutely excellent. Raiders, yes, I'm aware of that Trump-loving piece of shit who's been doing streaming those pressures saying, look, no Nazis. Although he literally once asked a Proud Boy if they were right wing, and the guy said yeah, and he's went away. And a couple of people have pointed out when he's doing his live streaming, a couple of times he caught people doing the Nazi salute, and he really quickly moved the camera away. It's just like self-hating piece of shit, because the guy he's South Asian. He's like Indian or Pakistani or Sri Lankan or something. Self-hating because being a Trump lover is just it's just just siding with people who actually want you exterminated. It's just fucked. I don't know what's going on with the self-loathing there. Suffer what if anger is the internet as a teen? It's a complicated question, because one thing about the internet is being able to be exposed to more stuff. Because I was not exposed to a lot of stuff as a kid living in a country town with no internet. Oh God, Justin, in 2002, you had year 12s dress up as Osama bin Laden just after 9/11. Yeah, that's your real teenage. I'm going to do something offensive to wind people up. Yeah, and that's why he dressed up as Hitler. Yeah, Black Metal Heart. Does he realize he'd be on the wrong side of the wall? Those people, the minority people who support movements that would absolutely exterminate them. I think there's this weird mashup of internalized self-hatred and massive amounts of delusion, because it starts off with, no, I'm being edgy and different, and when I say it, these people say to me, right on, and they make me feel good. It's like, again, I'm going to bring the Nazis up, the actual, Hitler Nazis. In their early days, they were like highlighting there were Jewish people in the Nazi party, there were gay people in the Nazi party, and that's why they were trying to lull everyone and go, see, we're fine. They murdered those people when they were in power. So yeah. Kirsten, you also helped arrange a memorial service for the kids who unalived. Oh gosh, yes, it's a sad time. No, that's I don't think we had anyone die in year 12. We didn't. No, we did. I'd remember that. I mean, I think I know, you can't go through 12 years of school with no one dying, but we didn't have anyone in year 12. But yeah. Oh yeah, no, Safa. There's video and photos of those fuckheads doing the Nazi salute at the War Memorial. Yes. Well, Safa, I'm glad you've never been indoctrinated by the neo-Nazis, because they're very pervasive on interwebs. No. But yeah, I think there's a cycle where someone who feels like an outsider, feels marginalized, feels attacked, as soon as someone validates them and says, you're right, you're awesome, you're special, you're great, we love you, they go, oh, I'll gravitate to these people. And as those people gradually reveal themselves to be Nazis, a lot of people come up with a bunch of excuses as to why that's not so bad, and they get dragged deeper and deeper into it until they become part of the movement. And yes, Justin, the right wing in Japan, Yeah, I was going to say it differently, but I think you captured it well. The conservatives in Japan worship their war criminals. They absolutely do, and they've got some serious fucking war criminals. The Japanese Imperial Army in World War II did terrible things. Was responsible for mass slaughter of civilians and brutalization of prisoners of war, enforced sexual servitude of women, and just basically the Japanese Imperial Army were responsible for a litany of abominations. Redfoot, you think you get your life on track if you find the right cult? If you find the right cult, they will convince you. They'll put your life back on track. Safra, I don't know that the Yakuza are political at all. Justin, I think because of what's in the education system in Japan, I think a lot of particularly younger people in Japan don't understand the significance of the swastika. The old conservatives absolutely do. I think a lot of young people don't necessarily understand it. So, Abigail, there's an Onion historical article with the headline, Japanese ally with white supremacists in well thought out move. It's just, fascists. They were going to carve it up like Japan would control the South and Germany would control Europe. And never the twain shall meet. Japan were just going to occupy the southern hemisphere, and they could squeeze Russia from either side. Black Metal Heart, the Yukio Mishima doco is a great watch. Okay, I don't know who or what that is. So, Safa, is this a cult? You mean, are we a cult? Probably. I'll lead you to a better life. Give me your bank details, and I will improve your life. I'm too lazy to be a cult leader. And it's disturbing. Like, okay, and this is for realsies. Just on YouTube, my time on YouTube, like 15 years on YouTube, I've seen people who do super fucking creepy shit. I don't keep up on this crap anymore. I was really only deep into it in the first 5 to 10 years, certainly the first 5 years. I saw a succession of people who did really fucking creepy shit. The only way to describe what they were doing was they were acting like a cult leader, and they were manipulating people and doing terrible things. And I saw that again and again and again. It's horrifyingly easy to build up a cult of personality and manipulate people. I've just seen it so many times. It's really disturbing. Black Metal Heart, hardcore right-wing nationalists tried to organize a coup, ended up committing seppuku after it failed. Oh, okay. Cool. He was also a homosexual, so back to the self-loathing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, there's it's weird how many people have this self-loathing thing going on. And sometimes it's about gender, sometimes it's about sexuality, sometimes it's about race or cultural identity, and you see people ally with people whose goals are not in their best interests, and they just do, and it's just like, people are complicated and weird and occasionally stupid. So yeah, it's a whole thing. It is a whole friggin' thing that people do. Project Redfoot, is there a good song called Cult of Personality? I am not aware of it. Who's it by? I'm on the internet. I'm going to look it up. Cult of Personality. Oh, there you go. The lyrics. It's a song by Living Colour. Okay. I like Living Color. The lyrics. Look in my eyes, what do you see? The cult of personality. I know your anger, I know your dreams. I've been everything you want to be. I'm the cult of personality. Like Mussolini and Kennedy, I'm the cult of personality. Okay. I don't know the song, but I like Living Color, so it's probably good. Probably good. But yeah, oh God, speaking of cult of personality, musicians, rock stars, pop stars, the degree to which they can manipulate people because of the cult that builds up around them is astonishing. Nice. Nettie, you've got sequins and sparkles. Must be Angry Bunch time then. Safa, no hangover. Although I was a bit tired in the lead up to this, so I drank a big fucking energy drink because I forgot it was Friday and my alarm was still on and it woke me up at 7 o'clock, which not great. And I didn't. Oh Christ, yeah, Black Metal Heart, Joe Rogan, very fucking creepy. Yeah, he has way too much influence. He's dangerous. All right, so Angry Bunch for anyone who wants to join. I will put the link. Shazam, y'all. So, yeah, there's the link for anyone. I just realized I'm wearing my older glasses. And the reason I'm wearing these is I went for a walk, just a healthy walk with Mrs. Angry, and my newer ones that I wear all the time, the smaller round ones, they don't work very well with a mask, and they fog up. These are a bit bigger, and I can sort of put them down over the top of the mask, and they don't fog up as much. And I normally change them after the walk, and I forgot to. And here's Nettie. Hello.
Hi.
Fabulous. Look at that. Sparkles. That's fantastic. Oh, Sarah is still here. There you go.
That's good. Sarah, come on.
Oh, yeah, that was the link if you want to join us. So, Nettie's internet cut out. She'll be back in a second, I'm sure. That happened the other night too. Yes, at some point I'm gonna want to make a video. That's the only reason I'm dressed like this, so I can make a video. I always get confused. I'm looking at things even after all this time and giving Nettie another entry. There you go.
Whoops.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, that was my fault.
Okay, Abigail, not quite ready. That's okay. In your own time. Black Metal Heart, you like the South Park tie? I actually have several South Park ties. I haven't bought a tie since, I don't know, the 90s, I don't think, when I worked jobs where I used to have to wear ties. There's Sarah. Hey, Sarah.
Hi.
I don't know. How you doing?
Hi.
When I worked jobs where I used to have to wear ties.
Shit.
There's Sarah.
Done something wrong.
Hey, Sarah. I don't know. How you doing?
Hi.
You have to close the YouTube window.
Okay. Shit. Is that me?
You've got to tap with the
Okay. Okay. How do I do that? I'll go out and come back in again. Is that me?
Just close the YouTube.
with the
Okay. Okay. How do I do that? I'll go out and come
Close
back
the
in.
YouTube.
Okay. How do I do that? Oh God. Oh my God.
Okay, we'll just mute Sarah for a moment. So she's switched off. Oh my God, sorry, my brain stopped working funny while that was happening. That was really funny.
Mine too. Too much stimulation.
Yeah. So just all Sarah. Yeah, we do need to communicate, Sarah. When you join the stream, close the YouTube tab. So yeah, it's that easy. But oh my word, that was weird. It was pretty funny because it was such a long delay that I was getting used to. Oh, it's not doing it anymore, and then the thing I said 3 seconds ago would come out again. Oh, good Lord, that was funny. But yeah, Sarah,
try again.
It's
just
pretty
make
easy.
Sure that you've got.
Yeah.
As soon as you go Thank you, Safa. I put green on my eyes and sparkles.
Nice. It's nice. Sarah, all you have to do is when you join the stream, I assume you're watching on YouTube, just close the tab or the window that's got YouTube on it. You don't need that anymore. Just be on the stream, essentially. So
what's all that banging?
Mrs. Angry's serving up some ice cream on the other side of the computer. So.
Hi,
Abigail's
Mrs.
playing
Angry.
RimWorld. RimWorld, and there was an earthquake in the game too. So yes, that's too stressful. Nobody's refreshing the PC. So Sarah, and actually Safa has a good hint, Sarah. Even before you join the stream, just mute YouTube, like just mute the audio on YouTube, then click the link, and that should work. The alternative is after you click the link and close the YouTube window. Either will work. So it was warm today, 20. I think it's much cooler tomorrow. We've reached that stage of the stream where we're talking about the weather. Tomorrow's maximum's only 13. So and then it slowly warms up again, and we're in that weird spring weather where it rains half the week, and then it doesn't. It's okay. Sarah has a plan, I think. Yes, here we go.
Worked it out. I think I've worked it out.
You've worked it out?
Yeah. I'm so sorry about that. I do this every time. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Angry.
It was fun.
I used to do it every time too.
I just always create this drama. There's this noise and, kind of controversy whenever I join. So sorry about that.
It was quite funny. I got quite a laugh out of it, so don't feel bad.
Thank you.
Funny.
Funny. Anyway, wow.
Yeah.
Here we all are.
Here we are. It's a Friday night.
Yeah.
On the weirdest week of Melbourne history, I think.
Oh, wasn't it bizarre?
Yeah, it's what a week. What a week. Yeah, that's a bit much. I think I'm going to join. Kirsten was having a whiskey and mac. I think I'm going to make one of those actually. And you're going to buy enormous meals of food. Yeah.
What are you drinking, Annette?
Oh, my usual amaretto and Starward Old Fashioned.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's basically the same thing. Mac's in the same ballpark as amaretto. So yeah.
I've really got to go and stock up because I'm just on the vino again. My God, how boring. Anyway.
I emptied a couple bottles, so I've got an excuse.
I wish you're looking very glamorous there, Annette.
Yeah,
isn't she though?
To dress up.
Gorgeous.
She looks fantastic.
Thank you. Oh, look at Sarah's goth hair.
I know.
It's
I can't
awesome.
do anything about it. As we keep talking about, I can't do anything about it. It's lockdown.
Oh yeah.
Lockdown hair.
I try and put the condition. Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me about it.
You said it before, Angry, that you were like looking at yourself and going, fucking hell, I think you look fine. I think you look great.
Good.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh no, Kirsten's drink slave won't make her another whiskey and mac. That's unfair. Can you complain to management? What's that about? No, got the mac. We're talking about can't do anything with the hair. Prior to COVID, I coloured my hair for 20 years, and I knew I was really grey, but I didn't know exactly how grey because I'd been colouring it for 20 years. And I just thought, yeah, fuck it, I'm not getting haircuts, and I'm not colouring my hair, and it's natural now. And speaking of all natural, it's nobody.
Greetings, salutations.
Yeah.
There's someone in the background there.
Yes, I have a friend over. He's just chilling.
Nice.
He's a lurker.
I'm going to jazz up my whiskey and mac from my old maraschino cherry jar. It's still got the cherry juice in it. So I'm just going to put
How old is it?
Well, you were with me when I bought it, I think.
That long ago? I suppose it's not that.
No,
It's
but
only there
also
6 months.
I made a point of asking, how long does this last? And she's like, oh, this stuff lasts forever. It's not.
Okay, that's good.
Because that was the only reason I'd never bought the cherries before, because I thought I won't use them and they'll grow fungus. But she said, yeah, no, they're full of preservatives. They're not very natural at all.
Covered in sugar. Sugar stops things from getting old as well.
That's mostly
I can get you one of these rocking chair in the spare room there, mate. I'll get one for you.
Oh, well, at least Kirsten's drink slave did bring gin on ice, which is okay. But management's recorded the infraction on his record. I might actually, because I've had, this would be my second brown drink. I might do a gin drink after this, actually.
Yeah, do it.
Well, because I've got the Archie Rose Bone Dry. Ooh, even though I've got my freezer martini, I might make a fresh one with the Bone Dry and the absinthe vermouth I've got in the fridge. That makes a really good martini.
I want a proper pretty martini, not martini, cocktail. I want like a really vibrant purple one.
Yeah,
Something
yeah.
like that.
I'm just waiting
think I
for
could.
like December or January when we can go places. I think I'm just going to draw up a list, and it's going, okay, I'm going here, then I'm going here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've got a friend who wants to tour all the rooftop cocktail bars.
Mm-hmm.
If they're still
Yeah.
alive.
That's the other thing. We have to wait till December, January to see who's even going to be open.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
See who's survived.
I know a couple of my favorites have closed permanently, which is really sad. It sounds very selfish. Oh no, my favorite place is closed. I'm sad. No, I'm sad for the people who ran it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yes, actually,
So who's-
Abigail's mentioned Naked for Satan's on her street. Actually, Abigail's whole district. I think we could do a God. Oh no, we'd be dead halfway. I was thinking we could try and do a trail from Abigail to Nettie's, going from Fitzroy, stopping at bars, and going into the. We'd be dead. We'd be dead by halfway. The gentleman. Oh God, cats are fighting in my yard too.
Doesn't even bear
That's
thinking
more like
about.
it. That's
Doesn't
what I
bear
like.
thinking about.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh God. I don't
Naked
know
for
if you-
Satan is your neighbourhood.
Yeah.
Mm.
Abigail.
Robot Man Greg, the Rum Diary Bar. I have to go there because they actually bottle rums that they like get rum and then do macerations and infusions. And I've got a Rum Diary badge. It's their Hunter S. Thompson logo.
How cool.
So
Ooh.
definitely have to go to the Rum Diary Bar at some point.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
My ex and I tossed up the idea of naming Shaylee after Hunter S. Thompson, naming her Hunter.
Oh, that's
a good
nice.
multi-purpose name, isn't it?
Sorry?
I think there's a lot of Americans of her generation called Hunter. Actually,
Mm.
it's,
Yeah.
actually, isn't Biden's crackhead son is named Hunter because
It's sort of almost like a fait accompli if you name you.
yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
in the American context. I
It
don't know.
works for girls and boys, Hunter. I've known both male and female hunters, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
possibly in more than
also,
one sense.
Yeah, like the goddess of the hunt is Artemis or Diana.
Yeah, depending which.
We could have called her that as well, but then we found Shaylee, so threw all the
No.
others out
Yeah.
because it means fairy princess. She hates me telling people that.
Excellent.
So naturally, you tell the entire internet,
Yeah, for sure.
as you do.
As you do. All right. Well, Greg's saying that's how he found out about the Rum Diary Bar because he actually had Rum Diary rum and then found out they actually had a bar. So definitely want to go there. I'll suck up to them by wearing the Rum Diary badge when I go in. Well, you've got one of our badges. Yes, I bought your stuff during lockdown. You should be nice to me. So bought several bottles of their rum during lockdown.
Yeah.
So, generally speaking, both parents have to agree on naming kids. Otherwise, it's a terrible, terrible mess. Yeah.
Oh, agreed.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it can be a bit of a palaver. Although for mine, I'm surprised how little trouble it was. Speaking of trouble, though, it's AZ.
That was a bit bloody quick. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah.
Drag on my next cigarette and sip on my comfortably made coffee. And now I'm just having a talk to folks. Hello.
But you can still suck and slurp, brother. That's okay.
Oh, I've been known to, yes.
I know, right? I know. You see what I did there? It's
too much information.
I know. Oh, we've only just started.
Sarah, did you expect any less than last week?
Bloody, oh shit.
Oh, what's that?
I just tried to pull my lid on.
We did get started a little early.
Class here in Reservoir.
Yes.
We're still recovering from the earthquake.
A police action today. I'll have you know.
You had a police raid?
Bloody,
the dickheads were in Northcote today.
Oh, yes, I saw that.
And I was there at the time.
Were you at the mall?
Eyewitness.
Because there was like, I don't know. Let's be really generous and say 60, 70 demoers.
There's not many of them,
100 plus cops giving it a bit of, I want to punch the fuck out of something today because I've had enough. Right? And effectively, I've turned up toward the end of all of this, and they're all getting back on the buses, and they had fucking buses lined up for these coppers to come in on, and they're all sort of coming back on the buses, and I heard a copper saying to her boyfriends, and she was, I'm going to say it out loud, she was a lesbian. Shocked, I know. They let
I'm shocked.
In the police force now, and fuck, you couldn't have cut a bigger lesbian out of cardboard. I tell you what, she was like fucking the correct hair, the uniform hairstyle, the right round head, the fucking, you know. She said, well, that was all a bit fucked. I thought at least we'd get to whack some cunts. And I thought, right, I see why you joined the riot squad then. And she had a shield that had nothing on it. She's grumping along. And one of her boyfriends said, well, at least we achieved the mission objective of keeping the rioters out of the mall. So what they were there to do was basically stop the rioters, well, the demoers, and they looked like they wanted to try and riot it up, go into the mall and create havoc, because that would have been very awkward, policing-wise, to try and stop, you know, injury, damage, you know, pick your little old granny from your bomb-throwing hippie. That would have been tricky, and also would have been, you know, it would have been a prime time to start breaking shit. Northcote's been one of those places that has been very sedate in its compliance with your rules. So why was there a demo in Northcote? Well, basically because it's really easy to get to, and I got the impression that none
Not
of the people
precision.
at the demo, none of their stuff was going to get broken. It was only local people's stuff that was going to get broken. So that's what I think was happening. I have a feeling that was one of these ones that was set up on Facebook, and they were all supposed to turn up at such and such a time, which is why the cops turned up in numbers at the right time. We had 2 helicopters going around in a circle. If you've got 2 helicopters going around in a circle, you know it's on. It's
The
on.
ghetto birdies.
2.
That's what we call them in Reza.
What
And
then
don't talk to me. I'm on the bloody border. I'm on the bloody border of Keon Park. I'm not even in the Paris end. I'm in the bloody North end. You bloody got to be down the Paris end, right? I
Yeah.
constantly. They're constant.
I wasn't always there, darling. I was down by the lake, but
That's even
no,
more
we called
chaos.
it we called the
That's
choppers
the worst.
going overhead. We used to call them the ghetto birdies. Whirly birds,
I gotta
ghetto
remember that
birds.
Yeah.
Got to remember that one. That's a good one.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
remember being a young fella, and they had that forward-looking infrared.
Abigail's backstage, by the way.
G'day,
Oh,
Abigail.
okay. Sorry, I'm here. I'm just doing some stuff, and let's get isolation, Abigail.
Hello, hello,
Hello,
hello.
Abigail.
I have poured myself a very stiff drink, and
Isolation.
That's spirit.
thank you so
And
much
that's
to Kirsten for managing to get chocolate and cola delivered to my house while I'm in isolation.
Oh,
Hell
yeah,
yeah.
Kirsten.
The world is a beautiful place.
Good
Thank
show.
you so much.
Why are you in isolation, Abigail?
That is community spirit.
I got a. I
Very nobody.
So I'll set the scene. I was hanging out on Discord with Nettie, and we were watching Game of Thrones, and I had a phone call mid-episode from the person who does my cleaning. I get a cleaner from paid for by the NDIS to come once a week to help clean. And she rang me during this episode to tell me that her brother tested.
Abigail,
Who-
I think you've got
echoing?
an echo happening at your end. It only started when you
Not
came
me.
in. Okay.
Could it be
keep
me?
talking. I can do process of elimination, but it
Okay.
only started when you came
Sure, because nothing. I don't have speakers on. I don't have the other window open, so I don't know
Okay.
what's going on there.
I think
Shall
it's
I?
Sarah's
How about
end
that?
again. I don't want to make you self-conscious, Sarah.
Oh no. Anyway, so my cleaner, her brother, who she lives with, tested positive for COVID, and so she had to get tested herself and tell her clients, and then I have to get tested as a secondary contact, and yeah,
Self-isolate.
and self-isolate. Now, hopefully,
This is why we
'cause
should
the
be dropping
tests-
the boats.
the nuclear submarines, I assume you're talking about. Stop those boats.
Which boats?
The nuclear submarines from the US.
Nah, keep them
Oh,
going.
did you not see that in the news, Aidsy? That
No,
Scott Morrison has
I-
committed it to a few $100 billion worth of nuclear
Yeah.
submarines.
Now,
For a
so
while.
so I
I can't afford to
if you
commit
have
us
a
to
look
some
at each
modern
time
warfare.
that put in a report, there is no submarine, but the price goes up. And it's like,
Yeah.
you haven't even given us anything on paper, but the price has gone up. And
Mm.
it's like, yeah, but these things are expected. No, mate. No, they're not.
Not when we don't actually
So-
have
can
one.
can I just like get a bit of talking out,
Yeah.
and then I'll leave you to it. AD. Firstly, to Megalich, all of my symptoms of like all the chronic health conditions I have overlap with COVID. Like it's
fun.
ridiculous. Yeah. So, am I symptomatic? Who the fuck knows? Yeah, no, and no, yeah. So I get tested at the drop of a hat, like just to be sure. Secondly, I'm okay with nuclear submarines. The ones from the US have a particular type of reactor that uses highly enriched uranium, which is why they don't need to be refueled ever. Whereas the ones from France use a only slightly enriched uranium that have to be refueled every 7 years. Much safer, much safer. Not that the US has ever had a nuclear accident on one of their submarines. It's safer in terms of where that fuel is going, and the enrichment process is super expensive, and the maintenance of it, you know, it's enriched uranium. It's dangerous stuff. Thirdly, COVID testing is really quick nowadays. It's 12 to 24 hours. So hopefully I can go for a walk tomorrow with any luck.
Yeah, you'll know in a couple of days. You'll know in a couple of days where you're going.
Sarah, your hair is amazing. You don't need to touch it. It's fine.
I'll show it to you. Look at it.
I would
It's a mess.
jump at the chance to wake up next to that hair any day.
Oh, baby. Thank you.
By saying,
I'm a-
no, that's my
I
thing.
wouldn't say no to the chance.
That hair, I would kill for hair like that.
Music to my ears. Yep.
I would
I'm a
love
sexually
hair like that.
frustrated soul parent. So don't tempt me, because Fitzroy is not far away. All right.
Correct.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Right, just kidding, Joe.
Anyway,
Joke.
I don't even know if you. I don't know if you swing that way or not, but
Not really.
I
We
am
all love your
also-
I don't know what I'm
buddy.
doing. It's bloody lockdown, you know.
yeah,
I'm
I
not
hear.
Martha or
But
Martha.
my son is away at the
Me
moment
too.
for school holidays, so I'm here all by myself. You know, just like hint,
saying.
hint. Anytime, just saying. I give a good massage.
I'm putting my microphone up and
You're
making
in
a
isolation,
video.
darling.
Oh, I mean, I said, fuck. I'll get the vibrator out then. Oh.
You can do
Again.
something
TMI
funny.
again.
Silicon friends.
Yes. Okay. And I'm
Anyway,
good. I'm good. My rant is done. My everything I wanted to mention is done. I'm going to enjoy this lovely drink of scotch and Coke. I've got Nova, Starwood Nova. I had 2 drinks left, and this is one of them. And a big thank you to Kirsten for the Coke that was delivered to my door just now.
Cheers to Kirsten.
So, cheers. Thank
that
you,
was really
Kirsten.
nice.
You're
Yeah,
a
that's pretty
queen.
cool.
Kirsten, you are a legend.
Mm.
You're on mute.
And sing.
You're wearing
Sorry?
a mushroom top.
I'm talking to Angry.
Who? Angry's
You
recording a
Is that
video.
What's he
Angry's
doing?
recording a video.
Oh.
Nobody. Who's this friend with you
Care
here?
to introduce yourself, dude?
I'm somebody.
Nice.
I see what you did
He's
there.
the guy next to you, the drug pig.
Who?
The one that says AIDSy.
Yeah.
He's the drug pig.
I am
Yes.
indeed have been known. I have been known on occasion to imbibe the drug.
You don't need to-
Respect.
you don't need to shout into that mic, by the way.
Respect.
He dies
I
a
have been
lot.
super
I
sensitive. You
have
won't
been
need to shout
to,
into it.
have one
Not
or
into
two
that
drugs.
mic. No. That Mike will hear you fart in the next room.
Oh no.
See what I mean? I heard that.
Yeah.
That Mike is very
Oh,
sensitive.
no.
They can hear me fart. Mind you,
Kirsten, what do you mean can't have a Scotch and Coke when the whiskey is made in Australia? I can't imagine having a Scotch and Coke with any other whiskey, to be honest. Delicious, absolutely delicious.
Maybe the point
And
she's
hello,
making
somebody.
is that it's made here, so it's not actually Scotch, technically.
Oh yeah.
If you want to be pedantic.
Whiskey and cola, whiskey and Coke.
Abigail, I'm surprised you didn't pick up
What
on
do I-
that. You're our pedant.
I know. I'm the pedant.
I'm disappointed in you.
What do you call it then?
But obviously-
Australian?
Australian type Scotch whiskey. Australian.
It's not even. It's not
Scotch
even
style.
peaty like Scotch. It's just whiskey. Kirsten,
Yeah.
I
But not
support.
all
whiskey.
whiskeys are peaty.
I support pedantry, so much. I actually feel a bit embiggened having been corrected. So thank you.
Yeah, they're cool.
Very cromulent of you.
Yeah, I mean, but not all scotches have to be peaty. I mean, they rely very much upon the rocks that the water runs over to get to the main plant. So the stream that the distilleries sat upon runs over, I don't know, granity rocks or limestoney rocks or you know, various different kinds of rocks. And then, of course, if you want to coal up your grain so that it buds over a coal fire or a peat fire or a wood fire, that's going to change the flavour of it as well. But they don't always use peat to turn the buds, turn the grain into buds. So it doesn't always have to be peaty, but it can be definitely an Australian Scotch type whiskey.
So, Abesy,
Yeah.
did you finish your story about seeing the Wallies in Northcote?
Yeah. So effectively, what happened was
I haven't taken
the coppers turned up
saved the
in
video
port,
off my dash cam.
and they put themselves into some very cleverly,
Yeah.
I would have said, pre-thought out positions.
You have to show us all. Nobody.
So there's a big park out the back of the mall, and that is it's a well-known park in the area. It's very big. It's very, very popular for recreation. In a sunny day, you'll see stacks of people there, and they had obviously gathered there at any one of the number of well-known landmarks at the park. There's about, I'm just going to say, half a dozen very well-known landmarks. If you said gather at the duck pond, it'd be easy to find. Gather on the hill, it'd be easy to find. Gather at the gym, it'd be easy to find. Gather at the swings. You know what I'm saying? Gather at the dog off leash park and don't step on poo. So they would have gathered at one of these places and then would have marched toward, yelling and screaming without their masks on, toward the mall. So there's two entrances to the mall, and I don't know what I just knocked off, but it was very important, and I'll get it later. So there's two entrances to the mall, but the one they would have used goes past goes past one of the better Deganis in Melbourne, and it goes straight into the guts of the mall. And once you go in there, you have full access to them all. So the coppers put themselves strategically in a big bag around the park so that didn't matter which way these protesters went, they were going to run into a whole bunch of cops going, "What are you doing? Where's your mask? Do you want or not?" And the riot squad had a really easy time of basically going in a really lazy semicircle around this bag of coppers to stop them getting into the mall. And they only gave themselves one doorway to do it. So they crushed themselves into one way to go. So as it became obvious they weren't going to get in, they weren't going to go that way. They said, "Oh, well, we'll go off this other direction," which is irony of ironies, down the other side of the cop shop that is just off the park. And they had to go pretty much past the cop shop. And no one's going to play up near a cop shop. That would be a foolish thing to do. And it's going to be strange, right? You're going to think this is weird. No, I just go with me. There were cops in that cop shop, and they'd made themselves known by the time the demo people went past their cop shop. Now, the thing about the Northcote cop shop is that there's not always cops in the cop shop. They often actually shut the fucker down, and you press
it's one of those little ones.
Well, it's not. It's actually not. It's actually a sort of a medium-sized one, but every now and again they just go nah. But you press the button and go, "I have an emergency," and they will come and help you in about 20 minutes. But they have in Melbourne, their dispatching system is very odd. Yeah. I have a cop shop just down from me, down across the park. But across the road from me, and about 4 doors up from a T intersection, is a fire station. Yeah. And when the toast alarms go off in the flats that I live in, you've got to press the hush button in 27 seconds. Because if you don't press the hush button in 27 seconds, the main house alarm goes off. And it basically goes whoop, 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 and wakes everybody up. And I, being the caretaker, have the keys, and I race down and check out which alarm's going off, and then I race back up and find out which flat it is, and then I decide whether it's on fire or not. Because you can't just turn the alarm off going, "It's a toast alarm," and then have someone coming up and going, "I'm really actually very badly burnt," because that makes it very unpopular. No, go back inside. I'm actually on fire. No, go back inside. There's no alarm. No, really, please. And so one night when I wasn't there, they called the fire brigade, and I thought, how fucking embarrassing these guys are going to have to get all geared up and get in their BRT and then drive out of the driveway, down the road, turn right and stop, and then get out of the truck and then go hut, 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 and then knock on the door because they can't get in. They did that, and then they turned it off. And then one time when I was there, someone fucking rang the fire brigade, and I was in the process of turning everything off, and the fucking fire brigade turned up. And on both occasions, it wasn't the fire brigade that was the station house that was across the road. they were from other stations, and the dispatchers just dispatched the one that they thought was going to be the one that they thought was going to be more useful. And I thought, there's one just over there. I know they're there. I can see 3 BRTs there and the lights are there on. They're all there. But no, they didn't get dispatched. I have no fucking idea how they dispatch police or ambulances, ambuli, in this town, because basically it's never the one that's closest to you. The police that have come here almost never come from Northcote Police Station. They're usually from all over the place. We had one from Caulfield at one point, and I was going, what the fuck? We have a police person that I have his card here, and he does high-rise buildings. That's what he does, is he does high-rise tenement buildings. And I go, okay, he's the liaison for high-rise buildings, and he likes to liaise with people like me. And I just don't understand how that's efficient. I'm obviously not the logician making all this happen. But anyway, yeah, so I don't know where all these cops were from today. I know that
They were from everywhere.
Northcote, yeah, it was like every copper in Melbourne was there today.
No, they are, because what people were saying in chat, the cops have infiltrated the Telegram chats that these fucking morons are talking on, and they all go, secret encrypted message to everyone, meet here. And the cops are on the same message list and go, okay, that's where they're going next. And so every cop shows up there.
They did.
And,
they really did.
Sorry,
I was
Laura.
explaining to everyone how they had them bagged up before anything happened, and how they had to march them past the actual cop shop, which was embarrassing for the demo people. Yeah. That's the only way they could get out of the park, was to march past the police station, which was hilarious.
I'm waiting to see how many of them actually get imprisoned. At a certain point, I think the cops are just going to be
agreed,
presenting and saying, keep this fucker without bail. And I think judges are going to be more and more receptive to the idea of keeping these pricks on remand without bail.
They're bioterrorists.
Yeah.
Well, there were arrests today. There were quite a few arrests.
In the last week, there's been nigh on 1,000 arrests. Hi, Laura.
Hello.
Hey, Laura. Hey,
looking fabulous and lemony yellow today. I like that.
It's actually a mustard yellow. It's just the light is a bit.
Okay, the light makes it look lemony.
Lovely and summery.
Well,
and I think
either way, you're looking good, Laura.
Even though, you know.
The nice thing is, mustard is kind of more autumn, which is where we're going now.
I was going to say,
you're going into autumn.
We're not in summer yet.
No, we're moving in.
But
Also,
coming into autumn.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I just wanted to say, I see Joanna in the chat. Hello. I've been out for 10 minutes making a little video, so I just wanted to say hello.
Oh, God. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
While I was listening in, there were two little things that popped through my head. The first one was about fires. And so my housing association, because I live in a block of flats, they had a great idea about putting a new, smoke detector, heat detector thing. Yeah. And they went and put the heat detector. Oh, by the way, and they used an industrial one, which is like the kind of thing you'd have an industrial unit where it's usually not very hot. And in order to go off, they have to be quite sensitive. So they've got a really sensitive one above the cooker.
Ooh, that's not where you put heat sensors.
It's like up and behind, so it's like there. It's about maybe 2 meters behind where you stand. But either way, hot air rises. So if I boil the kettle twice, it will go off. It's that sensitive.
Yeah, that's bad. I worked in insurance, and we would tell people about smoke detectors and whatnot. He goes, you don't have one in the kitchen. You can't have one in the kitchen. That's a bad idea.
Yeah, so they're just going to put a heat detector in a room that gets hot.
Yeah.
And not only that, I'm fortunate because I'm tall. I can actually reach the ceiling to press the button to cancel it. But
Okay.
imagine if you weren't, and every time you cook meals. I mean, I've had the microwave on for like 8 minutes or something, opened up and it's all steamy, and then a couple of moments later, the smoke detector, the alarm goes off. So imagine what it's like if you're a little old lady who's like, 5 foot nothing.
You just get the broomstick. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Just a practical tip for
I have sprinklers in my building. You know, the ones that have the little thing that melts and then deposits like gallons and gallons of water per second onto all your valuables. I have one of those in every room in the house, including my kitchen, which scares the bejesus out of me because I'm not a great cook. I mean, I can cook and I have some okay recipes, but I'm not the best cook. And my son tries to cook every now and then while I'm asleep. And he likes to like cook bacon, which is fine. He can cook, but that sprinkler will destroy everything I own.
Yes.
And it's not just thousands of dollars worth of IT equipment. It's thousands of dollars of magic cards, hundreds of dollars worth of 3D printing stuff, old like 20, 30-year-old role-playing books. Yeah.
I
That
had
was some.
Be comforted with the fact that those sprinkly, breaky, bulby sprinkler things need actual naked flame to activate. You actually need a naked flame to hit them. And the idea is that when you get flashover flame, which is how you get buildings burning down, flame starts, say, down low near your cooker or your power point or power outlet for our friends overseas, down at your skirting board. That's where your fire starts. Then the gases rise and rise and rise up to the ceiling and get caught in the ceiling. And then eventually they get enough oxygen and temperature with them so that then they flash over and all of a sudden bust. And then all of a sudden you've got a room full of fire. And that's what does the damage to the structure and does the damage to the humans. For example, in aircraft accidents, the main cause of casualties is the fire, not the crash. It's the fire.
I thought it was the smoke.
That's what I mean. The smoke, and the fire. The actual hit, the actual hit on the ground is, and remember these things are going very, very quickly, and we're supposed to going in the air and not on the ground, and weren't supposed to be running into trees or buildings, and all of a sudden they're on the ground, going very quickly and scraping and burning and not good. The fire causes lots of smoke. The smoke causes flashover. The flashover causes more smoke. And then all of a sudden you've got no oxygen, lots of smoke, and people are in trouble. So those sprinklers are designed to be activated when they get touched by naked flame, which means there's a flashover situation going on, and they'll sprinkle. And the idea is that they will take out the gaseous mixing of the flashover flame. It's your first ditch attempt to stopping the spread of the fire. So if you can get in there quick enough with an extinguisher or a fire hose, you can stop the rest of the building going up. And that's the idea of those sprinklers. Yes, I've got one sitting above me saying hi. All of your electronic gear stuffed, buddy. And I've got one in my bathroom saying, don't sit there for too long because you know what's coming.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, if it makes me feel better now, thank you. But the sprinkler is on the other side of the kitchen, away from the cooking area, which is good.
Which is where it should be, yeah.
Which is where it should be. But what really freaked me out about it was the time that when I first moved in here, I had a friend who needed a place, so I let him stay in what was the spare room at the time. It's now Will's room, for about a month, and I saw him hanging up his like shirts and stuff on those sprinklers.
No.
I'm like, no.
What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, that's a big fat no.
Thing on them.
I have seen a smart ass frat boy flick one with his finger, and when one of them goes off, all the ones connected to that line all smash at once, because the idea is pressure change. Pressure change one, it smashes, but also it basically means the pressure in the other ones changes, and it goes low for a second, which basically stops the if you look at them, they're like a cylinder and they come down to a point. And if you take the pressure top, it'll fall sideways a little bit and the point will flick out. And as soon as that point flicks out, you've got water coming out of that pipe. So all along on that line, as one goes, they all go. And so this smart-ass frat boy flicked out one of these things, and like 50 of these things went off all at once. And he thought he'd make such a hilarious practical joke until they from Mitchell College for 3 years.
Look, you can always tell when either someone has set off the sprinklers or just like hung their laundry, because we had signs everywhere at one point because people kept doing it, hanging their stuff on those sprinklers. But you could see just water like gushing out of apartments.
Yes.
And it's not just you who's fucked, but it's like the people below you are fucked. It gets down into the next, it'll ruin stuff on the people below you, and maybe even the next floor below that as well. It's
guess what? For more fun and hijinks, the water in those sprinklers, the water in your taps, right, moves because you turn your tap on and it comes out of the tap and it goes and you drink it, or it goes down the sink, or you use it for your washing. But it moves around the system, right? It's constantly going from the filtration and chemical center to your pipes to you, and then moving. It's constantly in motion and renewing and refreshing itself. The water in the hydrant system sits there and stays there and doesn't move. It's under pressure, but it doesn't move. It's just sitting there. It can be sitting there for up to 50 years. And I say up to 50. I only say up to 50 because that's when the last big change in hydro sprinkling changed, was 50 years ago. So if there's no fires for 50 years, it's been sitting there for 50 years. So when they go, the water that's been sitting there has been quietly picking up bacteria and rust and nastiness for 50 years. And when it goes, the smell of that stuff, and believe me, the smell is something special, because I've had to walk in there with a relative of mine who may have fathered me to fix up these sprinklers after they've gone off. And
a relative.
The smell is something special. It is.
It is.
How do animals go in there and die? How is that possible? It's water. How did fish find their way in? And not
my experience with bad water was the last time I was living in an apartment building, and I was on the ground floor, and I would notice sometimes when I was in the shower, the drain in the shower had a slight tendency to back up and then it would go down. I didn't think that much of it. This was like 15, 16 years ago, so the Angry Offspring were quite young at this point. And one day I'm sitting there, I'm at the computer, and young Mr. Angry comes out. He's like 5 or 6 years old, and he goes, "Daddy, there's water coming up out of the bathroom." And I went, "That's okay, buddy. That happens. Just don't worry about it." And he looked at me dubiously and went, "Okay." And then I went, "Wait, okay, matey, where was the water that you saw?" And he said, "Oh, coming down the hallway." And I went, "Okay."
Oh. That's not cool.
I went up, and the drains had backed up and water was just flowing out, and it was coming down the hallway. And it was a weekend, so I called an emergency plumber. And what turns out is the way the plumbing worked in this fucking apartment building is all the shit everyone let go down their drains would coalesce at the bottom floor and form a blockage. And then when it totally blocked it, it backed up through my, and so it was sewage. It was sewage that was coming up through me. And
lovely.
So plumbers came and they had it was gross.
It's like the fatbergs of London's sewage system.
So there was an outdoor bit where they had to dig up the pipes and dig out all the blockages, and it was gross and literally smelled like shit because that's what it was. But also because it had got up the drains and come down the hall, and it had saturated the carpets in my place. The plumber said, "What we need to do now is basically we need to get these industrial fans in here to dry out your carpets. Otherwise, they will be the most horrific manky things in history." And there was this whole thing. And I was just thinking, fucking hell, if we had been out, like if we had decided to go out for the day, this water would have just come down the hall and all my computer equipment, it just would have got into the power boards and shit, and it would have blown everything. It would have fucked my life, basically. And it just happened that I was at home. And it was the most hilarious thing. 5-year-old comes out and goes, "Daddy, what is coming out of the bathroom?" And I went, "No, mate, it's fine. It does that." And just the way he looked at me and went, "Okay."
Yeah. I reckon.
Sorry, go on.
I reckon that if my sprinklers ever go off, and I've been here for about 10, 11 years, they've never gone off, thank goodness.
Yeah.
But if they did, despite the smell, because my whole life is in this lounge room.
Yeah.
Like, I think I would just do a Scruffy from Futurama and just like lay down and just like, I'm gonna die how I lived.
Scruffy's gonna die the way he lived.
Yep. And just drown, because what do I do without a computer? That's, what do I do without
It's the stuff on the hard drives that matters most for me.
Yeah. Safa's asking how old was this apartment building? I think it was like 60s. But the funniest thing, it was the weirdest design.
60s.
Yeah, it was only 3 stories, but it was really long. And so when you went out the door of my apartment, there was this freakishly long hallway that was like from The Shining or something. And it was it was very creepy. It was a very creepy building. I only lived in it for a year.
I want to give a big thank you to Kirsten for these peanut M&Ms.
Oh, hell yeah.
Which she helped.
Yum.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
You know, isolation. If I'd have known you were in isolation, and I didn't because I was too busy having my own issues, I would have come and bitten the bullet and become isolated with you. And I don't know what shenanigans we might have gotten up to. I don't know. We could have played Risk.
I imagine it involves Abigail throwing buckets of water at you, telling you to go away. That's what I think would have happened. If you showed up,
and I know certain chemicals you can put in the buckets of water to make them all sort of gooey. and kind of this,
Fun.
Bad man.
you know,
80
and-
bad man.
80. Boink. Off to horny jail for you.
Oh, yes. Yes. Bonk off the horny jail. Yeah.
Is there a horny jail?
There is such a place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Off to horny jail for you.
Many people get to go.
I spend a lot of time in horny jail.
Do many people get to go to horny jail because if there's an entrance requirement, I'm very good at that.
It's an internet meme that involves that Japanese dog. What's that breed?
It's
Anyway,
not Doge.
no, it's
There's
not
visuals
Doge, but
to
it's
go with it.
it's usually
look
that
this up.
Japanese breed of dog, and it's got one like hitting another one over the nose with a baseball bat, goes saying "boink off to horny jail with
Off
you."
to horny jail. Yeah.
I don't know why.
It's a horny jail.
Okay.
I don't know why, but for some reason I've kind of got this weird picture in my head of AZ being like Brian, the dog off of Family Guy.
Family Guy.
Yeah.
It's like, but a feral dog. Easily
A
distracted.
feral version of Brian.
I didn't have that image until you mentioned it, Laura, but now I do.
Yeah.
I can see it.
I can picture
I have
that
to
very
say,
clearly.
Laura,
If Brian
loving the
has been-
outfit.
The
Grey and
thing
yellow. Lovely.
Oh, thank you. The thing that's funny about Family Guy, that Brian, the dog in Family Guy, is how you kind of forget that he's a dog sometimes until they remind you by, by sort of distraction. Like, do you want to play with the ball? Yes, I want to play with the ball. Really? Do you want to play with the ball? And then and runs off, and it's like you didn't throw the ball, comes back and says, you didn't throw the ball, did you?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And it's like sometimes you have to be
You
reminded.
forget 80s sometimes until he says something like, hey, if I'd have known isolation, Abigail was in isolation, I would have helped her being in isolation. Is that what you're trying to say? Is that where you're going with that, Laura?
Basically, it's my favorite thing with Brian the dog. There was one thing where like Quagmire, who's the awful character in Family Guy, doesn't like Brian, and Brian wants people to like him. And it's this whole thing like, Quagmire, why don't you like me? Let's be friends. I want to be liked. And Quagmire just says, you're fucking awful. You want to Peter's your best friend, but you want to fuck his wife and all. And he just rattles off all this stuff that says Brian, the character, is awful. And to me, that episode felt like all the writers sat around one day and went, do you realize Brian's the worst character in the show? We all pretend Quagmire's the worst character, but Brian's actually the worst. And so they had this whole thing where they just laid out some truth. And it's almost like unconsciously they had turned Brian into the worst character in the show. And he was meant to be sympathetic, but he's actually awful. And it's just like...
See, I'm not sure I
Brian-
agree. I think the worst person character in there is the old man.
Oh, you just say that because he's a pedophile, okay?
Yeah.
And
Right.
when
Just a trivial matter, that. Trivial that.
when will the pedophiles catch a break? Is what I'm saying. And someone's
That brings to mind a really bad joke.
That's when they can catch a break. That's probably poorly worded.
I'm just waiting for someone to take that clip out of context. It's just like,
That's exactly what I was just thinking.
Yeah.
Someone's
I'll
going to
make
do
it
it.
worse for you. I'll make
I
it
did
worse
on
for you.
purpose. I did it on purpose. That's right.
I will make it worse.
Good. Make it worse.
Yes, I'll make it worse. You can say what you like about pedophiles, but at least they drive slow in school zones.
Yeah. Yes.
There you
Okay.
There you go. I made it worse.
That's,
Yeah. You
Thank
just
you,
reminded
nobody.
me. There was a stand-up
Much worse.
comedian. A stand-up comedian I saw once. He did this thing like he went, "Say what you will about Hitler," and you thought he's going to say something awful, and he paused and went, "No, literally, say what you will about Hitler. That guy was fucked."
I just want to spoil everyone else's evening by showing you something that I've just found, which just annoys the hell out of me.
Okay.
It annoys the hell out of everybody else. So I just got an eBay package, Star Trek Star Trek: The Slow Motion Picture on Blu-ray.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Abigail
nice.
starts
Okay.
paying attention.
But
Yeah, suddenly Abigail's all in.
look at
Yeah.
the fucking disc. Hang on, look. Can you see all the grease mark? Hang on,
Oh.
hang on. Give me a sec. I'll try the autofocus. Can you see how it's got a load of bloody marks on it?
Yeah, I can see some.
Girth
Summer.
scratches. Sorry, I'm pointing at all.
Yeah.
So
You see it? And it's like, oh, you bastard.
is it the director's cut?
Oh god, is that even longer?
It's longer, but it's more watchable. It makes more sense.
I don't know. It's the special features one.
Okay, that could be it. But there's another version. Someone did a fan edit of motion picture set to the music of Tron Legacy by
Oh my god! Yes,
and
Daft
it's
Punk.
fucking rocks. By
You know-
Daft Punk. And I'm looking it up because you'll want to watch it. It's
Yeah.
about 20-30 minutes long.
Yeah,
Um
yeah. It's like Tron Legacy is very flawed, but has some very good stuff in it.
I
Not
really
least the
like
Daft Punk
Tron.
soundtrack. And there's one bit where you're in that nightclub where they're all doing this stuff, and that's a very good scene. And Daft Punk are actually there in their gear, and I'm going, well, that's just perfect because we know Daft Punk are from cyberspace, basically.
yes. So I posted a link in the private chat
Yeah.
for it's called Star Trek Legacy. You can just
Yeah.
watch it on it's on Vimeo, Vimeo, whatever you want to call it. It's
I can
22
paste-
minutes.
Okay, I can
And
paste it in the main chat.
Recommend it for anyone who likes Daft Punk, Tron, or Star Trek. It's and it's really cool, and it tells the story, and there's hardly any dialogue, and it just
I have
it rocks.
political,
But the director's
problems
cut of
with
motion
video.
picture is much better than the theatrical
Okay.
release.
I've heard the
But,
director's cut of David Lynch's Dune is better as well.
There's also a fan edit. You're correct, but because he's not called Alan Smithy in that one. He's just David Lynch. But there's a fan edit that's more true to the novel,
Okay.
including the ridiculousness, of the white savior concept, which was done on
Yeah.
purpose to satire,
Yeah.
satire,
Satirize.
but also but also the ambiguity of whether Paul Atreides is actually the Kwisatz Haderach, which apparently, because we're just reading it now, because
Yeah.
Dune Club is a thing.
Yeah.
Apparently, there was some ambiguity to it. So
Okay. Okay. I just rewatched
yeah.
the David Lynch Dune because I saw it on one of the streaming services I was on. I thought I need to rewatch it. And the first bad thing, which I think was outside of David Lynch's control, is you keep hearing the characters' thoughts as voiceover, which is bad. That's bad. But by far the worst bit of the whole movie is one bit with poor bloody Kyle MacLachlan's in bed having a nightmare. And David Lynch has to own this because this was shot and recorded. He's lying in bed going, Dune, desert, war. And it's just like, oh, for fuck's sake. This is the worst thing I've ever seen in a film.
wasn't it like the second or third movie he'd made at that point?
And
After
honestly,
Eraserhead?
okay, I'm just going to throw it out there. David Lynch, his film oeuvre is broadly pretty fucking shit. I'm a big fan of Blue Velvet. I'm a big fan of season 1 of Twin Peaks, which is TV, not film. I like Mulholland Drive, but I think virtually every other film he made was fucking shit.
Which
that one with Nick- Mulholland Drive is a great Hollywood thing that has a lesbian sex scene that I watched with my mother. Do you know where you do that thing where you're watching a movie and I think this is a good movie, Mum, and you're sitting there watching it and there's a lesbian sex scene and you're going, oh, fucking hell.
Damn. Don't look away. Don't make eye contact. Don't move.
You're white knuckling it. You're white knuckling it through it like it'll be over soon. It'll be over soon.
That is the most awkward thing. Oh my gosh.
It was bad.
At the best of times watching
any sex scene with your parents in the same room.
Oh yeah.
I was about to say that same thing. Abigail. I was like, it's one of those things you don't watch with your parents.
It's
just awkward, uncomfortable.
But you're sort of stuck when you're younger.
Maybe the parents don't want to be there either.
Yeah, there was my favorite news site, The Onion, that seems less satirical and more real as every day goes by.
Somebody thinks you're doing something else.
They have an old one where the headline was "Family decides to white knuckle it through sex scene on movie night," and the whole thing was the family are watching just a PG rated film, and they're all caught by surprise that there's a low level sex scene in it, and it's like young under 14-year-old kids and both parents watching it, and it's like the unspoken agreement with the whole family is no one acknowledged there's a sex scene on the TV at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
I suppose it registers probably a lot about me more than anyone else. But when you're watching a sex scene with my folks, you can't really watch the sex scene for the commentary coming from them.
And I know AIDS's folks. I know the sort of commentary that would come if we were sitting there watching a movie and a sex scene came on. I know that sort of stuff that happens.
You hear stuff like, they've got 2 sheets on there. There's a sheet between the pair of them there. What's going on? How are they going to stick anything anywhere? Then you get things like, you'd never get it in from that angle. No, not unless you were grabbing hold of the chandeliers and jumped. And and it's like I was just trying to, and then you get stuff like, what's this music? Are they playing this music, or is this a soundtrack thing? It's got to be a soundtrack thing. You'd never had that on the bloody stereo. This would be a time for
So that's what they do. They just talk their way through it and completely ruin the entire vibe.
They criticize the sex.
They criticize it.
Criticize the technique. Criticize the technique.
It's bloody shocking. The best call they made was there was some kind of European la 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 soundtrack going on, and my mother said, bloody hell, the Angels be better than this. Am I ever going to see your face again? Because they were doing it doggy style.
And they just reminded me.
Watch the rest of the
There's a meme doing the rounds.
Summer of '69.
There's a meme doing the rounds at the moment of this bunch of dudes that a bunch of people think are actually cops at a rally, because there's these guys with crew cuts and they're wearing cargo shorts and pastel shirts and they've all got the same haircut, and people are going, they're cops, they're definitely cops, and everyone's going, are they cops, are they cops? But one woman commented, I don't care if they're cops, I just looked at that photo, just dry rubbed my left labial lip for 2 minutes, then asked me if I came. And it was
that's graphic. That is graphic.
It was pretty graphic, I know.
That was genius. That was a genius call. I shall have to remember that. Dry rub baby.
By the way, good news is I've used my special rag to clean that disc, and now it's fine.
Good
I'm
segue.
glad you did special
Good
rag, boy,
segue.
and I'm glad
yeah.
you put that into context.
That rag is filthy now.
That's not a wankerchief, I hope.
No,
My home monitor's got a windscreen wiper on it.
this.
Oh my god.
Look, the clothes drawers at the end of my bed have windscreen wipers.
This is not getting better.
I know. We are very
so good
bad.
about it.
We are collectively very bad people.
We are absolute filth.
And Stella isn't even here yet.
I know. How much worse would we be if Stella was here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there'd be no saving us.
So
We've all got a thing for Stella. Yeah, right.
So this here, it's actually a bit of technology stuff. My dad makes jet fighters, or fighter jets even, and so they use this to polish the canopies, because if you get a scratch in one of those, it's a bit pricey, to say the least. But it's brilliant for doing discs with scratches on. I've had discs that have been scratched to hell, and I've given it a good wipe with this. Bit of spit as well helps, and it's got it polished up quite nice. So and the other thing is, the good part is that the other disc, the other thing that I bought was also a Star Trek thing, and it's the Wrath of Khan: Search for Spock and Voyage Home.
Okay, Wrath of Khan is probably the best of the movies. I freaking love that movie. That is a really good movie.
For me, it's second because I prefer First Contact. But yes, I'm in agreement.
It's pretty close.
I think there's only 3 good movies from that original cast. It's Wrath of Khan, First Contact, and The Undiscovered Country. And possibly the reason I love The Undiscovered Country is Christopher Plummer as a Klingon shouting Shakespeare as they go, "Let loose the dogs of war." Like,
yep.
Possibly I forgave everything else in the film just because Christopher Plummer going into battle as a Klingon says, "Cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war." Because there was that great line in The Banquet when he talked about how that Shakespeare was better in the original Klingon, which was a none too subtle reference to the Soviet Union did some very fucking weird propaganda at one point where they claimed the works of Shakespeare were actually the work of a Russian. And it was just like, okay, you dudes are fucking weird. What is that?
Yeah. And I must admit, one of the best bits is the opening scene with Praxis blowing up, and it's "Turn her into the waves," says Sulu, and
Captain Sulu.
Yeah.
I actually did. I did a video sort of as a spoof of that, because the thing is, when the shockwaves coming to,
I hasn't addressed it to you, but it just seems like a you question.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'll get to it. I did a video because Mrs. Angry had a Star Trek uniform that she had for a fancy dress, and I just had to use it for a video. So I'm sitting in this chair because it was the bit that cracked me up is Sulu, when the shockwaves coming to them, he looks at it and goes, "Shields!" It's like, if I was the dude who was responsible for shields, no one would have to tell me to turn the shields on when that was coming. And so I did this spoof video where I'm sitting in this chair in this white background going and wearing a Star Trek uniform. Shields, really? You think I should put the shields on because a shockwave's coming, which will definitely kill me, and I could just push one button, which makes sure I don't die. But you think you have to tell me to do that? And then I did the old Star Trek rock. Sorry, shields. Okay, shields are on now.
From the Next Generation series onwards, they had a ship shake level, and it was basically like a 1 to 10.
Yeah,
and it's like ship shake level 3, and so that would just be like a bit of rumbling around. Whereas number 7 is like holding on to stuff and people falling over. But also, one of the other Star Trek things that a lot of people don't realize, because one of the questions is, why don't they have seat belts on the ship? And the answer is really simple, because they're made out of explosive materials, the consoles, and they're designed to, like, you get hit by a photon torpedo, they just explode in your face. And do you really want to be attached to something that's going to be exploding in your face?
I do
Yes.
like the seatbelts they had in the reboot movies, because I know some pure Trekkies don't like the reboot movies, but I really enjoy them. But they have seatbelts. When shit goes south, these automatic seatbelts go chicka 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 and lock everyone in their seats. But Sarpa, you're talking about watching it chronologically. If you want to, and Mrs. Angry actually did this with her offspring, there is a website that tells you in the chronology of the Star Trek universe where the episodes go, and they actually watched the episodes in the chronology of the Star Trek universe. So that meant watching Enterprise first, the original series second, and then you get into Next Gen, but there's some crossover between Next Gen and Deep Space Nine, and then some crossover with Voyager as well. But there's a website that actually tells you in terms of star date when the episodes happen. So if you want to, you can actually watch the episodes in the chronology of the star date that they equate to.
The star dates didn't make a lot of sense anyway. And they kind of made them up.
Yeah.
But in Next Gen, they actually used the season of like which season it was of the show, and incorporated that into
it was basically
something like that.
It started off as 4-1, so it was the 24th century season 1.
Yes.
Yeah.
For example, my favorite episode, I think, out of all of them, which was Cause and Effect, which is the one where they get stuck in the time loop.
That's a great one, yeah.
Like Star Trek 45652.1. So that's, season 4, 24th century, season 5, and somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Of the pre-streaming service Star Treks, my favorite is Deep Space Nine. I think it has the most depth. But again, potentially upsetting old school Star Trek fans, I prefer both Disco and Picard to anything that came before them, because I think there's better storytelling and it's better put together. And that's just personal taste is personal taste, and I completely understand people disagreeing, but I prefer Disco and Picard to anything that came before.
My
argument about this is that it was very formulated, the original series. It's like, okay, there's a problem on a planet. The Enterprise turn up, they deal with whatever's going wrong, and then they end with a joke at Spock's expense.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the whole thing, really, isn't it?
There was a reference in the third reboot movie, Chris Pine being Kirk, saying, I feel like my life's just become repetitive and episodic. And I actually thought that was hilarious. That was a great...
They did that on purpose. That was an intentional callback.
No, it was definitely intentional, and I thought it was hilarious. AZ, what were you going to say about the Treks?
Oh, I was going to say the part of the Cisco and Picard argument for better storytelling was I was always led with the impression that those series had the better budgets as well.
Probably true. Yeah.
They because they knew by that time that they had a fairly decent fan base, that they weren't going to offend the sponsors, that they had really... I mean, because they signed up the Next Gen folks for like 5 and 6 years at a time. They had a pretty solid basis with which to work, and they went for 9. Was it 9 seasons? Next Gen?
7
Dude,
seasons of a grueling schedule every season.
Yeah. I'm going to have to, and again, please, any copyright police that are watching this stream, please don't pay attention to the next thing I'm going to say, but I'm going to have to share my Amazon Prime Video password with you, AZ, so you can watch it, because then you get to watch 2 things. You get to watch the Picard series, which came out last year, and also the animated series Below Decks, which is fucking brilliant. It is so good.
Yeah.
It's like animated with the sense, and as Abigail said, the person who developed it is one of the people who developed Rick and Morty. So it's got a Rick and Morty sensibility, but it stays completely true to Star Trek at the same time. It's fucking great. It is so good.
Yeah,
and because
Below Decks. Okay.
They don't talk like
Lower
Star
Decks.
Trek. Lower Decks. Yeah. They don't talk like Star Trek people. They don't sort of make big proclamations and whatnot. They just talk in this rapid fire animated comedy way, but at the same time stay totally true to Star Trek. It's amazing. It's really good.
Yeah.
And what are we talking about? Really, the life and times of the ratings and the lower
Below Decks.
It's basically
Lower Decks.
Lower Decks.
It's all the ensigns who do the shit work on a ship.
Okay.
So it's a naval term. The lower decks were the ensigns and the shit kickers, you know, and it's the same in Star Trek. Their bunks are in a corridor. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Sorry, I just noticed Chris in the chat. I didn't know you were there, Chris. Hi, Chris. Chris, I'm sorry. You're meant to be for freedom, Chris, but you're calling the copyright police on me, and it's just like.
There was also an episode of Star Trek Next Generation called Lower Decks, which showcased 4 ensigns. It was season 6, I think.
Yeah.
Season 6 or 7. And it was a great episode. And it only had the bridge crew as like
faceless people.
They were just like side characters in this episode. It was a great episode.
There was, without giving away too much, there was a really funny episode in the most recent, the current season of Lower Decks, where a bridge crew person who had died but reappeared, and the Lower Decks guy who said, "He died saving me. Why is he back?" And everyone else in Lower Decks is going, "Bridge crew always come back." It's like, we think they're dead, but they go, it's just the thing bridge crew do. And this guy is determined to search it. But it was this great thing about, you know, and it's taking the piss out of dramatic things that make it look like a main character's dead, but they're not really and come back. And only one of the Lower Decks guys going, "But why did he come back?" And the rest of Lower Decks are like, bridge crew always come back. It's just the thing. They just come back.
I just looked it up, Abigail. It was a season 7, episode number 15.
Season 7, okay. Because it featured a Cardassian subplot as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
with Ensign Sito, and if you remember, she was one of the display team. Sort of lied and had the old Robert Patrick McNeil in there, which
who was supposed to be in Voyager.
Yeah, but for some reason, from what I understand, what happened with that? So, effectively, you had what would become Tom Paris character in a Star Trek early Next Generation episode, where Crusher, young, I've forgotten his first name.
Wesley Crusher.
So Wesley Crusher was in a display team, and the leader of it, which is the guy who plays Tom Paris in Voyager, basically persuades them to do this really dangerous thing they shouldn't be doing.
Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Also, what was I just love Chris in the chat is finally balancing the two truths of American life: freedom and over policing. So I applaud you, Chris, with doing the cognitive dissonance balance of America means both freedom and over policing. Sorry, Laura, you were illuminating us on something.
Yeah. So what happened was they had this episode, and Tom Paris' character, or the guy who was going to play Tom Paris later. So they ended up, doing this display. Someone got killed, and they kind of lied to cover it up, and eventually it got exposed. And it's like, and of course, the most important thing in that episode was where Patrick Stewart is pissed off at Wesley, and he says the first duty of every officer is to the truth, whether it's scientific truth or philosophical truth or personal truth. And that's a great thing to consider all the time. I go on that.
I'd like to go on that one, but I tend to find the truth gets me in trouble too much.
Yeah. But what is truth? It's just, is this unchanging law? We both have truths. Are mine the same as yours? Sorry, did anyone get that reference?
That sounds like a song lyric.
That is Jesus Christ Superstar, which I heard approximately 1,000 times when Jesus is in front of Pontius Pilate and said, I look for truth and find that I get damned. And Pontius Pilate responds, but what is truth? It's this unchanging law. I look for truth. Is mine the same as yours? And Jesus Christ Superstar lyrics go through my head on the regular because I heard it a million times growing up.
Jesus Christ Superstar is my second favorite musical, believe it or not.
What's your first
despite
favorite?
Me being an atheist. War of the Worlds, Jeff Wayne.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I actually saw John Farnham and
John English?
Jesus Christ, John English and Kate Sobrano doing that at the newly built tennis center. When I was young, it was great.
I just want to finish.
Shout out to Les Mis, of course.
Yeah, we completely interrupted you, Laura. Laura, finish your story.
Yeah, I mean, we can go into that in a moment because I've got something to add to that as well, of course, because I've always got an opinion on it. I've got an opinion on pretty much everything.
Yes.
I'm fair like that. Anyway, so when they started looking to build Voyager, and they're basically working on a cookie cutter crew thing because that's what they do. Star Trek has got a cookie cutter for their characters. So for example, there's always the ladies' man. There's always the person warring between their two sides. Etc. There's the straight man. So what happened was it's like, this Nick character from Next Generation, and he's like he'd been disgraced and he's gone and joined the Marquis.
Yes.
And he gets into trouble and ends up in prison, kind of thing. That's a really good, we're gonna use that. Oh, we've got a problem. We didn't write the episode, so therefore, if we use that character, use his name, we've got to pay them royalties for 7 years, assuming that they run it for 7 years. Yeah. So what they did was they just changed the name and made him Tom Paris and sort of tweaked things a little bit.
Yeah.
So it's literally the same character. They just had to tweak it so they didn't have to pay up.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And when it comes to truth,
yes.
So I have had dealings with people who like to sort of, talk about religion and stuff like that. The great debate community, as it were. And there's some. Have you ever heard of something called presuppositional apologetics?
I have not heard of that. What is that?
It's bloody rubbish and awful. So it's basically what it comes down to is this. Okay, so I'm going to be the Christian in this regard. My God answers everything. My God is necessary. I'm going to start that my God exists. That's the presupposition. That my God is all-powerful and, created the universe, life, the universe, and everything, including the laws of philosophy, right?
Yeah.
You can't even use the law of philosophy unless you buy into my belief that that by using the philosophical constants, the law of excluded middle, law of identity, and what was the other one I've forgotten? Non-contradiction. So, in order for you to make sense of the universe, you have to buy into my God, which means that I win.
Okay. Yep.
The problem is, it's rubbish.
Yeah.
Because you can use any belief to justify this, as a primary foundation for that belief. Because
if you are going to start heaping shit on the flying spaghetti monster, Laura, I am coming over there with my big fucking stick and my big fucking very angry religious ire and giving you over my knee, Laura.
And on a completely different topic,
monster is the shit when it comes to presuppositional apologetics.
On a completely different topic, I just like showing off. There's a huge chunk of ice, and I think you can see it. It's not completely invisible.
You can.
But it's my beautiful clear ice, which is sexy, and I want to have sex with it. So, but I'm just going to drink water. So,
well, you should. I will watch that. I will watch you maintain an erection while you're having it off with an ice cube.
I think that's a very specific fetish. Yeah, the old ice thing.
I will film that for you.
Yeah. And I think we'd make money on OnlyFans. We have an OnlyFans of sticking your dick in ice cubes, and we'd make money.
That sounds painful. I wouldn't want to try that.
You get a drill. Come on.
There's ice cubes
a nice
and
tiny
donuts,
little bite.
on the other hand, can be a thing.
This is an actual Bible.
What? Sorry, okay, nobody first. What are you showing me?
This is a Bible.
Oh, that's a Bible. Cool.
It's actually got it. It actually has the. I mean, you won't be able to see it on the camera, but it's actually.
Wow.
Got the whole
I can't
text
read
in
it.
there.
I can't read it, but it actually is a Bible.
There's a new lady in the middle.
Kirsten's comment about the
seen
flying
those.
spaghetti monster is great.
You reminded me
My
of mother.
favorite version of the Bible is the Skeptics Annotated Bible online. It points out all the contradictions and all the genocide and murder.
If you take
and
the
rape
Bible
and-
literally or as completely inerrant, you will, you're going to come unstuck pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Because
I always remember Ned
it's a
Flanders
series
when
of
things were
accounts.
going wrong for Ned Flanders, and he's complaining to God, "Why are you giving me such a hard time?" He's going, "I followed everything in the Bible, even the parts that contradicted the other parts."
Yeah, you can't take it all literally. There's so many metaphors and parables and things like that, and it's never meant to be taken that way. The authors know.
What's the point?
What's hilarious about it, though, is that the Bible literalism thing didn't kick in until the 1800s.
Yeah.
And this was something by Ellen G. White, who was a Seventh-day Adventist, rather. And
What was
basically,
Third-day Adventist be?
Third day.
yeah.
I don't know the Third Day.
Anyway,
Sorry.
so what happened was she
I am still
fell over and
You
bumped
can't
her
have
head or
this.
something like that, and she ended up having epileptic seizures or something. And because she was a really devout person, it was like, oh, this is God talking to me. And so, and what basically happened was, it was a whiplash reaction to Darwinism, and saying, no, we can't be related to apes or whatever. So, they had to look at it literally. And, there are so many, especially American evangelicals, that have been
evangelicals
should take this literally, and you can't do that. I mean, for a start, you can
She's the
open,
one Christian in the whole chat.
you can open Jesus because Jesus is a door. I mean, it just becomes ridiculous when you look at it like that.
One of the saddest parts about evangelicals, as my Christian friend tells us, and America, is that and evolution in America is that a lot of your good, decent Christian living folk in America equate evolution with coming from monkeys, coming from apes. And they
Yes.
also equate being black as being monkey-like. And so the idea of coming from monkeys, coming from blacks, and not coming from angels is so anathema to their way of thinking and being that they would much prefer to stay with a literal transmission of faith than the idea of having to be associated with blacks. And
There's a really sad thing in America.
it's sad. It's sad because it denies provable truth.
Well, it denies Marxist liberation theology.
Well, I was actually.
Liberation theology. I like that
It
stuff.
denies Marx because there are different interpretations. So my dad was into Marxist liberation theology, which is a completely different interpretation of the Bible. And when he lived in America in the 60s, he was very much a follower of Martin Luther King or whatever. And obviously, Black American civil rights leader. So they took the bits out of the Bible that were more about social justice and Jesus and what he represented in terms of, persecution. He's standing up for people in poverty.
If you actually look at the New Testament,
persecuted, anyway.
If you actually look at the New Testament, it's hard to argue that Jesus wasn't a radical socialist, maybe even a communist.
Exactly.
It's like that line. What would Jesus do? When you say what would Jesus do, flipping tables and chasing money lenders with a whip is actually in the spectrum of what Jesus would do.
In fact, all the times Jesus got angry in the Bible, it was at people who were exploiting the word, the power. It was the literalists.
Absolutely.
It was the literalists and the inerrant, the type of people who are now the evangelicals.
Yeah.
Well, did you call them evangelicals?
Yes, I did.
Really consistently, actually.
I did that on purpose.
I've never heard him say evangelicals without saying evangelicals.
I'm never going to say it again. I'm never going to say
the evangelical
again. I'm only going to say evangelicals.
Yeah, the evangelical or the evangelicals.
Yeah.
I've had many fine conversations with our fine man Nobody, and I've oft heard him talk about our friends the evangelicals.
I hold them in very low esteem because they embarrass the faith.
Very rarely heard him call them anything else. But
how can you respect somebody who calls themselves, who calls himself a believer of the gospel when the gospel talks about kindness, it talks about selflessness and sharing and not being judgmental? How can you respect people who claim to believe in all of that and then go and endorse Donald fucking Trump?
Yeah,
it's an oxymoron.
But that's just Trump in general, an oxymoron.
Is a word bringing machine. A 747 is a way to get the word across to people around the world. That's why we need another one.
I think the worst thing I've ever heard anybody say, and this was so someone was debating with this Christian Bible Thumping Wingnut, that's his YouTube channel, and I basically, it's like, well, if God works in the way you say, God is responsible for giving little children cancer and all sorts of things like that. And this guy's response, this Christian guy, was God can do whatever he wants with a child, and if he decides to bring judgment and death to the child, he does.
Yeah,
that's why.
If you watch all those, Laura, if you watch all those Christopher Hitchens, the Christopher Hitchens, debates across America in the, before he died and everything, in the 90s or 2000s.
Are you right there, Andrew?
I'm not doing a dance. And also, Now, talking about Christopher Hitchens before he died, I want to see videos of Christopher Hitchens after he was dead.
Well, I mean, Christopher Hitchens' challenge, exactly what Laura's saying, is about he was basically saying, there's no such thing as this, kind of, what you just said, Laura, like he was sort of challenging the whole kind of theological basis for, the deserving poor or the, people,
Subject of deserving. To anyone who talks about, that they believe in the prosperity doctrine and all that sort of shit, read the book of Job anytime lately?
Yeah.
Laura knows what I'm talking about. AG knows what I'm talking about. Book of Job, where all that shit stuff happened, and Job was a righteous man.
Yeah.
And all his friends are going, God's bringing judgment upon you, and he's going, I didn't do anything. And he was right. He didn't do anything wrong. That's just one of them. There's loads of them. That's just one example. The whole prosperity doctrine is more fertile in terms of bullshit than a bloody sewage works.
You see, a lot
stinks
of
about as fucking bad.
Yeah,
a lot of
That's great.
That was the best use of fertile I've heard in a long time.
I know that was a beautiful turn of phrase. I loved it.
I think the
welcome.
worst people I've come across have been Calvinists, and the
Sarah.
I'm part of the Calvinist tradition. I mean, in terms of my family.
Me too.
But no, all good. I'm a critical.
My friend, one of my friends actually was raised in the Calvinistic church. Had raised with the idea that there was a group of God's elect and everyone else was reprobate, and we didn't get to know who they were. Yeah, that's a fucking comfort, and it's completely scripturally unfounded.
I've likened Calvinism to Christian aristocracy. There are some people that are the elect, and they're going to heaven, and everybody else is going to hell. And none of us know who is actually elect, but we think we are, because that's how they operate. They operate as if they know, and they're the righteous ones, and things like that. And that's where that Bible thinking.
I was talking more about the work ethic, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm more talking about poo smells just as badly as everybody else's.
Yeah,
no, it doesn't.
Yeah,
it smells like lavender. Come on.
And what makes me chuckle is there's a guy called Matt Slick, and I had a couple of bits backwards and forwards with him, but so what happened was this becoming a channel, and they had a Google Plus page, and one of the things they kept using on their logos, they kept using this logo with like Witchfinders Heresy kind of thing, and it's like, that's Warhammer 40,000 stuff. Now there's two things here. Number one, in the Warhammer universe, the God Emperor of Man is like the God. Okay, it's not Jesus. So you've kind of tagging onto something that is completely antithetical to what your belief is. And second one is that Games Workshop are really, really clingy to their intellectual property. So you could end up, getting into like legal problems because like you're using their badge and stuff. So I persuaded them to create their own effectively. But as I was a part of that group, I was able to monitor some of the stuff they were talking about, because when they weren't getting pissy about atheists and not believing in the things that they want to believe to be true, they would start arguing with each other about what they think the Bible says. Because there's almost one denomination for every person of Christianity, because everybody has to interpret the Bible in whatever way they think works for them, which means there's all sorts of these different, it's works based. No, it's not. Simple difference between Catholicism and Protestantism just on that.
Yes, that's
ultimately
this works is dead. But works alone will not save anyone. Only grace does.
Yeah,
it's one of those weird paradoxical things about it.
Mm-hmm. But what was interesting is that little group of about 100 people, they had a big schism one year, because the question posed was, is it okay to let your kids believe in Santa Claus?
Oh wow!
And they had a massive schism between them, and they ended up splitting off and going their own separate ways.
Yeah.
Just because some were saying yes and some were saying no.
It's weird to me how groups of people who are supposed to believe, in being united and being accepting and caring and all of those things that the faith is, the Christian faith is supposed to be built on. And we focus so much on what we don't agree on that we overlook what we're supposed to be agreeing on.
Absolutely.
It's
oh
absurd.
my God! Yes.
It's basically like
Love your neighbour as yourself.
It's like having your best.
Yeah, that's dude. That's so gay. Loving your neighbours. That's so gay.
Here's the problem: love your neighbour as you love yourself, which is really antithetical when you consider that AIDS exists.
And what I'm thinking is, when I look on the internet and see millennials with their level of when I see millennials with their level of self-loathing, love thy neighbor as you love yourself is a really bad instruction.
Yeah, no, don't touch my arm. No.
Because most millennials have a really bad self-image.
My little comedy dig at AIDS is basically look at what he's done to his body thanks to all the stuff he's smoked and taken over his life. How much?
The difference with AIDS is that he's done something with Satan and said, "Look, I know the signs. I know the signs, and I know that you're buddies."
Yes.
I will say,
and he's keeping you alive to torture you.
The word from the Bible that is translated to the word love is agape.
Yeah.
And it is a particular context of the word. So it's not romantic. It's not the love of an object or an intimate love. It is an unconditional love. And you can love someone in that way that you actually despise. You can despise everything about them, but you will show them the consideration that if they fell in the street, you might still make sure they're okay, even though you hate everything they stand for. You might just resist the urge to kick them while they're down. Like, for example, Peter Dutton. As a Christian person, I would see Peter Dutton and go, "Oh, Peter Dutton tripped over." I'd go and kick his teeth in. I'd go, "No, I shouldn't do that. I'll not kick his teeth in. I'll show him some love by not kicking his teeth in."
Are you a better man than me? Nobody.
Yeah, no. If he fell down and I stood on his throat, I'd say that was an accident. That was an accident.
Actually, I've got to say,
I didn't mean to stand on his throat.
And I'd be picking angry up and down as the accident.
Can I say, in the spirit of what the most recent sermon that was preached at my church was, that I'm lying through my fucking teeth. The reason why I wouldn't kick Peter Dutton while he's down is not out of agape. It's because that fucker is not worth going to jail for.
and look, honestly, whatever keeps you out of prison, man. It's like it's kind of like I honestly didn't mean to drop that fucking trolley load of bricks on his head while he was lying on the ground. It was
the Bible teaches it's better to give than receive.
You see,
exactly.
No, you see, I've got a bit of a problem.
Exactly.
I've got a bit of a problem here because there's that duality going on. It's like there are people like Simon Cowell or Donald Trump where I might not piss on them if they were on fire, but I would be tempted to beat the flames out with a shovel.
Yeah. No,
that's showing them love. That's showing them love. You're beating the flames out. See, that's loving. That's
I'm on board.
Hold still.
If I saw like on fire and I had a shovel, I'd go, "Lie still, Peter. I'm going to beat the flames out."
Honestly, Peter, I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire.
This is my favorite meme. And, and it's like sometimes when I'm faced with a tough decision, I think of myself, what would God do? Then I go on a genocidal rampage.
I know that I wouldn't do what Jesus would do. I know that I wouldn't do what Jesus would do because there's no way I'm going to let myself be crucified for anyone.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Again, internet memes. There's a web comic I saw a while ago that I love so much. It's like some aliens have come down in a flying saucer, and there are 3 people crucified on a hill. It might be Jesus and the 2 thieves. It could be anyone, but it's basically some aliens have come down in their flying saucer, and there are these 3 people crucified. And one alien looks at the other and goes, "You know what we need to do? We need to get back in the ship and fuck off and never come back to this planet." It's just like as people see that level of barbarity, they just go, "No, I don't want to be here. This is bad."
Yeah, it's interesting when we do, people carry crucifixes and they cross themselves, right? And it's just, some people, particularly non-believers, would probably see that as rather a slap in the face. So, like, for the rest of time, we're going to do represent the horrible suffering that Jesus was subjected to. I mean, that's lovely.
There was a joke. I think it was Lenny Bruce, the '60s comedian, had a thing like, Christians wearing crucifixes is so weird. It's kind of like people who supported JFK having a necklace that has a rifle on it.
It was
then you run into Jackie Kennedy.
No, it wasn't Lenny Bruce. It was that other one.
It was the American comic who died of cancer, and his name
Lenny Bruce. I said his name.
It's not Lenny Bruce.
Oh no,
Lenny
Bruce. No, you're right. You are
Goat
absolutely
Boy.
The guy who looked like
Remember
Alex
Goat Boy?
Jones,
That guy.
basically.
So I just got back
Yeah.
from the toilet, and it just reminded me. I think I may be very much like Jesus, because I can take water and turn it into wine.
No. I take alcohol and turn it into water because I've been like fishing like a racehorse all night. But,
I come up here.
Bill
then.
Hicks, Jerry Steele's baby. Bill Hicks.
Bill Hicks. It was
Yeah.
Bill Hicks.
Goat Boy.
Somebody made a joke.
Just think about John.
I forget which comedian it was, but I forget which comedian it was. But someone made a joke about what would we have done if Jesus had been put to death in more modern times. For example, what would you do if it was the gas chamber or the electric chair? Or if it was lethal injection, would people, as they go across themselves,
a
go
electric chair around your neck? Wouldn't that be tasteful?
Yeah.
Just having a quick prayer.
I saw a joke recently. It was like, and I think it was tied to the American thing saying, "Oh, we've got all this video of literal unidentified flying objects. We don't know what they are." And so, well, what if we had this thing, and it's like Martians appear, actual aliens. Martians appear and go, "Yes, we're real alien life forms," and they're interacting with everyone, and they have a special meeting with the Pope, and so the Martians are there. And the Pope says, "Do you know our Lord and Savior Jesus?" And the Martians go, "No, he's the best. He comes around every year. We have this whole thing where everyone makes there's a competition to make the best chocolates, and whoever wins has a dinner where they give Jesus the best chocolates, and he comes every year, and it's a real prestige thing to win the competition. So Jesus comes to your house and makes the chocolates that you made for him." And the Pope says, "Jesus comes back to you every year?" And the Martians go, "Yeah, he comes every year. Why? What did you do last time he was here?"
Mega Leech has got the gas chamber one figured out. You greet fellow believers with a fart.
I have had one success in the Great Debate community in getting someone to change their position on their belief system.
Wow.
And so what it was this guy at the time called Christian Anarchist, really nice guy, but I basically said that he was intellectually dishonest because he believed in Bible inerrancy. And so we're having this chat, and I'm going like, okay, look, we've got these 4 Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the resurrection accounts, and every single one of them is different in one way or another. And and I'm like literally going with him. It's like, okay, look, one version it says there are one angel sitting, and another one it's two angels standing. Okay, it's like, yeah, so right, so this is value of 1, hasn't it? Yeah, and that one's got a value of 2, hasn't it? Yeah, so 2 and 1 are not the same value, are they? No. And so it's like, right, so if that one it says 1 and that one's 2, if we just talk about oranges, and this is 1 orange and this is 2 oranges, these are, to say that they're both the same would be contradictory, wouldn't it? Yes. Okay, so 1 angel, 2 angels, that's a contradiction, isn't it? No. And it's like, so ultimately it got to the point where I said, and I had to ask him, I said, have you actually read all the Bible yet? And he kind of paused for a second and said, no. And I said, what? How can you possibly claim Bible inerrancy if you haven't read it to see whether it's inerrant yet? And it's like, look, I don't.
Here's a simple maths test for your friend, for the person you're talking about. See how. Give him the prison IQ test from Idiocracy. What was it? If you have one bucket with 1 orange in it or something, and in the other bucket with 2 oranges, how many buckets do you have? Or something like that.
Yeah.
I can't remember how it went now, but
ultimately,
something fucking easy and stupid.
Yeah. So ultimately, I mean, this is like 2 years. I kept hammering on this because every time I'd see him pop up, said, "Have you read all your Bible yet?" No. And he kind of got annoyed at me keep saying this, and it got to a point where I was in a hangout one time, and he was listening to this live stream, and I said one person I think is intellectually dishonest because yada yada yada, and so he decided he was going to make a video because one of the other people said that he shouldn't be taken seriously as a Christian apologist because he hasn't read the Bible yet, and. Well, what happened was he then got annoyed at this and then said that I'd claimed that he shouldn't be taken seriously as an apologist until he'd read the Bible, which I'd never said. And so he made that video, and I'd warned him beforehand that if he said that, then that would be bearing false witness, which is a sin. Because that's not what I said, And then he made it, and I basically slapped him in a metaphorical sense, and he ended up removing that video. But
I think people need to remember there is such a thing as intellectual arrogance, and for people who think they know better than everyone else on any particular subject, that is intellectual arrogance. So he's guilty of intellectual arrogance and intellectual ignorance. And it's just generally stupid, really.
Well, ultimately, I basically got him into a hangout with me, and I kind of, I did the metaphorical equivalent of kind of slapping him and say, look,
You gave him a bollocking.
Yeah, because it basically, look, I don't have a problem with him, having a belief. And, if he reads all his Bible and he basically says, it's inerrant, okay. Might disagree with him for the reasons, but okay. If he gets to the end of it, he says, well, okay, I can't go with the inerrancy, but I still believe in God and Jesus dying for sins and all that kind of stuff. Okay, fine. But it really comes down to how can you make a claim of Bible inerrancy if you haven't read it to see whether it's inerrant or not?
Yeah,
I agree with you.
And I got him to make a provisional.
To further a point that our Noki was making, I feel a lot for Professor Dawkins, the biologist, who has he's probably mellowed a bit now, but for a while there he was pretty much way over the top.
He's a fucking knob. Dawkins is a fucking knob.
With basically...
Tell us what you really mean, Angry.
Yeah.
Intellectual supremacy and a bit of intellectual snobbery as well, and arrogance, basically. And I think, and I feel for him because basically he had a lot of years running around talking to the most extreme.
Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
The most extreme funded genitals
Yes.
that were around, and
that was an excellent word, by the way, AZ. Funded genitals.
Thank you.
That was a very good word. I like that word.
Ow! Oh, you little bugger!
All the time.
Also, from my reference, Nettie, visually, AZ is under you, and it's like something bit you. You've gone down and gone, how are you, little bugger? So I just think AZ bit you. So it's just like... Because he does that. He fucking does that. He fucking does that. He fucking does that. He fucking does that.
Here's the picture for you.
I get a munch in every now and again, and you just like, how did he do this? How did he do that? Anyway, back to
Sorry, Laura's very something. Oh, that is an excellent.
Brilliant.
So good. That is so
I
good.
have some spices that make man.
I came back at just the right moment. Then that was great.
You know what's funny? I saved that picture in 2015. So, and yet it's suddenly become really, really.
I'd say that. Anyway, onwards and upwards. So Dawkins was coming across as a cockhead because he was instantly having to talk to these urogenitals all the time.
Yeah.
And it was clearly getting to him. It was clearly getting to his brain.
Yes.
And it was clearly under his skin that he was not able to let go of the idea that generations of people were going to be trapped into a lie. Because one of the things that has always freaked out the Christian community across the world is one of the first churches that jumped on to evolution was the Catholic Church. They jumped onto it immediately and said, yep, it's the go. And then immediately managed to get them some daylight between themselves and the Protestants, because a lot of the Protestants said no, that can't be. And of course, again, we're talking about your American thing going on. What happened essentially was this, that when Galileo did his thing, he didn't get done for saying that the sun was central and that the earth went around the sun. This had been known for quite some time. It was understood for quite some time.
The Greeks Galileo actually worked that out.
His problem was that he said, I am interpreting the Bible as saying this. And the church said, no, we fucking interpret the Bible. You interpret science, we fucking interpret the Bible. And Galileo wouldn't shut his fucking head. And it became a big pissing competition in a place where Galileo had no business being. And then the Protestants came back later and showed the Catholics what dickheads they looked to be opposing. They were on the wrong side of history. And so they said, we are never going to get caught on the wrong side of history again. We are going to form a scientific arm. We are going to make an observatory upon the Vatican. It's one of the oldest observatories.
That's the Jesuits, basically. That's the Jesuits. Yeah.
We're going to basically be on top of science as it comes out. Fucking when Einstein came out with the
relativity,
special theory of relativity. It was the curate who came and said, you don't need the constant, buddy. You don't need the static making constant. You don't have to have that for this all to work. And he went, I'm not sure. And then it all came together and it was beautiful. It was actually a Roman curate who helped.
And it was kind of nice. It was kind of nice that the Roman Catholics were being nice to a Jew. So it's like,
Well, See, that's the other thing too, is that historically speaking, the Roman Catholics have had no real problem with Jews for a long, long time. Like a long, long time. It's publicly supposed to be a thing, but legally and historically, the Roman Catholics and the Jews have no issue with one another. The Jews think that the Roman Catholics are pretty much non-entities, and the Roman Catholics say no, the Romans killed Christ. The Jews didn't kill Christ. The Romans killed Christ.
In fact, the Catholics have a bigger problem with the splintering Christian sects than they do with the Jewish people. I used to do it as a joke because I sort of grew up Catholic, went to Catholic school, and I used to say to the Protestants and all the other Christian sects, like, you know what? You're just a bunch of fucking cults, okay? It's like there's the central tenets of belief, and the rest of you are just weird fucking cults that splintered off of that. And oh my word, it upset them. It upset them if you say that to them.
That's what I was talking about earlier with the denominations.
Yes.
There's a somewhat famous atheist out there called Matt Dillahunty, and he used to be a Baptist, and he said, if you want to know what's wrong with the First Baptist Church, ask the Second Baptist Church.
That's perfect. That is absolutely perfect.
So basically, the Roman Catholics decided they were going to get on board with science so they wouldn't get kicked in the ass by science again. Now, when evolution has come across, they've come on board with evolution, and that's given the Protestants much more of an impetus to go against it. And nowadays we have this thing where we have seen in the lab in front of our eyes using bacteria and fruit flies particularly, and by going through the paleontological record and looking at dinosaurs, we have warehouses full of data showing speciation, showing how species evolve. Like, here it is. This is it happening in front of you. One of the most elegant ones they did was they had bacteria, and they had antibiotics painted in stripes on a petri dish. And as it goes into the middle, right, the antibiotic gets stronger and stronger and stronger. The bacteria is let go at the edge and then invades the antibiotic and dies, but a few of them don't. And then they go in and they breed, and then they invade the next one, and they all die, except a few of them don't. And then they go into the next one, and then they all die, except a few of them don't. And then you get to the final one, which is 1,000 times strong as the ones on the outside, and there's a colony in the middle there that are alive and quite happily munching along. Thank you very much.
It's basically how superbugs come about.
Exactly. And if you do this 2 or 3 times, and this, by the way, can be done in a month. If you do this 2 or 3 times, the animals start to develop organelles, systems, and processes that are so different from the initial host animal, host bacteria, that they're unable to interbreed with them anymore. They've speciated out. They've started to use chemicals and processes that are totally alien to their ancestors. It's a bit like how birds used to be dinosaurs. But doesn't that freak you out?
Just a quiet note, Nettie. You might like to mute your mic when you're doing that.
Sorry.
Is that anyone else?
Oh, good.
So you're going to have to repeat that, Aidsy.
Sorry, Aidsy.
Say it again, Aidsy.
Most dinosaurs probably had feathers.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
And,
yes.
yes, and the dinosaurs that survived are the birds we see
Are the
today.
birds?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
When you see
There's a fun meme that goes evolution from a Pokemon point of view that sort of goes kitten to tiger to lion. Evolution from a Digimon point of view that's like kitten to tiger to machine gun. And the actual evolution in real life is T-Rex to chicken. Because chickens are directly evolutionarily related to T-Rexes. And it's just the way it works.
It's amusing because it kind of kills all those old sort of scary dinosaur movies, like, you know, the Godzilla kind of thing.
Yeah.
Ultimately, they weren't big
That's a
lizards with the sort of noise going on.
Velociraptors were the size of geese.
Yeah.
Yes. And
I mean,
also,
I'm fucking scared of geese, but
Geese
like
are
give them
scary.
sharp claws. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically, that does explain geese as well.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to tell you something because I've got to dash off for a couple of moments because I've got a 3D print that's just finished, and I'm making another another Elite Dangerous ship. I'm making an Asp,
Cool.
but I'm doing
An Asp Explorer.
Yes,
because the Asp Scout is full of shit.
Yeah,
that's cool.
So currently this is half of it, and now I'm going to do the other half.
Yeah.
That just finished.
I named my Asp
moment-
Explorer Planet Express ship.
Nice.
I called mine Stellar Voyager. What's amusing about this, and unfortunately I've got to go into Americanese for this. At the moment, this project is half-asped. I'm sorry.
Yep. Don't
I'm
apologize
even
for
going
a pun.
to grace that with a reaction.
Yeah.
That's
don't
great.
worry, because I'm hoping that I can get it cured. Sand the two halves with my electric sander to get them perfectly smooth on each side, and glue it together. And then I'm going to paint it because there's a second pun awaiting.
Oh.
Okay.
I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll still be listening though. I can hear it.
Okay.
So
my
the reason
my
I went through-
3D printer is currently out of action. I'm upgrading it to include auto bed leveling feature, so I don't have to level the bed. But it requires a firmware upgrade, and I've had to rejigger things, and I haven't had the headspace for that, which is kind of demoralizing to me, because that's usually the type of thing I do in my sleep. But this exercise program I've been doing with the pain clinic has been kind of kicking my ass. So
It'll do that.
Oh,
It'll do
you'd
that.
like to see this? Is
Oh,
what
that's
it's
so
come out with.
cool.
the supports, yeah.
That's so cool.
Of course, it when it's doing it upside down.
Yeah. So
So-
it's got a bath of resin, and I've got to be careful because I don't want to get it in my dress now. But it's in a bath of resin, and this goes in the bath, and just keeps going up and down and doing all the levels. And
That's
it's
so
beautiful
cool.
thing. It's a beautiful
it's
thing.
super smooth. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'll be
Very cool.
Anyway,
So the reason I was blaring on about evolution was that we have the warehouses of evidence of evolution. There's no debate about evolution. It's a real thing. It's a thing that is utterly and totally. It's like there is nighttime and daytime. You don't have to debate nighttime and daytime. It's a thing. It's there. It's like climate change. It's a real thing. It's like it's really there. And so you get Dawkins going around the world and people telling things like, well, it's just a theory. And I have heard tell that there is movements afoot in the science community, and I don't know how deep this goes, but there's movements afoot in the science community about changing the word scientific theory into system so that you don't have to have dickhead debates about just theory, because it slows the whole discourse down so much that you can't get past a theory as a set of laws. that hold together that are disprovable eventually.
Yeah,
you
something
know, whereas-
something that you can test and see, and again, because people who adhere to scientific theory go, when I say theory, I mean it's something that I can test and has evidence. And hypothesis is very different to a theory. A theory has a whole bunch of tests that essentially prove it.
Theory has
people,
is basically what has been shown to be the most likely. It's been tested and
It's-
peer reviewed and and
it's made up of a whole bunch of laws. It's made up of a whole bunch of laws that
Well-
hold together. But
well, what I love, because we
it is
brought
ready
up
to be tested and made false.
Yeah,
And
we
that's-
brought up
so-
we,
it's ready
we,
to
we
be made
brought up
false.
Dawkins. We brought up Dawkins, right?
Yeah.
Now, Dawkins is absolutely smarter than me in basically any way you can measure. Dawkins is smarter than me, but Dawkins has fallen into this terrible trap of his expertise is in a very narrow area, and he has repeatedly publicly declared he is an authority on multiple things that he has no basis for declaring authority on.
well,
And
the thing is, his field overlaps with funder testicles, and that's why he went for them, and his debating style is basically, if he's debated someone before on that, like using the whatever topics he's using, he's fine. As soon as you back him into a corner where he hasn't debated someone about, he gets all flustered and red in the face and just starts yelling at you. And it's embarrassing. He's not graceful under pressure at all.
No,
He's not graceful under pressure because he's basically being yelled at by people who A, don't know what they're talking about, and B, don't play fair in the system.
But he put himself in those situations.
Of course,
he,
of course. I know
he
that,
made
you know.
TV series about. He went to the Middle East to debate people.
And you are both right. The thing is, this is what comes down to. I think Dawkins was driven essentially crazy by really weird evangelical Christians. Dawkins was like, here's reality. And he was trying to deal with people who were absolutely detached from reality. But then he went from, I'm in my area of expertise, talking about biological sciences with weird evangelical Christians who were saying dumb shit. But then he translated that into areas where he had no expertise. And he said, okay, all these people, it's like feminists are mad at me because I've said that women aren't really being sexually assaulted all the time. And it's basically like he's fallen into a trap. I feel like the problem is evangelical Christians drove Dawkins a little bit crazy.
Well, I think it's the other way around, actually. To put it in an alternative perspective, I mean, I've read the
go.
I've read the Christopher Hitchens biography and everything, and my understanding is that when he died, and I watched a lot of the, you know, how he was part of that sort of Bloomsbury set, you know, with Martin and Salman, you know, all the gang, right, in London. Yep. And I watched a lot of really interesting interviews, and they were saying him and Dawkins actually tried to find the crazies, you know, the most evangelical, you know, crazies within the religious world in America to debate. So that was kind of a deliberate strategy, and I think I'm looking at nobody over here, you know, Chris, you know, who's obviously, you're a Christian, aren't you? right? So,
I'm
you know, I mean,
moderate,
there's moderate, yeah. So,
moderate.
yeah, it's kind of
open
like
to, you know, I'm not about inerrancy or any of that sort of nonsense because at the end of the day, the Bible was compiled by human beings.
Yep.
Human researchers researching and checking, trying to verify stuff that was mostly passed down through word of mouth. The idea that it could be that it would be flawless is just ludicrous.
And also the values that emanate.
My friend here is bidding you all good night.
Oh yes,
goodbye, somebody.
It was lovely
Lovely to meet you. You didn't say much, but
man. Thanks for
No, I'm just learning who you all
Anytime.
are and what not to say because I push boundaries.
Yeah,
Oh,
good, man.
That's
you're in the right place for
That's
that.
all good.
Yeah.
Nobody doesn't want to be embarrassed, so I'm holding back. I'm holding back. I'm waiting for the after party. Where's the after party? Come on. Let's go.
Okay,
Yay.
after party.
Hey, that's my trick.
Honey, don't worry about that.
I just want to throw in after party wise. I had a shower only like a couple of hours before
Too
the
much
stream.
information.
So while I have this very formal wear on for because I wanted to make a video, the bottom half is very much at home isolation stuff. I don't know if you can see it. I'm wearing my pajama pants essentially.
I thought you were going to talk about shrinkage.
That'd be awkward.
And there's no shrinkage, Abigail. It's like what's worn under the kilt? Nothing. It's all in perfect working order.
In fact, on the set of Bravehearts, Mel Gibson asked a real Scotsman what Scotsmen were under their kilts, and the Scottish extra looked at him and said, "Your wife's lipstick."
Jesus, I'm a Methodist.
Night, guys.
Need another wine.
Good night.
Right.
Good
Bloody
night.
hell.
Well,
Catch you later,
good night.
mate.
I would like to relay. Are you done, Sarah? Like because I would like to relay
No,
an anecdote about.
Absolutely, Abigail. Yeah, sorry. Yep, that was just me.
Okay.
I just making that point that, you know, it was a bit of a deliberate strategy to target the big evangelicals to get that more radical position, you know. Anyway, go on. Yeah,
Sure.
sorry.
When the second time I was when I was doing my computer science undergrad, many years ago now,
I shall return.
I was head of a queer club because the student union didn't have one at the time, so I had meetups in like a common room area where people gathered because the university didn't have one at the time. They were in the process of building it. And I believe boss of the house, ADS's partner, was also a member of that club, which
That's
how I
right.
met
That's
them.
right. That was fun
Yeah.
when we discovered that. Yes.
Yeah. So shout out to boss of the house. Anyway, I at the time there were many religious clubs on campus because there were like Swinburne was mostly overseas students. So there was like tons and tons of religious people, and a lot of them hated us. But there was there was a religious club there that the leader of it was a pastor. Oh, good night, Safa. Good night.
Not Safa.
So the leader, the head of this particular Christian club, was a pastor, and he and I used to have great conversations, and we became friends, and it was pretty great. And he never ever put me down. He never ever like indicated that he thought less of me. He even asked if I would be in one of the Christian club's promo videos, which I did, and I'm actually in one of their promo videos, which is funny as fuck.
Nice.
But yeah, look, hashtag not all religious people, not all Christians.
Yes.
Yes. Hashtag.
Since,
Yeah.
since nobody's not in the room at the moment, you might want to screen share this, which I think is a funny one. Mum, if I'm supposed to be God, who am I praying to? I stopped asking those kind of questions. I realised that you're technically the one that impregnated me.
Okay, so depending on which branch of Catholicism, that particular meme is squarely focused at the Catholic Church.
Oh yes,
because the Protestant.
Yeah.
Well, it was the Arian heresy, the split between Orthodoxy and Catholicism about the Holy Trinity, whether they are the one being or not. And Catholicism said, yes, they are the one person. And Orthodoxy said, no, they're not. So that's squarely aimed at Catholicism.
So to finish off what I was going to say about Uncle Dawkins, what was obvious when I watched a lot of his debates where he went nuts and got outrageously and untowardly aggro toward his subjects was the times when he expected the people he was debating to play fair and to debate properly, and they didn't. And he had come up through the Oxbridge system of logics and debate, where there's a system where you play by those rules, and these people did not play by those rules. And
but even beyond that,
get the shit because they'd start flying off in different directions and lying. And then he'd get the shits and go, what the fuck am I doing here, doing this again, when they promised me they'd debate me and not fuck ass around, and they're fuck assing around again. And what he didn't realise is that these people had no training. They had no understanding of what the fuck was going on. They had no understanding of the actual, of the meta arrangement that was happening. And so he would get angry. They wouldn't understand his anger. They would react defensively. He would react defensively, and the whole thing would turn into a burning shit fight.
I've got another meme.
Why is this a big deal to me? It's because I'm developing a program for incels. Myself and Angry, about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, had this talk about incels, and we were saying how fucked incels are, and we were going. And
I think that, you see, I think I disagree. I think it's how unfucked they are. That's the problem.
literally. Yeah.
Another pun there. Another 2 and you're over my knee, Laura. Anyway.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That's a bit too real. Yeah.
It's a bit real. So myself and Angry had this this chat about incels and basically how fucked they are and how everyone shouts at them, and for real and for decency. And I said, I wonder who trained them, who sat them down first, because we all criticize them for being dickheads. But who said, here's what you do, instead of you've done something wrong? And so we basically sat down and said, I don't know if there is anything like that. So for quite a while now, I've been looking at meta systems. One of the things that inspired me a lot was, I can't remember his name, of course, and I can't give you a link, and so that's fucking useless to you. It was a guy who was at a lead programmers convention, and he did a talk about how to crash an aeroplane. And one of the big takeaways was try not to blame people, try to blame systems. If something's gone wrong, it's easy to point your finger at a person and go, you're fucked. But usually what's going on is there's a system broken down, because people are trained by systems, and where systems break or they're not designed properly, that's where things start the channeled effect of things breaking down. And when you look at an incels, you go, all right, what are the systems in place that are teaching these young people how to relate to other young people, so that they're not being cockheads, and so that they are making a valuable contribution to the others and themselves. And there's really very little out there. Part of this was something else that I was looking at Dawkins about, was he had, I don't know if he has recently. I've heard recently that he's calmed down a lot, but I haven't seen anything. Maybe he's just not doing anything recently. But I had seen him with these new glasses on. I'd seen him do his Riz because he wasn't taking account of the system that was in place that these people were using to talk to him. When I talk to people of different faiths, and I have to a lot, and I have to do the thing that I do with people of different faiths a lot, and it's usually fairly important that they don't know what faith I'm involved in. It's usually fairly important, because I'll either get burned or shot. I have to be very, very aware of where they're coming from and what is basically informing them of where is up and down, what is the solid thing to stand on, where are my ones and zeros. Because you've got to always remember that there is no such thing as one, there is no such thing as zero. These are constructs that we've made. There's no one thing. There's no zero thing. There's no perfect vacuum. There's no perfect unity. There's always a penumbra of things around the edges, and we, in our minds, have gone, there is a perfect one, there is a perfect zero. This is why everything is perfectly able to be drawn back down into mathematics, because in our clean mind, that we can clear of everything. We can say, let there be a plane of zero. Let there be three things in this plane of zero. Let them interact in this way. And then we have the wonderments of physics. I'm not knocking this, trust me. Jumbo jets stay in the air, wonderful. Cars drive along the ground, wonderful. Physics is fucking cool. Chemistry is awesome. I drink orange juice. Science in and of itself is an awesome, cool thing. It's just that it makes assumptions on things that we cut a hole in the universe and say, outside these bounds, we're not going to consider. Inside these bounds, we're going to consider. And we're going to consider very carefully. And we got some really fucking wonderful things out of it. But when you're talking to people, sometimes they're not talking about the cutout that we're talking about. Sometimes they're talking about the outside of that cutout. And it's very important to understand their meta understanding of where they're coming from. Just give me a couple of seconds, I'll be back. Discover.
I can now talk. I got to remind people, if they've seen it, of the movie Nuns on the Run, and there was a comical one.
Yes,
so basically, some guys that have robbed something, they've nipped into a nunnery, and they're stuck there because the Mother Superior's kept the bag. Anyway, so one of them is a Catholic in the nunnery, which is, so he understands it, and the other one isn't religious really at all. And so one of them says to the other, says so the one who doesn't know anything about it says, explain the Trinity. And it's like Robbie Coltrane character says, well, it's a bit of a bugger. Okay, so you've got the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, but the three are one, like a Shamrock Male priest used to say, 3 leaves but 1 leaf. Now the Father sent down the Son, who was love, and then he went away and he sent down the Holy Spirit, who came in the form of, you already told me, a ghost. No, a dove. The dove was a ghost? No, the ghost was a dove. Okay, let me try and summarize this. God is his Son, and the Son is God, but his Son moonlights as a Holy Ghost, a Holy Spirit, and a dove. And they all send each other, even though they're one and the same thing. And the other goes, you got it. You could be a nun. It's like, wait a minute, that makes no sense. Well, it's not supposed to make sense. That's why you've got to have faith. I just love that. It's just such a funny little, the Trinity.
There's actually quite a bit of truth in that. A lot of it actually doesn't really make sense. The idea, and Angry said this a number of times, for those of us who believe, it's actually something we struggle with often, if we're honest about it. Oh, Sarah's gone.
No, she'll be back. That's all.
I
say that with confidence.
The idea that we're important enough, because as far as the universe is concerned, even this planet, we're nothing.
Sorry, I stopped Cam.
That happens. We're insignificant to the universe, and yet we're everything to our Creator, to the point that he he became his own creation and was subject to the worst of humanity.
You see, I disagree.
It makes sense of that. It doesn't make sense.
I disagree with that. I mean, why didn't he come down now and come to understand the Australian government and the Republicans?
I don't know.
He wanted to know the worst of humankind. That's the people he should be coming to see.
Because Israel in 4 BC had no mass communication.
Yes.
Did they?
We're back to Jesus Christ Superstar now. Yeah. I also wanted to bring in a 90s
it's a complicated
comic
subject. Very complicated. And we could get bogged down on that. But frankly, I lack the expertise to adequately address it. And I fully admit that.
I like that kind of honesty, because I've come across too many Christian people who just try to wing it and then they end up looking ridiculous because they obviously come out with things that they have no understanding about.
Well, I don't want to misrepresent the faith. I also don't want to sound like a fucking idiot. And frankly, most of you here have your own ideas. It's not my job to convince you whether you're right, I'm right. We think in different ways, and that's actually fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just thinking, this also brought to mind a comic series I read in the 90s called Preacher, which has actually been turned into a TV show on one of the streaming services. I haven't seen the TV show, but the comic was kind of hilarious because Preacher was this guy who was a Southern sort of Baptist preacher who got possessed by an entity that was the offspring of a union between an angel and a demon, and he had the power to compel people to speak the truth. It was all very weird, and the lead character Jesse, who was the preacher, he found this secret Catholic cult that had existed for 2,000 years that was preserving the bloodline of Christ, which is kind of like what were those books and movies? Dan Brown
sounds
with the Da Vinci Code.
Angels and Demons and
and it was like,
but it also sounds like Dogma.
But
Dogma,
like
Chris Rock's character.
This Catholic cult that had preserved the bloodline meant that there had been 2 millennia of inbreeding in these characters. So they were these weird, barely sapient entities that were living in a cage throwing shit at people. And it was kind of how this one character subverted this cult, because he's showing people that's what they believe in. Fuck that. There was this really funny thing where this antagonist had convinced some other people to take his side, and this weird and things living in a cage that were inbred weren't really the bloodline of Christ. But just before they're about to die, this weird covered in shit inbred thing held the hand of this guy when they're about to die and said, "Today you will join me in my Father's paradise." And the guy went, "What?" And it was just like, it's like, what? Are you saying we actually did preserve the bloodline of Christ, but we're both about to die? It was. I didn't explain that very well, but it was very funny in the comic. So it's like,
you know, I don't know if you know this. The fun little thing I discovered several years ago, which is that there are some black Jews out there.
Oh,
no. What happened was back in the old days when, you know, sort of the whole Jesus stuff was going on. There was, or before the Jesus thing, sorry, you had Jewish people who kind of separated into 2 groups. One went on to, you know, be the ones you got the New Testament, and then the other ones, you know, a bit like you got the Orthodox kind of church and stuff like that. They basically went off and they went to Africa, and over centuries of, you know, there's basically Jewish genetic history in Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
Basically, they just split and they travel off in different directions. And one of the things that's that they've got is the Ark of the Covenant.
Yeah.
And it's not like the movie, the Indiana Jones movie, where it's a big sort of, you know, gold covered.
That was a documentary. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. And basically, it was a drum. It was like a, you know, a bowl-shaped piece of wood with holes in it, so you could put some sticks through and carry it. And it had a covering over the top. And it's currently in some Zimbabwe secure unit somewhere. You know, and I just thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, there's a group. They are a weird. I'm trying to think. I can't remember what the right name for them is, but you made me think of them. And it's essentially some radical black activists who regard themselves as one of the tribes of Israel.
Black Hebrew Israelites.
Okay, thank you.
Those are the ones.
So, black. I'm going to do a Google search. Black Hebrew Israelites, because they, from my exposure to them, are scary.
They're a little bit militant, and they've also got some weird dress sense things going on. So they wear like a belt on their head.
Okay. Sorry for the yawn. I was having a yawn. I'm looking up their internet on them. Yeah, they are African American activists who believe they're descendants of the ancient Israelites, but I believe they reject mainstream Judaism and say there's something wrong with mainstream Judaism. It is, again, religion is weird. The thing that's meant to be unifying becomes a weird sort of
well, see, the common denominator is the human being.
Yes.
It's one of those things that actually I have personally struggled with my faith journey a lot because I don't know what fucking God sees in us. We're such a toxic fucking species. We
And
destroy the
I'm
very
with you
gift
on
given
that.
to us.
I'm
We're
absolutely
supposed to
with
be
you on that.
custodians of the land and caretakers of it.
Yeah.
You can consider it a gift, and we're being very ungracious with that gift.
Geez, we're all, we're toxic beings. That's pretty a horrible way to describe AIDS again.
Yeah.
No.
Of course, that statement excludes.
That's
You're
polite.
going to have AZ night.
Of course, that statement excludes those present here. You're all wonderful and lovely.
No, I think.
I'm sorry.
But as
I'm
a
sorry.
species-
I
Fucking describe AIDS.
The only reason AIDS is toxic is because of all the drugs he's done
Yes.
That's right. That's
and all the shit he
That's all
says.
right,
Like
AZ.
that's a given. But
And then,
What
yeah.
did I say?
it's the
AIDS, you know we love you, mate.
But other than that, he's great.
Other
AIDS,
than
you
that,
know
it's great.
we love you, mate.
Apart
You
from
know,
everything
I'll
he
tell you
does
this much.
and everything
I'll
he
tell you this
says,
much,
he's
right?
great.
Mhm.
Is that most of the time I've been at death's door sick, it wasn't because of the drugs I was taking. It was in fact because of the stuff that I was eating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because
Mhm.
the things that have mostly really done the damage to me have been a lack of iron, right? And with it, a lack of electrolytes. And on top of that, a lack of vitamin B and B12. A lack of vitamin B and B12 will strip your myelin sheath, which are the things that it's a fat sac that covers the electrical part of your nerve, and so will give you nerve damage and brain damage. Iron will basically stop you getting oxygen to your body. There are parts of my feet and bits of my wrist that are black because the veins aren't very good and they've stopped transporting blood. The oxygen hasn't come through properly, and all of the rust, the hemoglobin, has lost all of the oxygen, and the rust has turned back to iron and gone black. So that's a thing.
Oh, that sounds
and
ouchy.
Yeah.
It is a bit. It is a bit. And the other thing is that the electrolytes that make your body go, with me, they're up for a while, and then they crash. And they crash, and then I'm in hospital. And that's why before Boss the House moved in, I would be every 6 months in hospital in intensive care, because effectively I could be all right, getting sicker, not real well. And my GP would sort of spot it and go, I'm not real happy. Then I'd get blood tests, and then it'd show that I was like about to die. And then I'd have to go to hospital, and then they'd pump me full of stuff again. And they go, all right, you're all right now, AZ, get out. Okay, bye.
AZ, your bad eating then, was that related to autism? Sensory processing?
No, it was basically my body doesn't process food well. It doesn't process food nicely. If I continue having 3 and 4 Baroccas a day, I'm pretty okay. And as long as I make sure that I'm really kicking ass on the diet, I'm all right. And as long as I'm getting lots of exercise in, but there's a point to where you can't do it all, and you've just got to be aware that you've got to be ready to go in to get the infusion, and you've got to be aware of the signs. Unfortunately, last night I didn't join you all because I had a seizure. And,
weak as piss. Sorry,
weak.
go.
The nerve to have a bloody seizure.
As it was a Thursday night. I was expected. I was expected. I in fact even started the process of joining up, and then I woke up 4.5 hours later on my back.
That's that's the thing. That's the thing.
On the chair, going.
Yeah.
That's not a live stream, and there was dribble coming out, and I was going, okay, that's odd.
Dude, you've actually done that on a live stream. There was, I forget how long, and okay, so we're all making fun of me over the last month or so that I've on a Friday night have wandered off and gone, I'm inebriated, I'm going to fall asleep for a couple of hours and then come back. But I've always gone off camera to do it. Whereas you once did the thing where you went, and you were this. If this was you for like
I remember you doing
hours,
it. I remember you doing it halfway through a sentence.
And it was halfway through a sentence. And also, I was gone for a little while then, and I just want to apologize. My absence was partly I went to urinate, and partly I thought, you know what? I had my penis out. I'm going to go and look at my my favorite pornographic website. Is there anything that entices me there? And no, so I'll just come back to the chat.
So
tell me at least between that step and this step, you put your penis away.
I did. Look, did I mention I'm wearing my pajamas?
Yeah, but you can still have your penis out while wearing pajamas.
No. My penis is put away. I went to the toilet. My penis was exposed to the air solely purpose of expelling urine. That was the sole reason that my genitals were exposed to the air, and then I covered them up. But I thought, you know what? I wonder if there's anything interesting on my favorite pornographic website. My genitals were covered up, and I didn't find anything. So I thought, I'll just come back to the chat.
You know, that reminds me of the time like about an hour ago. When I turned my about an hour ago, I turned my camera off because I needed to go, and I had to go urinate. So I'm wearing a dress and leggings, and I pulled down my leggings and my underwear, and I had my vulva exposed, and then urine came out of my pee hole, which is part of my vulva. But I didn't look at any pornographic material.
I miss working in an office.
Very graphic.
I miss working in an office when people would go to the convenience, and you could say to them as they went there, go, I assume you are about to expose your genitals to the air and expel urine. Because and that goes for the spectrum of gender and sexuality, no matter who they are. When they went there, you go, how are you doing? I'm now assuming you are about to expose your genitals to the air and expel urine, possibly feces too, at least urine.
It's not as if your genitals were in a vacuum beforehand, though.
But they were covered. What I'm saying is they were covered. They weren't exposed to the air, but when these people go through the special door, people go through the special door, and I say, "You're going through the special door. You're going to expose your genitals to the air."
and then they remind you, "No, I wear a catheter."
And then they were like, "I'm sending you to HR," and it's just like,
I remind them, like Abigail said, you know, it could be a vacuum. I remind them that I'm wearing a Swedish pump, so there'll be no exposure to air. There'll only be the suck of Scandinavian goodness.
What are you doing? What are you playing? Sorry. I'm going to switch my microphone off for a second.
Okay.
I don't know why. Angry.
I put my microphone off because Mr. Angry's here, and he said, "Can you make me something with caffeine?" And I'm having a conversation. Fuck all of you. Okay, I hate you. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate all of you. Fucking...
I didn't do anything.
The feeling is mutual, fuck knob.
Fuck!
I think we've all had too much to drink.
Okay. Truth be
Not
told,
enough.
I love all of you, but I thought it would be funny if I said I hate all of you.
Yeah.
I
I get it. I was there for that. I got that
Yeah.
sarcasm.
Yeah.
that Angry only exposed his genitals to the air while urinating because it's in my heart and dream that he'll expose his genitals to me for longer than it takes me to take a punishment blowjob and
Get the hell out.
it'll go somewhere else. But no, not so. So far.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I was going
Youngest
to
Angry wants
apologise for
something with
my own.
caffeine
Yeah,
because he's gaming with his friends.
the
So I'm going to pour
conversation. Let's
some
move on.
Pepsi Max. What?
Well,
what?
I missed you, Nettie.
Drinking,
Pepsi Max
there's a
with
song.
iciness.
There's a whole song about drinking rum and Coca-Cola. The Andrew
There is.
That's the Andrews sisters.
Oh.
drinking rum.
Micro
and
would like in, Angry.
Coca-Cola.
Cola.
Working for
Yes, I've got a-
Yankee
Oh,
dollar.
the Yankee dollar.
Pepsi
I've got
with
that
know
on a
that
playlist on Spotify at the moment.
I
Pepsi
grew
with
up with
ice.
songs like that. My dad loved the Andrews sisters. My dad was way old. Way old.
Pepsi
Heine, I'll
Max
have to read
with
that question
ice.
out for you. Aidsy doesn't see the chat. Aidsy, there's a question that has your name on it here. Heine asks,
that's
is there an
you, Anna.
alternative to catheter like a suction device that you might know of?
Yeah,
Yes,
you
there
could
is.
wear a spacesuit like they do on the International Space Station, and it's all built in then. So
There is an alternative to catheter. It's called oftentimes a condom catheter. Or it's basically you've got to imagine a condom that has
Because everyone was yelling.
at the end of it that is stuck on to the penis and the urine flows down into a catchment bag, often used for people who have incontinence and can't get out of bed or have trouble getting out of bed or have trouble getting to the toilet in a hurry, and can be worn for 24 hours before being taken off in the shower. Tips include shave pubic hair well, because those condoms with sticky tape will rip your pubic hair out, and that hurts. And tips include take it off in the shower because the glue that holds the condom catheter on is quite sticky
caffeine and some rum and some
quite
coffee stuff.
tenacious.
Heine, I hope
Yes.
that satisfies your question.
Sorry, everyone's gone quiet. Is that my fault?
My daughter hates my singing.
just wondering if a question
Drink
that I
rum
answered,
and
answered the question or not.
It was so singing.
Oh, that's hilarious. Sorry.
Micro says, maybe ripping my pubes out is my kink.
Micro wants in on the
Yeah, that's
And
legit,
Heine says,
dude.
thanks, I've been having nightmares.
Micro wants in on the live stream as well.
Oh shit, does he? Sorry. I was a bit.
And
occupied.
Micro thinks you look great in the yellow, Laura.
Oh, thank you very
And
much.
I agree.
You do. You
Yes,
look
I
fucking
agree
great,
too.
Laura.
And you know, no makeup again, just lipstick. That's it.
And the headband. A few
Look
people
good.
have commented the headband really
Can I
works.
just say I said
Yeah.
it first? I just want to be, because everyone's going to get into
Oh,
Laura.
you're-
and I'm going to miss out again.
Oh shit! I put.
You
know,
I put
Laura's
some
like-
greedy there.
Laura's like
You're a little
almost
bit
on
greedy.
the exact opposite side of the world to us.
I'll fly.
Micro
Sorry?
USB. Sorry, I put the wrong link. Now I've put the correct link.
Everyone keeps talking over
Jesus.
each other, and I can't
Fuck's
understand
sake.
a damn thing.
Isn't this arsehole banned yet? Like, I mean, he dressed up as Hitler. Come on.
I said earlier I've been trying to work out how to ban myself. I've been trying to work out how to
I
ban
can't
myself.
even do it. I'm a moderator.
No,
I
I've
can't
been
do
trying
it.
to work it out. It's really difficult. Really difficult.
I
And
think
that's
I
why
put all my
I'll
lipsticks away.
I'll always cut some people a little bit of slack because I dressed up as Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's kind of like I give people a little bit of slack and then they wear that out. I'm going, oh no, you're actually just a fucking idiot. Go away. And it's just like,
The amount of times I've had to bite my tongue about shit that my teenage son has done and said because
Yes.
I know he's a teenage boy.
Yes.
And yeah, I've just like,
Teenagers-
oh, it's so cringy, but
no.
oh, I can
Teenagers are
say what
idiots.
I need to say, and some of it'll get through, most of it won't. And
Yeah.
like, I drew the line at because he used to do he used to be a graphic an illustrator.
Okay.
He used to dabble with that, and he has one of those posable models, you know, the human posable models, and like I would constantly go into his room and see it doing a Roman salute, and you know he doesn't know what a Roman salute is.
No.
And it was on his windowsill for everyone to see, and I'm like, that's where I draw the line. No, that's got to not happen. I don't care if that thing looks like it's masturbating. I don't care. Please don't do the Nazi salute.
Masturbating.
Yeah.
Roman salute.
I don't care. He's got one that's a hand as well. It's about the same size as the person, and it's always doing the shocker, and that's fine. That's fine. The shocker's fine. The Nazi salute, no, thank you. I don't want that in my house.
Also,
The
my
hand should
favorite
be-
for a hand, the shocker, which is one in
I know
two in
what it
the
Two in the pink, one in the stink.
The spocker
Because that's
is-
pleasurable.
Yeah, no, the spocker is my favorite.
For some.
It's most
The spocker.
illogical. Most illogical.
Yes.
Funnily enough, I was going to say, really, there are only two
guys,
that
I'm
you
a
should
sheltered
have.
boy
Number
here.
one is the Spock, and number
Yeah.
two is the Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember a story from a couple years ago. You know, how,
That's a
for
good point,
Americans,
Megalich.
for Americans, yearbooks are their big thing. And this was from a couple of years ago. A whole year decided in every picture that was going to be used in the yearbook, they would all do a shocker pose. And so, of course, the school had no idea. And there were dozens of photos over the course of the year where everyone in the photo was doing the shocker. And just before the yearbook was released, somehow it got to the school administration. There are approximately 100 photos in that yearbook of students doing this, and it's a slightly crass section. And so the yearbook.
Good night,
got
Robot
told.
Man, Greg.
There were
Oh,
boxes
no, mate.
and boxes of the yearbook, and they all got pulped because
Hope you're
the
doing okay,
conservative school
Robot
thing
Man
found
Greg.
out they're all doing
Hope
a
you're doing
shocker.
okay.
Robot Man Greg, good night to you. Yes, Greg being another city living person, I think when, I don't know whether it's December or January, and Greg, I'm just saying, Greg knows where all the secret bars in the city are. Greg is really good for that. So I
Poor
think
Micro is still waiting to get
we've
in.
got like Nettie and Abigail, Daisy and me and Greg. We'll
Angry.
meet in the city.
Can you let
He's still waiting
Micro
to get in.
USB in?
Okay.
Poor bastard.
On the one level, I don't want to let micro USB in, but on another level, he's really sexy, so I'm letting him in.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
True
Hello.
story, actually. Angry.
Hello,
Very
American man.
sexy. Hello, micro USB.
Hello.
Mm.
I want to show you guys my new COVID mask I bought. So I'm gonna go grab it, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, I want to see it. Yeah.
While you do, I just want to point out an amusing little thing that happened many, many, many years ago. So some Americans got captured, some pilots got captured in the Korean War.
Yes.
And they were used as a publicity machine and stuff like that. But whenever they took photos or whatever, they were all giving the finger in the
there was a photo of all these captured pilots saying, and they had to make, because they were being tortured, and they had to make a public statement saying the North Koreans or whatever are awesome, but they were posing, their hands were on the table and they had their middle finger and it was basically saying fuck these guys. So Micro SB, you were going to show us a mask.
Yeah, look, it even comes in this fancy little bag. That's how fancy it is.
That is a nice bag. I like that. That's fancy.
Okay,
I went to a Taiwanese takeaway place. Oh my god!
Oh my goodness! That is
cyberpunk. Oh my god!
That's fucking. That's
fucking
you look like that. No. That looks like.
That's Halo. Isn't
look like you've been ejected out of a space fighter plane.
Yes.
A space fighter. And that's your breathing mask.
I got
like
that all
fucking
day yesterday at work. People were like, "You look like you're from Halo. You look like you're from this space movie or that space movie." It's got a HEPA filter at the top, and it's got a HEPA filter at the bottom.
Oh wow!
It really seals up
That
your
is
face.
sophisticated.
And you can change this out. This plastic part. You can get one that's all blacked out. You can get one that's mirrored, like sunglasses.
Oh fuck!
Wow!
And I was like,
that's got. Do you know how much cosplay potential that thing has?
Yes.
So much.
Yeah.
My job said we didn't have to wear a mask anymore for vaccinated, but then they backtracked immediately and said the employees have to wear a mask, but guests do not have to wear a mask. So I'm like, if I have to wear a mask, I'm gonna really lean into wearing a mask.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna get
yes. Oh, that is so good.
That is inspired.
That's so great.
And
that is fucking wicked.
They're a little pricey.
That is amazing. I want one.
When I bought one, it was like $90 US, and now if you want this color, it's like $120 US.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Because it's the coolest thing.
Yeah.
No, it's really cool.
Yeah.
I
got a lot of like attention wearing it.
I get those.
But you ain't gonna get sick.
To me on Facebook occasionally, and I have been tempted. They're very fucking cool. They're very fucking
You gotta
cool.
share us a link to that because I want to.
Sure about
actually...
because it was one of those things you were like, is it real? Like, are they actually gonna make a product and like hand it out to people, or are they just saying they're gonna and then never do it? And then the sons of bitches did it, and they actually put out a product, and I was like, I'll buy one.
Yeah.
What do I need to? What do I need to put into Google to find it?
Vinta.
It is perfectly acceptable to pay the cool tax for something like that, isn't it?
That is.
Okay.
We have a cooler one.
Vinta? What's that?
With someone called Skylab.
VINTA.
Ta-da!
Ah, okay, got it. That's so cool.
I'm going to give myself a cool mark.
Shut up and take my gold press platinum.
Yes.
When you go into a hospital in Australia, you must wear.
There's another company that makes them like this called Air by Microclimate, but it's for rich people because it's like $300 US, and it's basically the spaceman's helmet you put on, and it has its own ventilation system with fans and stuff.
Yeah, right.
But that one looks like, I don't know. That one looks like the person wearing it kind of looks like a dork.
Yeah.
It just anywhere as sleek as this. It just looks like a dorky thing for rich kids.
It looks like
what's it called?
Air by Microclimate. It's like the goofiest thing I ever saw.
Does it?
Oh my god!
Screen share?
Yeah. That is goofy looking. I'll screen share.
All right, sorry, we're doing screen sharing. I'm sorry, I
Yep.
just hit screen share and I have to. Oh, where is it? Sorry.
So
masks.
that's kind of
wow.
good.
Oh my god!
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that one.
That's
Look at
cool,
that
but it's
one.
also tell you what, that's cheesy enough for Nettie because she likes cheese.
Oh,
Yes,
So
I'd have a lot of trouble vaping in that.
She's got
It's
Just
not so much
fog up,
trouble
wouldn't
with vaping in it. It's that the problem would be finding your way around because you just have a mask full of, cloud.
Yeah,
Fog,
no, you just
yeah.
lift it up and vape, and then just rebreathe it multiple times. That's like,
well, if it'd be good if it had like a cigarette or vape inlet, so it just fills your face cavity with the smoke, and you just breathe it.
I wish this had a port to like a straw, so I could like
The only
drink
way
it.
to do this,
yeah, that's what it needs, eh?
the only way to make that work with smoking or vaping would be to do what they do if you've when you get a tracheo, and then you can sort of like use the little hole and
Yeah.
that's how you get a breath.
Or I guess with this one, you could take off the bottom filter, like, because it comes out, and you could hook up some sort of hosing and then connect that to, like, I don't know, off the top of my head, a bong, and then use it like that.
You could be all crazy and have
nitrous
a super long
oxide,
tube.
a big cylinder of industrial grade.
Yeah,
nitrous
there you go.
oxide.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Hey, Angry, can you? I'm sharing again. Check out
more
this
masks.
one here.
Yeah,
That
that's what I was
yellow
thinking
one.
about.
That is.
I wanted that one, but it was
classy
too
as-
expensive for me.
That
That's
it is.
pretty
Yeah.
cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. There's.
yeah.
Yeah. That is so cool.
Okay, I think Inter is going to get some of my discretionary pension.
I just noticed from the chat about 10 minutes ago, Megalici's trying to make me feel better about dressing up as Hitler. Going, well, you've got that in common with Taika Waititi. You both dress up as Hitler. So it's like, and I think me and Taika Waititi
lovely.
are exactly the same. So
You mean Taika Waititi and I?
no, I mean, I'm having sex with the same sexy women that Taika Waititi's having. That's what I mean.
You wish.
All at the same time.
I do. I really do.
Yeah, I am. I am though.
Now I'm going to go on Google and go. I'm going to search Taika Waititi threesome because I forget who it was.
Can you not put my picture up again, please?
Isn't he polyamorous?
Oh well, he
Taika Waititi.
posted these pictures where he was. Yes, Taika Waititi finally addresses the threesome makeout pictures. Sorry, fucking open the. He had Rita Ora and Tessa Thompson. So he's like officially
Nice.
with one of them, but he
That is-
posted his pictures on a balcony where he's with Tessa Thompson. His official girlfriend was Rita Ora, but he put this stuff on fucking Instagram where he was making out on a balcony with Rita Ora and Tessa Thompson, who was the Valkyrie in Thor
Yes.
Ragnarok. And it's just like, okay, how can anyone have a problem with this? How can anyone have a problem with these three?
Well,
people?
there's pictures of the two ladies kissing as well.
Exactly,
And
right?
So it was
Exactly.
very, very mutual. And why not? That's just count
They're
me
all
in.
beautiful people. They're all beautiful people.
People say that about me a lot.
They do. They do. they
But-
often when they say Taika Waititi, Rita Ora, they say beautiful people. And AZ, they say almost the same thing. It's just slightly different. They go, ah! So
Like fans.
yeah, yeah. It's
So I don't find men attractive,
Neither
Very
do I,
often.
Abigail. I'm with you
At all.
completely.
but I see a picture of Taika Waititi, and I think of his humor and his his intelligence and his wit,
Yep.
and I
Yep.
kind of find that a bit sexy.
Yep.
Looking at
And-
it, thinking of that, and looking at his picture, and
Well,
I could do
yep.
that. I could go there.
Yep.
As
By
long
sheer
as he
coincidence-
brings,
Yeah.
look, bring Tessa Thompson as well, and
Yep.
yeah, I don't
By
even have
sheer-
to think about it.
By sheer coincidence, I don't find men sexually attractive. But if Taika Waititi showed up at my front door and said, "It's on," it's going to be on. Basically, it's going to be on because
You know-
it's Taika Waititi. It's Taika Waititi.
It occurred to me that you know the whole thing in the Quran of sort of you go down as a martyr, you go to heaven, and you get like 27 virgins or 47 virgins or 42, whatever it is, and then you remember that those virgins are incels.
Oh, God.
Oh dear.
What was it? Billy Connolly's take on the whole virgins thing, and he says that's a punishment. It's a punishment to have to teach these innocents how to have sex. Give me 72 fire-breathing whores.
Yeah.
You would say that.
I remember seeing an American comedian say a similar thing. He's like, that whole Islam thing of 72 virgins, that's fucked. Give me one dirty girl from Vegas and I'm happy.
I have to plead ignorance on the whole Quran thing. So I struggle to believe that it actually implies that there are virgins waiting for people. Surely that's not true. Is that a thing? Is that actually a thing?
It is.
I need to read the Quran to be sure, but it apparently says it. It's thing for
I do have a Quran somewhere.
martyrs, and it's not just that they get to heaven and they have these virgins waiting for them. It's they get to have sex with the virgins, and then they're magically remade into virgins again the next day. It is a weird, fucked up, patriarchal. Just
Why?
I was about to say
That sounds
that's
awful.
kind of where I have a problem with it, because it implies that women are there purely for the men, and that they have no other value.
Yeah.
And I have a problem with that.
You have just got it. You just got it.
I-
Bit of that in.
When I was in high school, they used to call me the Virgin Queen because all the boys that I was with had been virgins until I got to them.
Well, that's an achievement.
Nettie is the
I-
great initiator. Oh my
Does
God.
it
I
specifically say
dated
female
someone.
virgins?
Sorry?
Does in that book, does it specifically say 72 female virgins?
Ah!
No, it just says virgins. So I think they get a bunch of dudes from the IT crowd waiting for them in heaven.
It's probably a bunch of dudes like them.
Yeah. So I dated someone once who she always used to say that she was a bisexual super spreader because everyone she dated
Oh, shit. Okay.
like kind of explored bisexuality a bit.
Oh, good
And
God.
and
Okay.
and I dated her, and I'm like, I'm not really into dudes,
No.
but like she was just new to Melbourne. She
Yeah.
was from the Midwest. She's from Illinois,
Yeah.
and that accent.
Ooh,
Oh
wow.
my God! Oh, blah.
Accents do
Um,
have an effect, don't they?
yeah,
They do.
that,
Yeah.
yeah.
The Midwestern
Um,
accent is disgusting. The Wisconsin accent is like, ugh,
Oh.
so unattractive.
I've got a bit of a thing for a UK
Anyway.
accent, actually.
Anyway,
Sorry.
it's kind of like I was dating
Don't
her,
freak
and
out,
she
Laura.
used to say, "You
I'm
know,
not coming
I'm a
That didn't
bisexual
sound good,
supercarrier. You
let
know,
me
you
rephrase
will
that.
like men when you're done."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know. And then I went up to because she moved to Queensland because she found the
That's what I
climate much better for her because it was
Yeah.
just too dry in Melbourne. And there was a moment with her. She had a boyfriend up there, and there was a moment where the three of us were like, "Oh, I don't know." and I have done certain things with male bodies before, so I think she might actually be a bisexual super spreader.
She could be.
Like,
she could be.
She's a super carrier of bisexuality
sheltered
or
person here.
pansexuality, whichever is your
We can put it
flavor.
to the test. I'll sleep with her. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, that's yep. I'll hook you up. She
There
lives
we
in
go.
Queensland.
Forget the
she's in
age
Brisbane.
difference thing. That doesn't bother me.
I don't know. Well, how old are you?
It's super secret. No, I'm like 26. I forget my age sometimes.
Oh wow.
Sorry, I
Okay,
just saw that
she's
thing from
30,
Wow.
early
24.
30s. So.
Fingers. Yeah.
Who are we
Okay.
looking at there?
What was that picture?
That Laura was sharing a picture. That was the guys who were prisoners of the.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
I made a mistake because it was the USS Pueblo. Pueblo.
Yeah.
It was the ship that was captured and is
Yeah.
still in North Korea. They've still got it. It's like
Yeah.
a tourist thing.
Yeah, they're all giving the finger.
Wow.
It's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying just outright I do stuff with dudes now. But I will say that if I'm dating someone who's dating a dude, there's
knows?
there's no reason why three things can't happen.
Yeah.
And if Taika Waititi turned up,
I was about to say, once Taika Waititi turns up, all bets are
Yep.
off.
Who is that
basically.
person?
Yep.
And like no one's that
So-
straight, no one's that
Yeah,
gay.
yeah, no one's that-
straight,
yeah,
no
yeah,
one's that gay.
absolutely.
It's
So
Taika Waititi.
on my
Micro
list,
doesn't. I think Micro's a little foggy on who Taika
Yeah.
is.
I don't know who it is.
Okay,
Well,
sorry.
explain.
I'm going to
How do you spell it? I'll Google him.
Taika
he's the
Waititi
guy who
is-
he directed Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah, he's a New Zealand actor, writer, director, comedian, and
Renaissance
internationally,
man.
He's most famous for directing Thor Ragnarok, and he was also the character, the big rock guy. And there
Cool.
are absolutely hilarious videos on YouTube of him on various chat shows. Like, what was the inspiration for that character? The like 9 foot tall rock guy. And he goes, "Oh, it's Maori bouncers at nightclubs. It's like they're huge,
But you know that, like, as
but they're
soon
really
as-
friendly. Like you try to get into the club and they go." Oh no, sir. I'm sorry. Not tonight, sir. No, not for you, sir. No, that's not going to happen tonight, sir.
Oh
it's
yeah,
like
and
with these-
yes,
with these
Chris.
9 foot
Yes,
tall
What We
guys
Do in
who
the
can
Shadows is
Yes.
he
Oh
was
my
in
God.
What We Do in the Shadows. It's such a great
yes.
movie. So
Well,
I
he
want
does,
to. Okay, so
Wellington Paranormal as well.
Yeah, Wellington
Yes.
Paranormal is.
So I
what
wanna-
we're doing
I
for the
c-
spin-off.
I want to ask the group here, the Angry Bunch, right now.
Yep.
Starting with you, Angry, and
Yes.
going along the top and,
Going along the
and
top,
around.
yeah.
Who is on your list? And you know what list I'm in? Who would I turn gay/straight for?
Oh,
AZ, you get a pass on this because you're just like
because you'd be gay for everyone.
anything
Yes,
that.
that's fair.
Yeah.
So,
So Angry, who's on your? Who would you turn gay for
feel-
apart from Taika Waititi?
Yeah, I know, right? I feel like I'm locked.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm locked in the MCU because Chris Hemsworth is there too.
Oh.
Possibly even Ryan Reynolds. So it's like this is like a really heterosexual guy who has an extremely long list of dudes that which
You've thought about this a lot. Heterosexual.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is there anyone who's not in the MCU who's on my list? It's like
Mark Ruffalo.
No, he's on. Oh, fucking hell! Just if I could just cuddle Mark Ruffalo, that would. Oh my god, that would be so
Yeah.
nice. Just being able
He
to
was in.
cuddle Mark
He
Ruffalo
was
would be
in a
phenomenal.
movie, a lesbian movie where he has sex with one of the lesbians. That's how awesome he is.
Oh, no,
It's
Mark Ruffalo.
look it
was
up.
there.
It's called The Kids Are All Right.
Oh my god. Okay, I thought of someone who's not in the MCU. Who's
MCU.
on my
Okay.
list. So there are a bunch of people who are in the MCU who are on my list.
So what's the MCU? Oh, Marvel.
The
Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Marvel Cinematic Universe. The dude
Cinematic?
who- the dude who is in Justified, Timothy Oliphant. Oh my god, what I wouldn't do for Timothy Oliphant is
I gotta look.
It's a really the list of things I wouldn't do for Timothy Oliphant is very.
Oh fuck yeah! Okay. Yes.
No.
I see. Yeah.
The things I wouldn't do for Timmy, and also on a whole other level, and because there's jokes about daddies and whatnot, and because I'm of an age where I might expect people to call me daddy. My daddy would be Jesus, what's his name? He was Al Swearingen in God, what's his name? The English guy. Sorry, now I'm going to look it up. Al Swearingen, an American Pimp. Sorry, that comes up. In Deadwood, he was played by. Oh Jesus Christ! God, what's? Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit drunk, and my ability to use the internet.
Well, do we want to move on to Nettie then?
No, I'm still talking about men I've had sex with. Okay, sorry. Just before we move on, because someone else should have a go. Share screen, Chrome tab. This guy, what's his name?
Mike McShane, isn't it? McShane.
Ian McShane. Thank you.
McShane.
Sorry, and so he's a very different sort of guy on my list. He's like a daddy, even at my age. Ian McShane's like a daddy thing for me. So I'm just going to go off and say I'm the gayest heterosexual man on the planet because I've just given up a whole list of dudes. So Nettie, so okay, who are you going to go for?
Nettie.
Okay.
And you are allowed to say me. Kind of hoping here.
Well, you know what? The next time they meet up, that might be a little bit.
That might be a bit awkward.
I'm a little too shy for flirting, but Tilda Swinton.
Tilda Swinton. Sorry,
Tilda Swinton,
I've gone all. I don't even know if it's heterosexual if I've put Tilda Swinton on my list because she's so neutral. I don't know if that's made me more heterosexual. Yes, Orlando. That was such a good movie.
Tilda, love her to death. She never did it for me. Don't know why.
Yeah.
I find it's my
Well,
favourite.
she resembles David Bowie so much. I think that's probably why.
So
for
I'm
me.
now
Because
imagining
I'm absolutely
me.
mental for David Bowie.
Yep, no, me, Tilda
Since
Swinton,
I was
and
11.
David Bowie in the same room. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Yep.
And
So-
Natalie Portman.
Okay,
Oh,
that's a good
yes.
one. That's a good one. Yeah, Black Swan. Yeah. Okay.
And
Yeah.
V for Vendetta.
Yes. Yes. V for Vendetta. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I can't
Yep.
stand up anymore.
Oh, are you okay?
Oh, sorry. I
Well,
thought it
I was
was.
standing up and then you said bloody Natalie Portman, and now I've got to.
Oh, he has his penis is
It
erect.
was what I thought.
Yeah. All right. So he's wandered off. So that means we're up
Okay.
to you, Laura. I actually
Laura.
never asked you, Laura, if you were more into women or men. So
Well, I'm asexual, so I've never had sex at all so far.
all right. So you've just got to say
so-
anyone that would turn you to actually having sex.
Yeah. I suppose there's.
You are allowed to say pass if you want.
No, God, I thought you were going to say you were allowed to say you again, Abigail.
Oh, that's a given. Both of you come share the three of us together. My
It's not
goodness.
the after party yet, doll.
Not yet.
So there are two that I always kind of liked.
Yeah.
And both women, because
Yeah.
I'm more romantically attached to people rather than sexually,
That's
if that
cool.
makes sense. You know.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yep.
Makes perfect sense. It's the best way to be, I reckon.
Yeah. So, Marina Sirtis, who played Deanna Troy.
Oh yes. Oh
when
yeah.
she was
Yep.
younger, I've actually
Yes.
kissed her, actual real life.
Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god.
She opened the Star Trek exhibition in Manchester.
Sorry,
and,
I thought you were going to say she opened her lips when we kissed.
And you know, I mean, it was a peck on the cheek kind of thing.
Oh,
Not
that's
saying
lovely.
It's pretty
Um,
good. It's pretty good.
And the other one is someone called Tamerlane Tomita, if you've ever heard of her, if you know who that is. She was the Karate Kid 2, the Japanese character.
Oh, okay.
Betray.
She was also in, if you watched Babylon 5, she was in one of those as well.
Okay.
She was in the Joy Luck
Okay.
Club.
Yeah.
Interesting, though, turns out she's a lesbian, so it's even possible.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Nice.
Nice.
Sorry, you saying that just reminded me, just prior to the live stream, I was getting G'd up watching baby metal clips on YouTube and listening to
Baby Metal rocks.
fucking awesome.
Yes, agreed.
Can I just ask, when was it okay to like Emma Watson?
Always. It's okay to like Emma.
Always. Okay.
No, but in the wrong
Great.
way.
As soon as she did that speech at the UN about women,
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
god, has anyone seen
Great,
that?
was
great
easy.
story.
from then
Great
on, yeah.
story. I met someone who was the spitting image of Emma Watson.
Oh my god.
She
okay.
wasn't Emma Watson, but she was an Aussie, but she
But you
she
can
looked
imagine.
remarkably like Emma Watson. And we just happened to be at a queer event, which was a nightclub. And me being me,
Yeah.
she was with a friend of mine. She was a friend of a friend, and as soon as I saw her, I was like, "Oh my god, you look so much like Emma Watson!" And everyone's like, "Oh god, I wish you hadn't have said that." And I just said, we were just talking, and she just said, "I mean, I'm here. I've never kissed a girl, but that's fine." And I just blurted out, "Well, I'll kiss you if you want." And we ended up snogging all night. It was
Nice.
great. So I
Nice.
count that as I have kissed Emma Watson
That's fair. That is
because
fair.
she was
That
the
is fair.
spitting
Yeah.
image.
Sorry,
So-
I also just noticed in the chat. Sorry, I have to interrupt. AZ, I have to interrupt in the chat. Chris Leslie in the chat has actually thrown in, is in Queensland, but as a follow-up question, he's actually apparently had one where wives had to choose celebrities they would allow husbands to be torn asunder by, and Henry Cavill.
Henry Cavill.
was it. And also, I have to admit, Henry Cavill would be on my list. In all
What's
lists.
that?
Superman.
Superman. He's also The Witcher on things. But
Ah,
Henry
'cause
Cavill
of
would
the
absolutely
hair.
be on my list.
I had what you were saying, Abigail, about spitting image kind of thing. I found
Yes.
something amazing this week. So one of the people I watch, I watch on YouTube and on Twitter is Katie Montgomery. And I'm just going to share with you now. So I just saw someone use the word fascinator, and it's like, well, what's a fascinator? So that's Katie. And then I looked up what a fascinator was, and I got this. And then
Yep.
and
The
then
little
there's
thing
that.
in the
It's
head.
a model, and it's like, holy shit! Don't they look so much alike?
They
Oh my
do.
God.
They
Yeah.
do, don't they?
And it's
Yeah.
like, well,
Yeah.
so if you can imagine, I saw it, and I'm
Who
like,
is that?
looking at that one there and thinking, is that Katie Montgomery? No, it wasn't. But and I tweeted her, and she went, "Oh my god, yeah, she looks just like me."
Yeah.
So
Can
that
I
was kind of
ask?
funny.
Cool.
Laura, how come you can share screen and I can't?
You
I've
should
no
be
idea.
able to, Nettie.
Can
I
I?
have to ultimately I
Yeah.
have to ultimately allow it to be on the thing.
So down at the bottom
So
there, there's
how
the
do I
share
just-
button.
Yeah. Also, I noticed
Oh,
the fact that I brought up Chris's stuff
I like it.
about. I brought up
Mhm.
Chris stuff about Henry Cavill. He's followed it up with yeah, all the guys were okay when their wives said, "I want to watch Henry Cavill do terrible things to you." All the guys went, "That's fair. That's absolutely."
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm okay. I'm okay.
So now it's nobody's turn.
Yes. So nobody. Who are you going to turn gay for?
All right. Well, that's a tricky question.
Dude, I said like 10 guys. You've got to come up with one.
There's, well, quite truthfully, there's not really any celebrities I can come up with that.
Just say AIDSy then. Just say it's AIDSy. It's like...
What is wrong with you, Andre? You know what?
I genuinely
Yeah,
don't really know how to answer, to be honest. I
I know.
don't-
That's fair. That's
Nobody,
fair.
what you want to do
It's
is
fine, nobody. You don't have to.
nobody
You don't have
wanna
to.
make it really
And in fact-
easy. Use
Yeah.
use the narcissist version and just say me.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
Your clone.
the height of conceit is calling out your own name during climax.
Yeah. Oh god, that was.
I did have sex with someone named Abigail once.
Yeah. Oh, that would be.
I think we
that
covered that
was
once
weird.
before, actually. Now that I think
That
of
would
it.
be weird.
Yes. Yeah, and
But
her
no,
sister, but not at the same time.
It helps if all your previous boyfriends have been called David.
Yeah. Yeah. So you don't forget. You don't call out the wrong name during sex. That's
So
handy.
many
Yeah.
Davids in Sydney.
Yeah.
So many.
The older,
So-
the older I get, the less and less interested I seem to be becoming in pretty much anything to do with intimacy.
Yeah. But so,
Yeah.
and you've said that before,
That's fair.
nobody.
Mm.
So it would be reasonable for you to say also any female celebrity that would convince you to put a bit of effort.
Or
in.
even just like
I
snuggling
decided a fair while ago I
snuggie
simply
and watching TV would be
I
perfectly
decided I
acceptable too.
simply cannot be bothered thinking about it anymore. And I mean, we discussed this briefly in one of the after parties, and we dragged up a few things that probably best not dragged up.
That's
So I'm
fine.
going to shut up now.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Okay, so it's micro USB.
yeah, because I've actually literally never asked you if you're hetero or gay or whatever. So
I don't even know what I am. My penis just wants what it wants, and then it gets what it gets, and then that's that.
okay.
I don't really.
So okay. So who
That sounds like
is,
a penis.
who is
Yeah.
the celebrity that's
Who
going to get the
who
penis
isn't
really
that
active?
celebrity?
Yeah.
Who? That's it. I'm sorry, and sorry if this term offends anyone, but I'm such a man whore. Like,
Yeah.
That does not offend anyone here.
really,
No,
like
you-
I've had like so I've
Doesn't
had
offend
online
anyone.
profiles when I was trying to meet people, like mainly women,
yeah.
but they didn't want to talk to me. All the gay men really wanted to talk to me a lot, and they were very. I know
Yeah.
they complimented me a lot. I needed to hear those
Yeah.
things. One of them
Yeah.
offered to be my sugar daddy, but I was like,
Right.
that's just not for me. So thank
Yeah.
you, but no thank you. I remember one guy was like, "You're way too cute to be straight," and I was like, "Thank you so much." I needed to hear that today. I was having a rough day today, and I needed to hear that.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm moving Windows around so I can say I don't want to say who's going to be really pleased to hear you refer to yourself as a man whore, but it's that guy who's got his back to it at the moment.
Watching AZ
Yeah.
like stumble off earlier,
Yeah.
hilarious.
Well, now that
Hilarious. The way he like shuffled, like
absolutely everyone here has said that, I am grateful.
Yeah, that's all true. That's all true.
I'd like to dispel one myth. Some of the
Please.
people who've seen the attention I get from certain members of the opposite sex have suggested that I'm a lady killer.
Yes.
And I'd like to dispel that myth. I have done no such thing.
Yeah.
You've killed no women
I
at all.
do not kill
What's
ladies.
that line from from the classic Addams Family movies with what was his name, Raul Julia, who was such a good Gomez Addams, where he's saying something complimentary because he was such a flirt, and the woman goes, "Oh, you know, Gomez, you're such a lady killer," and he goes, "Acquitted." It was Raul Julia and what's her name, who was
Jennifer Houston.
I love that.
Angelica Houston.
Angelica Houston, that's it.
Raul Julia and Angelica Houston was such a good couple, and it was just like watching it, just going, "Oh my god, they're the best." And again, okay, let's just add to the list. Although he's dead, Raul Julia as Gomez, and a lot of people have said, "Oh, what's his name?" Who was in the Star Wars movies and the new Star Wars movies? He was he was the new Han Solo. What I don't know. I've had a couple drinks. I can't.
Poe Dameron.
Poe Dameron. Thank you.
Yeah.
The actor who was Poe Dameron. People have variously said he should be Gomez Addams in a new Addams Family. And I'm like, yes, okay. He is also on the list.
Oh, that reminds me.
Yeah. So
I missed one.
Nettie?
I missed one.
Yeah.
Nettie missed one. Go for it.
Christina.
Christina Applegate?
No.
Which
I was going to say Christina Applegate.
From the Addams Family.
Oh yes, she was
Christina Ricci.
She was Wednesday, but now
Christina Ricci.
she has cosplayed.
Yes.
Yeah. Christina Ricci.
Yes.
Oh my God, yes. And that's what there should be, a new Addams Family member movie with Christina Ricci and the dude who is Poe Dameron, and I can't remember his name, and I can't fucking deal. So, but he. Oh my God, he is pure fucking sex, that guy. He is
So I'm glad that no one has caught on that I skipped myself there.
Oh, okay.
I did notice.
No, sorry.
Well, you just gave yourself up.
So
Yeah, you added
now
yourself.
You have to
I
say
know.
I know.
know.
What man would you have sex with?
Okay, so when I was younger, I was into James Bond a lot. So young Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
David Tennant.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And Ewan McGregor.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, they're all on my list too. And fucking
and
Daniel Craig.
to
Everyone's on the
include
list, Angry. We've put that out now.
Everyone's on my fucking list.
So-
Everyone's on my fucking
So
list.
to include the MCU, Chris Hemsworth, but only to put him on the wall so I can admire, and that's it.
Oh
He's
God,
very beautiful.
I would be happy with that.
I
Abigail,
don't
have
know
you ever
if
heard my
anyone.
Scots accent?
Sorry. ADO? What?
Have you ever heard my Scots accent?
Please do it. Do it.
No,
in a
because
social-
that's my kryptonite. I have
do
two
it. Do it,
two
AZ.
Scottish
Do
people
it.
on my
Do it.
list.
Do
There were
it.
two. You noticed that AZ noticed that there were two Scottish people on my list.
80.
That's my kryptonite.
Please do your Scots accent.
Yeah. When he comes back.
Please.
I want to hear your Scottish accent, AZ.
I'll work
I
on
don't.
it at another time.
Another time. He's such a tease. He is such a tease.
Yeah.
What do you guys think is? What do you guys think is like the least attractive accent out of all the accents in the world? When someone speaks English and they have that accent, which one do you think is the least?
Okay, I'm not sure which one it is, but there is a particular American accent where the R's are so harsh.
It's got to be the
They're just
Wisconsin one I was talking about earlier.
It might be.
It's got to be. That's the
The Wisconsin accent.
Oh yeah.
Yes, we're gonna say the Wisconsin
because a lot of
accent.
Germans settle that area, so their accent is derived from.
Actually, that would be the accent that would be one of the accents I would pick as my least favorite. Would probably be
No, me too.
German.
German?
one?
Nothing against German people.
No, I
But,
don't mind the
but-
German
I
accent, but
understand that.
I ended up hooking up once with someone from not Sweden, not
Norway?
no, she was
Denmark?
from Belgian. She was
Belgium?
yeah,
Belgium?
she she was from a specific city. Anyway, I didn't like her accent, but we ended up hooking up anyway.
So
She was a
fascinating.
great.
We're just throwing
We
time.
we
Hook up
connected
with
on
people.
sci-fi books, so it was great. But I don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't mind German accents. I like a woman with Russian accent. Just my clothes disintegrate.
Yeah.
Scottish accents, obviously.
Scots and Irish.
uh,
Scots and Irish are my.
Yeah.
feel like-
Oh, look, I've heard that
Right.
the Irish really love our accent too.
Yeah.
So
I feel like
I've heard
some
like,
accents are okay for guys, and then
Americans think an Australian accent is sexy, but I don't know.
Americans
tell
think
us that.
any accent is sexy because we don't hear accents. So if they hear a foreign accent, they're like, "Yo, you're not
Right.
from this country."
So all I'm saying is micro.
So that's
I
sex
can
without
woo you.
consequences.
I feel like that's what they're saying. What we're saying, micro USB. I could woo you with my Aussie accent.
And I know the Aussie accent
You must
was
be,
way
like,
more popular during
fully
Crocodile
during
Dundee
the-
days. That's
yeah.
that's
This
when
whole-
you could.
this
That's
whole
when you could
stream-
walk into America and just grab a chick in the bar and just go home, and there wouldn't be. She would just be like, "Okay, hi."
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
a knife.
It's a bit risky you saying that, Micro, because
Yeah, I know. I'll take
Australians,
the risk.
we Australians have a bit of there's
We're
certain
rats.
types of American tourists who think everyone loves them, and Australians actually are just as bad. We go into other places and we'll deliberately be all, totally ochre to
Yeah.
just to get
It's
noticed.
funny how my
We'll-
accent
we'll
changes
very-
overseas.
We'll very
Yeah.
loudly walk into a crowded place and go, "G'day, mate, how are ya?" Just
Yep,
to,
yep.
just
I
to
don't say
broadcast
I
to
don't
the
say
fucking
g'day to
world.
friends, but it's the only greeting I use overseas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we just,
Yeah,
Yeah.
very much.
You could
Yeah.
I've also noticed in the chat, Megaleech is remembering my sister thought nobody was hot. Nobody's going, yeah, I remember that.
Well, it's obvious. Like it should be obvious that nobody is also on my list. Like
Oh,
that,
yeah.
I thought that was just axiomatic.
Yeah, no, he's on my
And
list
you've just
too.
tied your hair back and oh, where did my pants go? Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
no.
no, he's on my list, and I'm looking at AZ. I'm looking at AZ. He's on AZ.
Yeah.
look, there's a reason I'm under 80 right now.
I feel like we're in the. This feels like the opening title for the Brady Bunch.
I'm better now.
Yes.
That's why we call it the Angry Bunch.
Angry Bunch. Yeah, we just want a couple more people, and it'd be full Brady Bunch.
It's like-
Yeah.
yeah. Here's the
Um,
story.
Micro USB. There was a story I had to tell you. I live in a block of flats. I'm the caretaker for a block of flats. This is a block of student flats. It's bed sits, or they call them studio apartments. They're one-room bed sits, okay? And we used to have a woman who lived here, and she went to a local university, and she tried to become a member of a political party, the junior version of the political party called the Young Liberals. Now, here, the Young Liberals are the Conservative Party. The Conservative Party is the Liberals, okay? So they're like the Republicans, okay? Except more so.
Because that makes sense.
She was so far right wing that the Young Liberals said she was way too much for them.
Wow.
So she couldn't play with them because she was way too far right wing for them. And believe me when I say you've got to be a fucking Nazi to be too much for them. And
I was going to say, was she like, alt-right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Sorry.
wasn't sure, but then I started talking to her and I found out. Oh yeah.
Sorry, I still had. I'm going to close this tab because it's messing with my head. I still had a tab where I searched Taika Waititi 3-way, And there's a thing where
You want to be able to stand up.
and he's working on the next MCU film, and the interviewer says, "How excited are you about your new film?" And Taika says, "I'm not here to discuss my wild all-nighter where I made out with Rita Ora and Tessa Thompson. So please don't bring it up. But I'm excited about my new movie as I was about the three-way I had with Rita and Tessa. Believe me." I'm fucking losing it. I have to close that tab because I'm losing it. Oh my god.
Oh well.
Okay. Oh god.
Yeah, but I've noticed here that if someone leans one way, they're going to lean really hard in that one way.
Yeah.
Like, people either are leaning really hard to the point where it's weird, or they're just in the middle. Like, I'm in the middle. Like, I can see,
Yeah.
I can really see like points on both sides, and
Yes.
it makes sense. So I'm like, okay, I see your point. Let's try to find a way to mix them. But the people on each side are like, no, it has to be like this. No, it has to be like this. Okay.
That's American
Oh, yeah,
policy
she
for
was,
you now.
she was
you know?
definitely very, 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 very far right wing, to the point where
Yeah.
the right wing kids here, who are very far right wing,
Yeah.
we're talking. There's a lot of alt right going on here at the moment. They were going, "Oh, you're too much," and we were going,
In our neighbourhoods.
"Fuck, really? You're
Where's
too
a
much for
shotgun
this?"
when you need it for those songs, eh?
And when I was speaking to her, I was going, I don't see it. I don't see it. And then she came racing through the front door and said, "Quick, hide me." And I went, "Okay, well, what's wrong?" And she said, "Oh, there's a nigger walking up the street and I think he saw me."
Oh Jesus.
Oh, darling,
What the fuck?
Probably
Okay.
not a problem.
No.
It's and she says,
Yeah.
"No, I think he's coming now," and she literally hid behind me, and I went, "What the fuck?" And there's this basically this Islander guy walks past and was talking with his friend, and
Yeah.
was
Oh my
shaking,
God.
and I'm going, "Okay,
Oh,
right,
shit. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
honey,
No.
That's
Fuck. No.
fucked.
Sorry,
honey, you're
AZ.
gonna have to deal with this.
Yeah.
You're gonna have
Oh.
to. It's this thing that's gonna have to happen a lot.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to
Yeah.
find a place where you can
Yeah.
deal with this happening.
Oh.
And
Shit.
so yeah, I spent quite a while with knowing it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And not illegal.
Yeah.
There's no laws from them. They are.
He was existing, and that was okay. So I want this is what I think you don't know. This happened at Midpool. Where AZ and I know each other from going to the same uni in country New South Wales, and it's like I don't know. I was there for 4 years. I think AZ was there for 20 years. I'm not sure how long he was there, but I was there for my third or fourth year. I was single, and there was this young lass who I was like trying to get it on with, and it turned out she was an Australians will get this national party or country party, and I didn't know this at the time, but this was ultra conservative, but she was just kind of hot, and all I was like, she has boobs and a vagina, so I'm kind of into it. And I was back in she was living on one of the residences, and she came onto me, and I'm in her room, and we're making out, and she actually had stuff stuck on the wall, and it was a newspaper clipping of this guy from the fucking National Party who was an idiot. And this was a guy who makes and because this was a long time ago, and I don't even remember who it was, but he makes Barnaby Joyce look normal, is what I'm saying.
You know what? When you started talking about this, oh, sorry, go on, finish.
No, I'm just going to finish. So I'm kind of making out with this girl because she's a hottie, but she's got stuff stuck on her wall, which is a newspaper clipping, and I can't help but see it. And I go, that guy is a fucking lunatic. And she's going like, no, he's cool. And I'm like, and I don't know. I was so horny. I never processed if she has a news clipping of this guy on her wall, she agrees with him. And I was just like, she is cute and she has boobs and a vagina, but she also likes the country party.
All I have to say is, doesn't matter, had sex.
Yeah.
And also, no, I'm going to say doesn't.
That's from a song. That's from a song. I just said
I
sex.
know
Lonely
Lonely
Island.
Island. Yes, I know
Yep.
that one. I'm going to say, in terms of politics, doesn't matter. Didn't have sex, because it was like I looked at this thing and I went, "What the fuck is that? That guy's a fucking lunatic." And she's like, "No, he's cool." And I'm like,
Oh God!
seriously,
Please don't tell me it was her dad.
No, my fucking boner went away. I was like, what? What is that? What the fuck? What? And she was hot. She was hot. She was cute, and she was kind of humping against me, and I was just like, no, I have to stop. I have to stop, and I have to pause, and I have to go, what the fuck is that thing that you have stuck on the wall next to your bed? Because my boner is going bye-byes because you fucking like the country party. What the fuck?
So it wasn't Barnaby Joyce, was it?
No. I'm old.
Before
This is
that.
literally
Okay.
This is
So-
30 years before Barnaby Joyce.
Joe Bielka Peterson.
When you started this kind of thing, it's like, we met in college, and I was there for, I think you said 3 years. Did you say?
I was at uni for 4 years. I think.
Yeah, so
Avery was there
I was
slightly
there
longer.
for 4 years, and they did there for like 20. And I thought to myself, wait a minute, that sounds like prison.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was a special prison, Laura. It was a special prison. It was a prison where Azy was a very happy boy. I think I failed stuff deliberately so I didn't have to leave.
Yeah.
No, I failed stuff because I was dyslexic and autistic and was shit at being a student. But I was very good at being at uni.
Yeah.
Curious question. Did you know it at the time?
No, I got caught.
No, he got diagnosed really late.
I got
Yeah.
diagnosed
Me too.
as dyslexic in my last year at uni. They found me out.
Oh, no.
Because they said something's wrong here. He writes like shit, but his ideas are really, really clever. And his thinking is really, really clever, but he's just writes like a child. And they found out that I had the reading age of a 9-year-old and the writing age of a 4-year-old. And
But the conversational age of a university professor. But yeah.
Of a university professor, and they went, aha. And they later on in my 30s, they diagnosed me as autistic. And back in the primary school days, I was just the weird kid in the corner of the playground.
Yeah.
There was no way to know that the behavioural problems that were going on.
Same story. I was 36 before I got diagnosed.
Yeah.
And it was only meeting someone else who had been diagnosed when I met his mum, and she said, "You know what? I think you might have it." And it took 3 years to get tested because the NHS is shit for mental health stuff.
Yeah.
And I went up to like the local mental health unit at the hospital to inquire, and they said, "I'm sorry, we don't provide that service, and we don't really have the budget for such things." And explained how they only had funding for people who were showing psychosis. So unless you're chasing someone up the street with a large carving knife,
Yes.
at which point they section you, lock you, put you in a locked room, and put lots of drugs into you, which probably would appeal to you, maybe. But
He's done it. He's absolutely done it. He's absolutely done it. Just chasing people down the street, and when he gets sectioned, it's like, well, about time. It's just like.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
I'm gonna have to love you and leave you.
Oh, goodbye, nobody. Goodbye. You are nobody. You are absolutely somebody.
You're totally loved.
Love your work.
I shall see you all next time.
Bye.
Please
Live
do.
long and prosper.
I'm going to go off for
Good night.
about 5 minutes and sand this because it's now ready to go. It just doesn't fit together properly.
Oh, you got stuff to do. That's okay.
So I'm just going to go and sand that down, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
That's cool.
So,
Okay.
Angry, I want you to join in when you can.
Yes.
Shell Ringler X, the all that protects your diesel renovation. No?
Sorry, you went too fast. I missed that.
Okay. Shell Rimula X, the oil that protects
Oh,
your diesel
Lord.
renovation. Okay.
We had such weird advertising in country New South Wales in the 80s and 90s. There were ads that went to air in country areas that so Remular X, the oil that protects, and stuff that was like. I learned that cattle diseases, pulpy kidney was a thing, and cheesy gland was a thing.
Gland.
Oh my god!
I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, this was weird farmer shit. We were in country New South Wales.
You learned about pulpy kidney and cheesy gland. Thanks.
Oh my god!
And I also think it's about time you learned about Nilvern.
Oh my god! A worming tablet. Shell Remular X, the oil that protects. And there was like Clout, the thing that was for deworming sheep. This year we're gonna clout them. We're gonna clout them gently. And it was like ivermectin. In current internet terms, we were seeing ads for shit in the 80s and 90s that would have been for weird conspiracy fuckwits who were taking animal medication today. And they would be looking at these ads on country TV in the 80s and 90s going, yeah, I think I'll take that and say, up yours, big farmer. And it's like, dude, that's for fucking that's for sheep. Why are you taking the thing that's for sheep?
Now, I want to know, Angry, if you were still at uni when this ad came out. What are you doing? I'm building a fence to keep Labor out.
Oh, weird fucking country party people in the 80s and 90s who did these just super low budget ads, and you would watch them and go, what is wrong with this guy? What is wrong?
Why didn't you just get uni students to do it for you?
Yeah.
We are shit, and we could have done a better job. So you've got these like 3 blokes, and you've got this like 4 planks on a
Who's echoing?
Fence, and they're hammering it in. What are you doing, Barry? I'm building a fence to keep Labor out. And it was
I remember that.
Election time.
Why do I remember that?
That was because you're Nettie. You remember it because you're our age, and that was
Hi, Stella.
From the age. Oh, Stella joined us. Thank you. Sorry, we hadn't done any.
That must explain why my heart just skipped a beat.
Yeah, I was about to say we hadn't said anything sexual for a while, but fortunately,
yeah, it's been a while.
Stella has joined this chat, so we can all express our desires.
We can all
Stella.
start again. Yeah.
Stella, you missed. Abigail had us all talking about who is the person who is the opposite of our sexual proclivities that we go for, and I'm just saying you're everyone's. I'm just saying it. saying different. And I hope that's not putting too much pressure on you, but you know. That's just how the angry bunch
I wouldn't
go.
put too much pressure on you, Stella.
I would put just enough pressure on you, Stella.
Just the right amount.
In just the right places.
Cutting in line. Cutting in line.
Oh my god.
We broke Angry.
I know. I'm just thinking like we are the worst people in the world. And it's like if cancel culture was a thing, we would just like all be cancelled. Which honestly, the fact that we continue to exist proves cancel culture is not real. So
yeah, I think like we're all in horny jail now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, maybe Laura not so much.
Laura being a bit asexual.
On the ace.
Innocent Laura.
Poor innocent Laura in amongst all this depravity. Yeah, it's like
No, I've seen Laura looking at me and she's yeah. And don't you think I haven't noticed you look at micro USB?
Where's the mind bleach?
I just love how Laura's studiously ignoring what you're saying, lady.
No. I'm thinking to myself, where's my mind bleach? It's around here somewhere.
Stella, I'm glad you liked the message I sent. I'm glad you liked that.
Okay, so Stella's appreciative of the right sort of pressure. I like that. Raiders is throwing in Dan McPherson. I don't know who that is, so I'm now going on to interwebs.
Stella's been having some good times just now, so nice.
Okay, so Dan McPherson is an Australian
Stella's
actor.
on our way into Horny Jail.
Yeah.
Stella's like walking
Isn't
right
it
out
hairy?
of it and is about to come back in.
Oh, okay. So Horny Jail. I'm just going like Raiders Horny Jail thing. I'm going to share the pictures.
Dan
of
McPherson,
this
who's
guy.
that?
He's a soapy actor.
Neighbours.
Yeah, Neighbours. These are no. Okay, I'll be in Horny Jail for Dan McPherson. Honestly. Yeah, no.
He looks-
I do it.
He looks like
That's not my-
every single bachelor
Yeah,
from
he
the
does,
TV show
doesn't he?
Bachelor. He is
Doesn't he?
every single person from Bachelor. Yeah.
Yep. No, that's a good description
Yeah,
of him.
no.
That's a good
Nah.
description of him.
I'd go
Yeah.
there.
Every bachelor.
I'd go there. Oh, fuck, I'd go anywhere.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
You know.
It's easier to move to places you wouldn't go, Aidsy. It's just like
I like Tom Hiddleston.
That's fair.
I like
I
Tom
like Tom
Hiddleston.
Hiddleston. Tom Hiddleston's absolutely on my list.
Tom Hiddleston, is he Loki? He's Loki.
Yeah, he's
isn't
Loki.
he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except that, like, he gives me post-traumatic stress disorder when he's Loki, because, like, I had a boyfriend like that.
Oh no, that's not good.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Fun story about Tom
Is it not
Hiddleston.
like me, or is
He
it just a forbidden
Yeah.
pleasure?
I don't
What
know.
was that?
Is everyone
What
a
was
bit of a
that?
cumber bitch like me, or is that a forbidden pleasure?
Cumberbatch?
A bit of a what?
A
Oh,
cumber
Cumberbatch.
Cumberbatch.
I'd go Cumberbatch. Yeah.
Not-
Benadryl Cumberbun.
Yeah, Benadryl
So
Cumberbund.
fun story about Tom Hiddleston. He, when he was at university, learnt Latin, and he's
Yes.
never had an opportunity to learn to use it until
Yeah.
he did the Loki TV series, where he got to speak Latin, and he also did the old Norse language. They were
Yes.
all legit him just
Nice.
doing the lines,
Nice.
and he spoke them. And he's
Yeah.
never had an opportunity to do that before, and he
Yeah.
just nerded out. He's also a huge nerd, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah,
massive
I was
nerd.
Oh! That reminds me.
Yes, Abigail.
Will Wheaton on my list.
Is
Will
he?
Wheaton,
I don't know.
absolutely.
Will
No,
Wheaton.
he's not on my list.
He's no. He's like
Yeah, go
such an
Wes.
uber nerd.
I'd
He's
go
such an
there.
uber nerd. I think he and I would just like cuddle and talk all night. It would be
Yeah.
amazing.
Okay.
And
I'm
yeah.
not going to shatter
and
your
we'd
illusion.
nerd out about all kinds of nerdy shit. It would be
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
he's on
well,
Star Trek. No wonder you like him.
But he's
What-
also like a legit geek. Like he
Yeah.
plays Dungeons and Dragons and
Yeah.
watches like all the sci-fi shows and yeah.
We,
And
we-
like
we-
to be fair, the first time I saw him was in Stand By Me, and the other movie he was in at the prep school that got taken over by terrorists.
Oh yes, and that had like Tom Cruise and a bunch of other people in it. It was called
Did it?
Taps and something, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Oh, I've
Was
got to
that
look it up
Taps?
now.
I don't know. I also throwing out. You just made me think because Tom's all the dudes when we were going at the dudes. I was thinking I'm
Tom
top
Hardy.
with all the dudes I mentioned. I was top, but I just remember Tom Hardy. Tom
Tom
Hardy.
Hardy.
I particularly Tom Hardy in Taboo. Tom Hardy's character in Taboo. I would bottom for top Tom Hardy. I'm just saying.
Who
All
would?
the other dudes I mentioned, I was absolutely topping them. But Tom Hardy, I would bottom for Tom Hardy.
I've got to call it a night. Good peeps.
All right, matey.
That's all.
Okay.
And I'll,
Good
Good night, AT. Good night.
Right, that was
The
fun.
movie. The movie was called Toy Soldiers.
Oh, you go. Stella knows it too. I think she's singling out Sean Astin in Toy
Sean
Soldier.
Astin was in it as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Correct.
Stella's given it up.
Stella's
for Sean
on it.
Astin.
Stella's on the. See, Stella and I on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. And I'm just assuming Stella's saying she's given it up for Sean Astin. But
I just saw your comment, Stella, about the candles and the cuffs already in horny jail.
yeah,
That's great.
and Stella's saying Tom
Tom
Hardy
Hardy.
is
Stella,
just
look-
revelation. Yeah.
Stella,
Tom
you could tie
Hardy's
me up
like-
anytime, for sure.
Tie me up, tie me down. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Tom Hardy is just like a whole bunch of bad decisions all in one.
He is.
delicious.
Isn't that right? Tom Hardy is all
Every
your
bad
bad
decision.
decisions. Tom Hardy is all your bad decisions wrapped up in one dude.
He was also in Star Trek.
Yes. Oh my God. There was a while back. What was the Star Trek movie he was in? Which
Nemesis.
it was
Star Trek
a very
Nemesis.
bad movie. But I
It
was
was
watching
awful.
it going, who is that kid?
Tom Hardy.
That kid is so familiar.
Thank you,
And
Star.
I'm going, and I
Yes.
had to look it up and I go, oh shit, that's like teenage Tom Hardy before he got big.
No,
and
no,
beefy.
that he was an adult. He was going through a very drug induced thin
He was
phase
very
where
thin.
he was
very
just
thin.
high on
his own
coke
bad decisions.
and speed constantly, and he
Yeah.
was just wafer thin.
Yes.
And yeah,
Wouldn't you
But
love
yeah.
to hear Tom Hardy say to you, "I have a use for you"?
Oh fuck yeah! No. if Tom Hardy knocked on my front door and I opened it and he leaned in and went, "I have a use for you," and I'm going, "Okay, fair enough. Come in."
what's that
Come
from?
in. That's from Taboo. That's a TV series
Ah.
he did.
I
Okay.
first
It's a
noticed him.
weird fucking thing with the East India Company and whatnot, where he's a weird guy
Sure.
who disappeared and got raised by African tribes where he learned all this weird voodoo shit. And it's like, but his basic thing is he's
Revenge.
He's getting it's revenge, and he's getting all these people, and rather than kill them, he just leans in and goes, "I have a use for you." And it's just like,
Yike.
I'm like, for reals, if Tom Hardy knocked on the door now and it's like 2 a.m., it's like after 1 a.m., and if he knocked on the door and I opened it and Tom Hardy leaned in with his weird top hat and went, "I have a use for you," and I'm going, fair enough, Tom, fair enough. That's
Yes,
that's
sir.
legit.
Lazy, go to bed.
And he's in
He had to go.
he's
Ace
he
had
was-
to go.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
he's had to go. Yeah. I
Hardy's
first saw
in
Tom
the
Hardy
Venom film
in.
as well.
Hey.
What do you
Who?
see him in, Nettie?
Oh, Wuthering Heights, which is one of my
shit.
favorite all-time stories. Ever since I did it at school in year 11.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever you say Wuthering Height, all I hear is Kate Bush going, "Heathcliff, it's me, I'm Kath," and it's like, oh my
Yes.
god, I was so in love
And
with Kate
interpretive
Bush,
Such a big
dance.
hulking Heathcliff.
and it was just like
Heathcliff is, a fetish.
that clip she did with Peter Gabriel for "Don't Give Up," where the whole clip was
Yes.
just them hugging,
They just yeah.
going, "I have never been more jealous of someone than I am of Peter Gabriel at the moment." He's just spent a
Yeah.
couple minutes just hugging Kate Bush, and I'm just like, I've never been more jealous of anyone than I am of Peter Gabriel. Just like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, Kate Bush was a phenomenon. Wasn't she?
I enjoy listening to Kate Bush.
Yeah, there was a thing. It was on one of the social medias recently. It was like and it was Kate Bush's first appearance on Countdown talking to Molly, and it was for Wuthering Heights. It was like blah blah blah, which she released when she was 17, and I'm like, get fucked. She was
she was 17.
And I was like, she was 17 when she did that. Oh my god, she was that woman radiates power from 17 onwards. She just radiates this amazing power. She's incredible.
Yeah, she is otherworldly. A bit
Now
like
I wanna
Robert
look at her age.
Smith.
I don't know how old she is. I'm on the internet. How old is Kate? Oh, Jesus. Kate Bush. English singer, songwriter. How old is she? Oh, God. Okay, she's almost 10 years older than me. Absolutely, she could get it. I'm just saying. She's in her 60s. She's 10 years older than me. And the answer is yes, absolutely.
Yeah, emphatically yes.
No fucking question. It's kind of like Helen Mirren. I don't even know how old Helen
Yes.
Mirren is now.
Helen
but the
Mirren.
answer is yes.
She did my favorite movie.
So
Yes.
White
I'm
Knight.
gonna go. 'cause
Which movie?
I got
Micro
Wasp.
USB, you're heading off.
Yeah,
Check
because
with my
we got Wasp out here, and they're starting to be mean to me, so I don't want to deal with that.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so nah.
Wasps while you're stoned. Oh,
I am about the Wasp life, so you all have
Yeah, no,
a good
that's
night.
fair.
That's fair.
Take
dude.
care.
Take care.
That's totally
Bye.
fair.
Live long and
night.
prosper.
That is the funniest excuse I've ever heard for leaving a stream. There are wasps. I'm leaving.
I'm being
Okay.
bullied by a wasp.
I'm not about the wasp life.
Not about the wasp life. Oh my god.
It's all
he's
about
so
that
good.
wasp life, yo.
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 Also, I'm just thinking of so Kate Bush was born in 1958. What were we saying? When was I'm just looking up all these Helen Mirren.
You know, they still do
What
that.
about-
Wuthering Heights. Everybody get up
Helen
and
Mirren was
Every
born in
year, yep.
45.
yeah.
Helen Mirren was born in 45. The answer is still yes.
I loved her in Red.
Whoa.
That was a good movie.
Oh my god, she's so good in Red and Red 2. She is absolutely amazing. 'Cause she's a contract killer.
I'm just throwing this out there. Gates McFadden.
Oh fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Yes.
I don't know that one. But how about Travis
She's from
Fimmel?
Star Trek.
Yeah.
Guys, how about
Who?
Travis Fimmel?
Don't know who that
Travis
is.
Fimmel, yes. Oh my god. Okay, Travis Fimmel
Aussie
weirds
boy.
me out because I only knew Travis Fimmel as an actor. He's an Australian, and he was in a few things. He's in Vikings. He was.
He really came into his power in Vikings.
He was amazing, and he's beady dude, and he's been and it's like, okay, so he's like a rough thing, and then you find out in his early 20s he was an underwear model, and he was this absolute sort of exactly what you expect an underwear model to look like, and you go, oh no, I only knew him from Vikings and beyond then, where he's amazing, but also like as an underwear model in his early 20s, he's ripped as fuck, and apparently he just rocked up. He was a broke out of work Australian in Paris, and he rocked up to it wasn't Yves Saint Laurent, it was one of those French designers, and he basically just rocked up to their office wearing jeans and no shirt and went, "Give me a job." And this super queer French designer went, "Yeah, I think I will. I think I will give you a job because you are to hotness." And but yeah, but him as his early 20s underwear model looks like a totally different person to him in
Yeah, saying that, yeah.
as Ragnar
But
Lothbrok.
I much prefer the Viking.
Oh yeah, Lothbrok, and he was also. There was a TV series. There's only been one season, but I think there's going to be another season. It's called Raised by Wolves. It's a science fiction one.
Did my head in that show.
Did you watch it? Oh my god, the woman who played the android, and it's clearly like she got cast because they said all the women we want for this cast, can you show up in a bodysuit? And she has this incredible angular, kind of androgynous, but kind of hyper feminine body. She's fucking amazing. She's quote unquote mother in that show. And it was like,
yes,
what the fuck? Who is this person? She's fucking amazing. She is incredible. But yeah, Travis Fimmel is in that as well. But again, and this is the thing, because that's a Ridley Scott TV show, and they threw in hints right towards the end of season 1 that is actually in the Aliens universe. And it obviously is. It's obviously in the Aliens universe. And I hope they do a second season, because they set up to do some very...
How can Raised by Wolves sounds like it's, you know, like it's a medieval drama, not a...
Oh, no, it's crazy.
It's a metaphorical title.
Yeah. It starts off with these two androids who are raising humans who are birthed from an incubator. And then you end up finding out there was a war on Earth between religious fundamentalists and atheists. And the androids were sent out in a fucking shuttle by the and it just ends up getting super fucking weird. It gets really fucking weird, and it's really good. But the woman who plays this android, who's just wearing a skin tight bodysuit the whole time, and she's all angles and whatnot, and it's just like, oh my God.
I would like to
weirdly that also says
out
like
that
7 out of
Stella-
9.
Stella is like speaking to us from Horny Jail in the chat there.
I know, Stella, you are so in Horny Jail. Stella's gone from a threesome to Stella's going, I want a threesome with Ragnar and Khal Drogo. That she's gone throwing Lagatha as well. So there's a foursome.
Stella, I'll join in.
I know, right? As soon as Stella said that, we're all in Horny Jail now. I think it's just like we're all saying like, yes, that, and like some rubber sheeting and some baby oil, and we're all there.
Have you seen like people going on about Khal Drogo? Hang on, Khal Drogo's real name. What's his real name? I've been watching
because he was from
I can only think of him
Stargate Atlantis, and
his first big thing was Stargate Atlantis,
and Aquaman.
He's Aquaman.
That guy, but you know, he was married to. He is married to
Jason Momoa. Thank you, Stella.
Jason Momoa.
Jason is married to. Fuck me,
Momoa.
I can't remember anybody's name.
Who's he married
Right,
to?
fine, I'll look it up.
Is he married?
I'll look it up. Yeah.
I'll look it up. Can I go on Pornhub and say who's Jason Momoa?
Lisa Bonet. Lisa Bonet.
Are you fucking kidding? He with Lisa Bonet? Oh my fucking God.
Oh, it gets
What a
better,
couple.
darling. It
What a
gets
couple.
better.
Yeah.
It gets better. You know who she used to be married to? Lenny Kravitz.
Lenny Kravitz. So I'm absolutely sure. I'm absolutely sure Jason Momoa and Lisa Bonet and Lenny Kravitz have threesomes. I'm sure that's the thing that happens.
Well, indeed.
Yeah.
On Twitter, yes, Lenny called Jason his brother and said, you know, like happy birthday kind of stuff. And everybody just went completely nuts saying, I just want to be Lisa Bonet. I just want to be her with her brother husbands.
That's Eskimo Brothers. There's a really bizarre and funny and twisted and fucked up comedy series called The Game. It's basically these. I think it's a Canadian comedy series. These guys, they have a fantasy football league where they're all fighting over it. And one guy who's very sexy and just has sex with everyone, he refers to people being Eskimo brothers. And someone says, "What's Eskimo brothers?" And it's like, well, we've both had sex with the same woman. And it's like, and that's Jason Momoa and Lenny Kravitz and Eskimo Brothers.
That reminds me of the time I was in a bar with 7 of my friends. So there were 8 of us sitting around this table, just having a drink and chatting. And I was looking around the table, and I said this out loud. I have had sex with everyone here at the table, and everyone kind of just looked around. And we're like,
never happened to me. That's
I said that, and so like there were two girls there who were sisters who were like, oh my and there was like not at the same time, and there was there was someone who gave me a high five, and there was a dude there, so
yeah. No, and he just went, oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, I'm sure he did as well. Actually, no, he didn't. There was one of the sisters who refuses to ever sleep with him ever because he was dating her sister. So why would he do that?
Shit. Oh shit.
Yeah.
No.
So yeah, that happened to me once.
Oh my god. Oh my. That's no. I don't. Oh no. I've been in situations with 2 people I've slept with, and that's as far as not a whole fucking man.
You know, despite the whole goth thing, like I think the people I've hung out with have been very conservative, because that's never happened to me. Not even close.
The thing about that friend group is that everyone there was polyamorous, and like at a one time or another, like pants have fallen off, alcohol was imbibed, stuff happened.
Yeah,
you know. Yeah.
It's kind of funny. Like I've never really been into the poly scene, but I have a significant number of friends who are, and it's hilarious when you've been on, whether you're on Facebook or Twitter, and someone goes, "Oh yeah, you know, like part of my polycule, they've got an OnlyFans. You should check it out because they're fucking hot."
Yes.
Subscribe, throw a few dollars in, you won't regret it, because you know I've been in there. That you and they're throwing it out there going like, some people think this is weird, but I'm just telling you, they're worth it. It's just hilarious.
I dated someone who was a sex worker, and my goodness, she was great in the sack. She was amazing, and like because she only had male clients, so I was like her like lesbian kind of release after all that, which was great for me.
The person who actually gave her sexual gratification.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go that far.
No, but it's I get it.
But she was fucking hot, and like I would gladly like if she had an OnlyFans, check that out.
Yeah,
she's amazing. Yeah.
I have friends who are sex workers. I've never actually had like a partner who is a sex worker, but I have friends who are sex workers, and I was like, yeah, no, check them out. They're fucking hot. They're fucking great. They're awesome. Check them out. And it's just like, you know, whether they're actually doing, you know, the videos or whatnot, or they're, you know, a friend who's a pole dancer and someone who's a full service sex worker, and it's just like, oh no, they're fucking hot. Check them out. They're awesome. Check them out. They're great. And it's like,
yeah.
But,
so I'm changing the subject a little bit here.
Go for it.
I have been doing this meal replacement thing all week.
Yes.
It's been great. I'm getting I'm actually feeling good about it. But tonight I ate chocolate thanks to Kirsten. I've had about half this bag of peanut M&Ms, and the sugar rush is now leaving me, and I can just feel my brain just crash. Like I'm feeling so tired now. It's ridiculous.
So Jesus, it's 1:30. No, if everyone's up,
which is actually early for a Friday night stream.
Friday night.
Yeah, but we
do it Saturday night.
Yeah, no, I was up till 1:30 and I was up till midnight last night and my alarm went off at fucking 7 because I forgot it was Friday.
God.
I forgot it was a public holiday. My alarm went
off.
And
Don't you
because
hate that?
we've got set it like it's 1:30. I'm fucking up for saying let's while I am awake and coherent, let's fucking call it quits for the evening. And anyone who's up for Saturday night, because I don't have to get up on Sunday. So it's very rare to get 3 nights in a row where I don't have to get up in the morning. So
it's been really depressing for the last few days because I've been so exhausted all the time. Just I must have had 12 hours sleep every day for the past 4 days. I'll get up and I'll sort of do something, and then 3 hours later, I just find myself feeling really tired. I need to go to bed. And next thing
sounds like you need to your body is telling you need to rest, and you just need to rest sometimes.
Listen to the body is my answer. When people always say oh, did you have a hangover? Even from those funny nights where I fell asleep. And it was just because I was listening to my body. My body just went, what the fuck are you doing? Go to sleep. And I wasn't even conscious of it. And I went to sleep. And
there's a lot of
I
time.
woke up at 2 a.m. and it's like, oh, wait, what the fuck? And
there's a lot of time when I basically, if I feel tired, I go to bed. If I'm not tired, I'll get up. And I don't care what the clock says.
That's what you should do. Listen to your body, not the clock.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
I agree, Stella. She does look bright, sunny, and beautiful.
Yeah. No, I agree with everyone who said the mustard dress and the headband suits you. It looks really good.
It does. The headband's really cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the red.
Anyway, I'm switching off.
So am I.
So
I think now's a good time.
Good night, everyone.
So Saturday, 8 on Saturday. Who the fuck knows how long I'm gonna survive on Saturday night? But who knows?
There could be an after party. There might not be.
There could
who
be.
Knows?
Who knows? Who knows what'll happen? But
Game of Thrones at all? Maybe
night.
Just one episode, Abigail. Game of Thrones tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
you all can
sounds
do
good.
that. You all can do that.
Probably in the afternoon, but we'll organize it on Discord.
Okay.
All right. See you.
Good night.
Good night, Stella.
Bye.